Welcome to the show, and welcome to the start of the broadcast day for ESPN 975. Sure, the national stuff was going on, but it's a big weekend. I decided to come in because, after a week off, it's like, I could stretch this another day. I was asked last week, hey, you want to work on Labor Day? And my initial thought was like, why the hell are you texting me on vacation? No, I don't want to work on Labor Day. Then I thought to myself, shout out to Joe George. Then I thought to myself, you know what? Yeah, I should work. I should work. I ain't got nothing to do. I was home Saturday, back from the deep south. You want to talk about a fish out of water? Me in the deep south? Well, I spent most of it in Florida, but I did spend a couple days in Augusta, Georgia, which I would call the deep south. Lot of Georgia flags I did see. We'll get into college football.
Play any golf?
No, I did not.
No?
I
Didn't
would
play at Augusta?
no. What I got to do was look at my inheritance. Apparently, it was a trip. My mother decided, hey, I'm gonna sneak this by him. He thinks he's gonna stay in Florida and just hang out for a week, but no, we're gonna take a 5 hour, well, 10 hour total, but 5 hour road trip to Augusta, Georgia, and he can look at his inheritance. And by inheritance, I mean this home that she has there. And I have to make a decision at some point about what I want to do with it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit in this car for 5 hours and look at this home, sleep on an air mattress.
Make small talk.
Yeah, well, my cousin did the driving. He drives for a living, and so he volunteered to drive us there. And I thought to myself, man, this is what vacation is supposed to be. At least initially. Then you get there, you hang out with your cousin, your and my mom. It's fine, it's fine. But initially, I thought to myself, I brought my I brought my PS5. You're taking away 2 days of me building up this dynasty because new rosters came out on Friday or was it Thursday, whatever day it was. So the rosters are more up to date. So I'm thinking to myself, I got a dynasty to build. What are we doing here? But you see the property and the land, and you're like, you know what? This is something the whole family can enjoy at some point. Or in my capitalistic mind, sell this thing at some point.
Yeah.
But
Sell
not
this thing, donate the NIL money to Florida or to
not Florida.
Miami.
Florida needs it. Not to Florida. But yeah, it was fine. But after all that, I thought to myself, after a week off, let's come in and do the show. Let's start off the week with what was a big weekend. I mean, a lot of you didn't get to see LSU, USC if you're a direct TV person, as I hear like the National Weather Service thing going off. So that's a great way to start. So if you guys are listening, maybe you thought the John and Lance show was going to be the opener. Sorry about that. They'll be back tomorrow. But if you want to get in on anything because you didn't get the chance early this morning, certainly you can do that with me. But I do want to know if anyone, or at least how many people were affected by DirecTV and ABC squabble. There was a big game on last night, and if you had that service, you didn't get to see it. You had to find an alternative way to see it. So we'll get into what happened last night in college football. Certainly, since I've been gone, and I don't want to be the person who pretends like sports stopped happening just because I wasn't around. Like, oh, let's do a recap of the week. You guys were out there watching sports. I paid attention loosely, and I know the Astros were in the midst of losing 3 series in a row. And then they turn it around and sweep the Royals. Jordan hits a home run yesterday, his first home run. He hits two, his first home run since June 22nd at home. The Astros have now won 5 in a row and have a very comfortable lead over the Seattle Mariners. So, although some things got hairy with the series against the Orioles and the Phillies, they got it rectified, and also the Mariners stink. So, comfortable. You beat up on a good baseball team, and you're still well, or at least well positioned to potentially get a top 2 seed in the AL. So an overall great weekend for the Astros. Ronel Blanco was good yesterday. Only went 5 innings. The pitch count got up there, walked 4, but he found a way, particularly with his last batter he faced, to get out of a jam. And Ronel Blanco's a guy at 10-6, was a great start early, but I saw that Dana Brown said that he is the most likely candidate to go to the bullpen from this when they go back to a 5-man rotation. So the way Arrieta's pitch and obviously Kikuchi and with Verlander being back, Ronel Blanco, who didn't seem like a candidate before, but you just have to look at the emergence of Arrieta and of course the consistency of Hunter Brown. And with Verlander back, someone has to go when they go back to 5, and it appears Ronel Blanco will be that guy, at least according to Dana Brown. As long as something the Astros haven't been able to say a lot of this year, as long as health is not an issue. At least, I mean, they haven't been able to say they're healthy. As long as they're healthy, in that rotation, Blanco is the guy who will drop down to the bullpen. So there's the news there. The other thing, we've gone from early in September for Kyle Tucker to possibly the second week to Kyle Tucker to maybe this week with Kyle Tucker. That is now the update that we may see Kyle Tucker against Cincinnati. So that is good news. So now even an earlier projection than the initial one. So there's that. But the Astros just been really great in the month of September. You just look at how the numbers break down as far as what they've done record by month, and it was ugly early, and that's a long time ago now. But you look at what they've done in the months leading up to this 6-game lead in the division. They were 10-19 in May, 25-33 in June. We're 6.5 games back. July 1st, they jumped above 500. And they were, let's go by the start of the month. May 1st, they're 10-19. On June 1st, they're 25-33. July 1st, they're 42-41. August 1st, 56-52. And on September 1st, 74-62, and leading the AL West. So I won't even say remarkable. The quickness in which they caught the Mariners is pretty remarkable, but this is the team we expected them to be. They're not constituted the way we thought, with Jason Hayward being on the roster and Kikuchi being a big contributor, but the record is not as good as past Astro teams. But the way they've played the last 3 months now is familiar to what we've expected from them. So all credit to them for finding a way. And I don't know if the Joe Espada Manager of the Year stuff will start to build, just simply because those are narrative-driven awards for the most part, and the Astros are always expected to be good. And once again, I think I said it even before I left, I don't really know when we start to talk about what a manager does day to day, how much that has an effect on the game day after day after day. Can you say Joe Espada is doing a better job than the Guardians manager or the Royals manager, just because his team's playing better, because Kikuchi's playing great or pitching great? That's a tough one for me. So I leave the Coach of the Year stuff to others who have decided that is something they want to focus on. But hey, the team that we've gone from, is Joe the right guy, to, hey, look, when guys play better, he does a pretty good job as a manager. And of course, if the postseason goes a certain way, then we can build more narratives. But so far, so good. And it's pretty stress free, right? I would think at this point, all we're worried about is getting to the playoffs healthy and maybe catching someone for the 2 seed. But other than that, are we coasting in the month of September? Is there really much concern about this team as far as, certainly not the AL West? I'm almost of the opinion that they're going to catch a team and be a 2 seed. They've surpassed anything I could imagine when we think back to June.
That's definitely the expectation, or like that's where your sights are being set now. It's no longer a division race with the Mariners. It is now trying to chase down the Guardians and Yankees.
Yeah. Even when I left, the Mariners were an afterthought, and it got a little trick. Not so much because the Mariners were playing well, because the Astros were losing series, but it got a little sketchy until the Royals came to town and they rectified the situation. As I said, they sweep the Royals, take 4 from them, and obviously they finished the series against the Phillies, winning a game. So that's 5 in a row for them, and you're pretty comfortable. You want to maintain health, you want to get your rotation in order, and obviously you want to find your consistent lineup and who's going to be where down the stretch as you make your way into the playoffs. And yeah, I think the goal, the big goal here is, can you get the 2 seed? And if you get the 2 seed, it makes the path quite a bit easier, and maybe we're well on our way to another ALCS appearance, which has been the standard set by this team, and it didn't look like that standard was going to get hit, or at least be met at some point. But now you feel pretty good about where this team could be. It's been bumpy, but even in the midst of all the winning, it's been bumpy. But still, they are kind of who we thought they would be, just they've reached that point in a different manner. So all credit to the Astros as they're now 6 games up in the AL West. Of course, the weekend was filled with other things beyond baseball. We've got we've got an actual NFL game to talk about, and we'll get to that later in the week. But we've got actual press conferences going on right now about games that matter. We're at that point in the NFL season. Of course, we got post game pressers to hear from when it comes to college coaches as well. There was a lot going on yesterday in the LSU USC game, but also Saturday night as games are wrapping up. We'll hear from multiple college coaches as they discuss whether their teams played well or played poorly. Brian Kelly, not thrilled with his team. I can tell you that. Not thrilled. And Brian Kelly should probably stop playing teams who have some variation of brown and yellow in the opener. That's 2 losses in a row to Florida State before last night, and then a loss to USC in the opener. That's 3 in a row. In his tenure at LSU, he does not win opening games in those neutral site games. Stop playing them. Fine. Or just stop playing teams who are brown and yellow. I don't know. No more standalone games for Brian Kelly. That's a team who struggled to play defense last year. They played better defense for about 3 quarters, and then, like a lot of these games, all of a sudden, the 4th quarter, we forget to play defense, or the offense gets to their best plays, and things start to open up as Miller Moss in USC wins that game 27-20. And USC is another team that was in a little bit of flux coming into the year. Questions about them and their defense. We know Paul Feinbaum was ripping Lincoln Riley, and at least for a night, the LSU offense that we expected to be really good, even though Grant Nussmeyer's is not Jaden Daniels, you still expect them to put up points against USC. It's not the case. I'll credit USC for this. They look competent. I don't know if they're going to be good defensively, but they don't look like the mess they were. All it took, you hire the defensive coordinator from UCLA. You just take the guy from UCLA, and things get better for you. Hey, I like what you – hey, you don't even have to move. In fact, it's probably a better spot to live in Westwood. You want to stay there? Or I don't know if he lives in Westwood, but if we're talking about neighborhoods, it's better to live in Westwood than to live where USC's campus is. I'm a Southern California native. I know. Just trust me on this. If you don't know, just trust me on this.
So Dantlin didn't move into the neighborhood.
I would say stay where you were.
Okay.
If he had a house that was location specific because it was closer to the UCLA campus, that's why he wanted to live there. If they'll let you live there, stay there. If you don't mind traffic, stay there. Just from my experience. That's all. But the defense, credit them. They got stops. They did enough. I would tell Kyron Lacy, the next probably really good LSU wide receiver, stick with the gritty for your touchdown celebrations. Don't do the I'm going to fire a gun at my opponent thing. That'll get you a penalty.
Don't do it at the opponent.
Yeah. If you want to to the crowd or something,
I think
you might
finger
get
guns.
It's not even a finger gun. It was like
no, but I think you can. You can do finger guns at nobody. You can't do 2 arms in the ear hole of your cornerback.
Yeah, you cannot gangland assassinate the quarterback you just scored a touchdown on and not expect to be penalized. And the best part is, hey, we don't know exactly what he did. We just know he got penalized. And then later, they have a clip of him showing what he did to his teammate. Hey, this is what it got me the penalty. And then they also replay what he actually did to the USC defensive back. The gritty's cool, man. I know it's not yours, but Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, they did it all the time throughout 2019. Never got a penalty for it. Stick with the gritty or some other dance. You want to do the thumbs down thing that I saw a lot of players doing after making plays. You can do that too. I don't know I'm not a young person. I don't know that reference. It just looks like a thumbs down. I'm not sure what it is. It's probably not simply a thumbs down. I don't know. But stick with something like that because you commit that penalty, at least a kickoff from like your 15 or 20, whatever it was. And then USC gets a big return. Nice tackle by the kicker to keep Zach Branch from scoring a touchdown. Eventually leads to a field goal. But no more ear holes with the shotgun in your opponent's ear. You'll be just fine. It's going to be a good player. Made a lot of big plays. I would just say dance. I think the officials are like, yeah, do all the dancing you want.
I love when Kyron Lacy makes me dance.
I don't. Yeah, Kendrick's like, I don't like tough Kyron Lacy. I like when you make me dance. Do that. So that was something. That was something to get into as well. So a big weekend overall. We'll get into more. Like I said, we'll hear from college coaches like Mike Gundy. We'll hear from a a wife yelling at her husband during a Tennessee post game. He's on the phone, and you can hear her yelling at him in the background to get off the phone because your family's more important. So, a lot to get to. We're just getting started. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We're starting the work week with Dell and Sean. And the rest of the lineup will be here as well. Gallant George, follow me, and then the Killer Bees after that. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So this is probably something we will do on Tuesdays normally because going forward, Monday is going to be a big NFL day with the Texans clearly being at the forefront of most of those conversations on Monday. And of course, the Astros and the playoffs and what all that will mean for the city. But since there was no NFL and the Astros, we talked about them, they sweep the Royals and and we'll get more into them a little bit later. We're gonna do this. I put it on our sheet here, and this is just a prelim to what we'll do going forward. But I wanted to ask Sean, we can discuss it, the misery rankings for the fan bases this weekend in college football. Because, this show likes to throw slander at anyone and everyone as long as it's not us. Like, for example, I probably wouldn't have done this if Miami had lost to Florida. At least not the first week. Hey, look at Lance looking like an active shooter out there with that backwards hat on. Look at Lance. Yeah, turn the hat the forward way, because the backwards way, you look like
you said backwards hat.
Yeah, but I don't look like what you look like. You look like a guy who ATF needs to look at.
Well, then I'll turn it around.
Yeah, that's who
I
you
don't
look
like somebody who ATF needs to look at.
Yes, you do. Lance
Why
Zierlein,
are you doing this? They said that we didn't have to do a show, so
I know they said, but I had a week off, so I decided let's not start the programming, the daily programming at noon.
Mapes, if Miami would have got beat,
no, I would have come
not
in
have been
because he asked me beforehand. Like Joe asked me middle of last week, so I said I'd do it. But I did not. I wouldn't have had fun. I wouldn't have had fun today if Miami had lost. That's true.
yeah, but it was a lot more fun based on that game.
Yeah.
It's a good week.
What are you in here for?
I just have to look at some offensive linemen for the Joe Moore Award. We have to stay on that, so it's just on brand for me.
Are you just in here working?
Yeah,
not
I'm
on the show, but I'm just
going to
your other
turn some
stuff.
tape on and go watch 4 teams. My teams I have to watch are all terrible. I assume terrible. They're not. So Aaron Taylor took every college football team. There's like 8 of us watching tape, and he went to Chat GPT to randomize it. And I've got UConn, Troy, Eastern Michigan. Like
UConn,
nobody who's got any shot at winning this award.
So why do you have to do it?
We just have to leave we literally watch every offensive line.
After week 1, you have to watch UConn?
Yeah,
How about we wait a little bit?
I know. I'm just going to watch to see. Basically, you can tell which offensive lines have a chance. And so I'm going to take a look at like 6 offensive linemen this week, or 6 offensive lines this week. And then next week I'll look at the next 6. And then I kind of just make little marks about who gets a little deeper dive, by week 3. But yeah, you're right. You can't see anything after week 1. Your offensive line at Miami played better.
Yeah.
I think the running backs are better than the offensive line, but my gosh, I'm not sure that Martinez I'm not sure that he's not the 3rd best running back on the team. The starter that you got from Oregon State.
I'm interested to see how he plays, because the system he played at Oregon State wasn't one where he was running a lot of shotgun.
No, it's true outside zone.
Yeah.
And I don't love, Mario tries to run the ball between the guards. It just
he
doesn't make
loves
any
running
sense.
the guard. He loves running the ball between the guards.
And Martinez likes to do a lot of dancing and thinks he's Le'Veon Bell. The other 2 backs hit it up in there. Was Proctor?
It was Fletcher
Fletcher. Yeah, Fletcher, and then the other kid, Lyles, was pretty.
Jordan Lyles is a freshman. Fletcher's in his sophomore year.
Lyles has got some juice.
Yeah, he's a freshman who they took from Ohio State late in the recruiting process, so they like him quite a bit. In fact, Mark Fletcher, I think, was committed to Florida late in his recruiting process, or at least early in it. Yeah, it was a fun game to watch. I'm not getting too high. You guys are trying to ruin it for me in the group chat with your less than football takes.
You never bit once.
No, I don't get involved in the group chat when my team's playing, because it can only lead to nonsense. So I was like, no.
John's sitting there drinking, waiting for you to say something.
No, he's never.
The U is back.
No, that wasn't even what it was. It was things you can't even say on the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Things that it wouldn't get the Hall of Famers canceled, but
it's just general things that
Raheel did a show on Friday, and if he ever wanted to do another show again, I couldn't say what he said.
No.
So they have
things like that.
They've got Teflon, but for the rest of us, we can't act like them in the group chat.
Yes, you can.
No, we can't. Not with what you said.
You can act like that in a group chat. You do act like that in a group chat.
That's not true.
Yes. Dell's just as terrible as everyone in the group chat.
This is a lie.
Not as bad as John.
Oh, John's the worst. Let me just go back to Saturday. I can't read any of them, but there were some questions about Miami and whether some of their players do substances, because it's Miami.
That had to be John.
It was not John. I'm not gonna get.
Oh, okay.
I
wonder who it is now.
You said something about Braxton Berrios.
Yeah, he's not discount Braxton Berrios. He's Restrepo's now, like the upgraded, like the LT version, 4-wheel drive with the trim, like really nice trim. Like he's a much better version of Braxton Berrios.
Braxton,
longer arms.
Braxton has T-Rex arms, so it's kind of hard to
But
not have
Restrepo
long
was
arms.
good.
Yeah, he's been a good player
We got
for
a
years.
Hispanic running back now.
Clean it up now.
He's a Hispanic running back.
Clean it up now. I'm looking at what you wrote. Clean it up now.
I don't know his origin. Could have been.
That's why you're cleaning it up now.
Is he from Mexico? I don't know.
I don't know where Danny Martinez is from. All I know is
nobody knows.
He's a big guy who nearly gave Florida DB a concussion with one of those runs.
Yeah.
Targeting on the running back that never gets called. So I didn't want to start with Miami and Florida, but you came in and did it. I was going to start with LSU and USC because we have sound from Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly wasn't thrilled with his performance particularly, because the players are still making the same mistakes they've always made. And I put Sean on the spot, so that's on me. When Sean has it, we'll get to it. But were you affected by DirecTV? Were you able to watch the game?
Yeah. I saw something the day before, but I didn't know it was impending like the next day. I saw that's the first time I'd seen anything like, hey, don't miss any of these great channels. It wasn't on, so immediately I just went to, okay. I told my son, Mason's freaking out. I said, just go to the ESPN app. We've got ESPN. We got the bundle with Disney, ESPN, and Hulu. So that's fine. So we were fine. I had to watch it on the app. All DirecTV, all this did was it just pushed me even further to getting rid of DirecTV for the, and just streaming everything. I'm already there. It's just, I don't know why I keep paying. I complained to DirecTV over the years so many times about prices. And if you do this, and if you got DirecTV, like I've got my television and cable, my television, my DirecTV, and then my internet. It's like $170 a month total. That's a really, really good rate. A lot of people are paying $300. If you call DirecTV and say, I'm thinking about making a switch, I've been a subscriber since blah, 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 I promise you they will knock all your prices down if you're dead set on sticking with DirecTV. But all this did was like, dude, this is like, I'm sitting here, I can't even watch this game on my DirecTV. I go right to the streaming profile. Why don't I just
Yeah, what do you keep in DirecTV for? What do you have it for?
You know what? It used
convenience.
To be just convenience of, it used to, because I can pause, I can watch 2 games at once. You really want to know what it is? I have a dual receiver, so I can hit pause and I can do button down, and I can keep 2 games going simultaneously, and I can pause them. So I can watch, like I watched Texas and Colorado State, and I watched what was a stinker? A&M. Was it A&M being played at the same time? Yeah, A&M Notre Dame.
No,
right?
that was later in the day.
That was Miami and Florida.
That was a stinker.
Time.
Which one?
No, when did Texas?
That was a night game.
It was at 2:30.
Whoever was playing at the same time on the primary channel.
Miami and Florida are playing on ABC at the same time.
That's what it was. And I was watching those 2 games concurrently, and I mean, it's a benefit to be able to watch them. All I have to do is I forward past commercials and I hit pause and then I flip to the other one. So do I really want to keep paying this amount just so I can watch?
You already have that thing we can't discuss that gives you the ability to watch anything you want, and it's less convenient than DirecTV.
I gave it a little try on Saturday. The games, you still have to, you don't magically get broadcasts on I didn't see it. Did you?
You didn't go to the local, since we're going to talk about this, you set it up where I could watch a Dolphins game, but for whatever, through their NFL, whatever it is. I went to it also gives you local channels, so I went to local South Florida channel and watched it that way. Yeah, you
that's
can.
How you do
yeah. So if the app or whatever thing we're let's say creatively working around isn't working, it also gives you the local channels that you can go to. So
ABC, NBC, CBS,
in those cities.
Fox,
so that's another way to watch them as well.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, well, I'm the bright one here. I think we all know that to be the case. So I've helped you out.
Yeah.
So there it is. Lance decided to take over the show. That's cool. He didn't want to work on his own show, but he'll come in and take a segment from me when I only have 8 of them.
Sleeping.
Thanks. Lance Zierlein, co-host of the John and Lance Show, also Hall of Famer Lance Zierlein. You can honor them in early November, I believe. That is, and when he's got his hat turned on backwards, you might question what's in his bag. But Lance Zierlein, of the John Land Show, now exits our show. He'll be back tomorrow from 7 to 10. And this is new for us. I'm going to throw to Sean. Hey, Sean, don't break before the live.
I won't, because there is a live read.
For Sean Mapes.
Not for Sean Mapes, for Prize Picks. But
Sean Mapes was speaking for Prize Picks.
Yes, this is more confusing than it needed to be. Hi, I'm Sean Mapes. I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, the #1 daily sports fantasy, or the daily sports and fantasy app, with over 5 million active members. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 or to 6 player stat projections, and you watch those winnings roll in. You can win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. I was doing this weekend, putting a little, sprinkling a little lineups around, building some lineups. And what they have is really cool, a flex play option, which means if you say choose 3 player stat projections, you only need to get 2 right to win your money. So you get a little bit of a mulligan, which is why I used when I took the over or the more on Braden Fowler Nicolosi's passing touchdowns against Texas. Colorado State did not score, but that did not hurt me because I had more on Riley Leonard's 31.5 rushing yards and Carson Beck's passing yards in those games. So if you want to follow me and you want to experience Prize Picks, download the Prize Picks app today and use code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code MAPES, MAPES, my last name, on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even have to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, welcome back. And, of course, with the appearance of Lance Erline, we're way behind. And he took us off track. It's just him being consistent. He is nothing if not consistent, which is weird considering he has ADD. But he is consistent when it comes to that. Let's get to this. I threw to Sean. I put him in a bad spot. Really, I just wanted Lance to stop talking. So I wanted to get to some sound I promised to play. And I put Sean in a bad spot. But this is Brian Kelly, he of the LSU Tigers. His team has lost 3 straight neutral site games to open the season. He's 0 for 3. Here's his commentary after the latest loss.
We had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things, about not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach.
So it was a lot of, this is on me, but also an acknowledgement that as players seem not to take coaching to heart, because I didn't look at that game and think they pretended like the game was over, because at no point were they ahead by more than, 4 points the entire game. So that'd be a weird feeling on the sideline to be watching a game that's been competitive throughout and think, oh, we got this one in the bag. Maybe it's, hey, we're playing USC, that West Coast team who doesn't even really belong in the conference they're in. I don't know, but why would LSU throughout that game think to themselves they've had this one in the bag because they're LSU? What does that mean?
Yeah, I think for me where they lost the game is the play calling on that last drive that they had, where they're very conservative. They set up the field goal to tie instead to take the lead. That to me is you're LSU. Score some points. Get the ball in the 20.
Now USC, we talked about a little bit. We know they're bad on defense last year. They hired the former UCLA defensive coordinator to be theirs. Lincoln Riley said, enough of Alex Grinch. I don't like the way you coach defense. Now I should have come to this realization 2 years ago when I brought you over.
Yeah, should have come to a realization when he was the Oklahoma coach.
That's what I'm saying. When you made the decision to go to USC, maybe don't bring Alex Grinch with you, but you did, and now you suffer the consequences. You wasted Caleb Williams, particularly that first year, because you can't stop the run against Utah in a conference title game. So a year, he said, I'm going to give him another year. Then he makes the decision to get rid of him, and USC looked competent, which would have been great the last 2 years, because maybe you win and maybe you make the playoff because of how good your offense was. Miller Moss, he was great in the bowl game. He stood in there and threw the ball. And I saw someone, I think it was Chase Daniel, he said it.
Oh, yeah.
He tweeted something that made people furious in some regards. Some people agree with him. Hell, even Lance chimed in on it. He said, with Miller Moss, something along the lines of, is USC better situated to go make a playoff? I think if their defense plays that way all year, the answer is yes. But I know it is getting at, because Miller Moss will play on time. He will throw the ball where Lincoln Riley wants him to throw the ball, and the offense will run in a way that probably is better suited for how they want to play. But there was a number 1 overall pick on your roster, so maybe we just let him do whatever he wants because he is the number 1 overall pick. And Lincoln Riley's had guys, another number 1 overall pick. Lincoln Riley's had guys do it different ways. Kyler Murray, he played on time, but he was going to do his thing. Baker, for the most part, played on time. Baker less athletic than Kyler, and Caleb, but Baker made plays too with his feet. Miller Moss is probably the least likely to be a guy who improvises, but I think Lincoln Riley is stamped as one of those guys that no matter how you play, as long as he names you a starter, you're going to play pretty well. I get it from Chase Daniel, but I will just say their defense, if they play that way, that's why they're going to have a real shot.
There's 2 things. 1, like you said, the defense. 2, 12-team playoff.
That's the other thing.
Every quarterback is in a better position to make the playoff.
If Caleb,
there's now 8 more spots.
That's true. After year 1, when they lost to Utah in the Pac-12 title game in an 18 playoff, that USC team is still making the playoff.
Yeah.
So yes, they are in a better position. But I do understand the offense will be more. I think for football nerds, the offense will run more the way they like it because the one of the things the criticism of Caleb Williams is he will decide to extend plays when he doesn't need to. He won't take the 5-yard dump off. He will try to make a big play when an easy one is staring right in front of him. And sometimes that leads to a disaster. Sometimes it leads to Caleb Williams making spectacular plays. That's kind of the give and take you have with a player that talented.
Yeah, talking about Miller Moss on the other side with LSU, I thought Garrett Nussmeier was all right. I thought he was fine. I thought it was actually kind of good, about as good as you could expect Nussmeier to be. And so, hey, LSU, I know you're starting 0-1 for the third straight year with Brian Kelly as your coach. Actually, you're starting 0-1 for every year, however many years since 2019. 2019 is the last time they started the season 1-0. So that sucks. Nussmeier looks all right.
Yeah,
he looks good.
I don't know. They were doing the comp all game long. You had the last two Heisman winners were playing for these teams. No, you had the last two Heisman winners playing for these teams, and now they're gone off to the NFL. And the question was, how could these guys who are replacing them play? I think you got an answer. They're both going to be pretty good, and they're going to have weapons to throw the ball to. And if last night is an indication, I think you're going to have better defensive play on both sides. And, of course, the caveat is, hey, it's just week one. We'll throw that out there as well. We all understand it's just week one. Who knows with depth concerns, injuries, how that'll play out. But USC, and LSU, at least defensively, look more capable of not having to get into 45 to 41 type games to decide winners. And I got a comment that kind of echoes what Lance Zierlein said earlier. My cousin tweets me. He's never tweeted me before. Not the cousin who drove me to Georgia. His older brother has tweeted me and said, honestly, Dell would not have been as excited to work on this Labor Day had the University of Miami not won this weekend, signed a bitter Gator fan. That's the other part of it. We are a family divided, as you might imagine. Not everyone roots for the same university. The family is so large that there are Florida State fans, there are Florida fans, and there are Gator fans. In fact, in the family I'm talking about, there are three brothers. Two of them are Gator fans. One of them is a Florida State fan. I am a Miami fan, but I think we are, as far as the Miami fans of the family, we don't hold the majority. But
so were you talking? No, wait, you got here on
I got
Saturday,
here on
right?
Saturday afternoon, right before the game. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I watched the game, watched another couple games, and fell asleep.
It would have been great to watch it with, your family.
I don't like watching games I care about with
Do
people.
the sarcastic Gator chomp in their face.
No, enough Miami players did that for everybody.
Your freaking coach did that.
He broke the Gator chomper over his knee. Apparently, in that building on that day, you can taunt. And as long as you don't direct it at a player.
I like that.
As long as you don't direct it at a player, you want to taunt all the fans you want, it's allowed. And that's what happened on Saturday.
I do think there should be different rules when the Miami Big Three play each other. When two of the Miami Big Three are playing, like turn the sliders down for whatever constitutes
unsportsmanlike penalties,
personal fouls, all of that, just like whoop all the way down. Because we need the sarcastic chop. We need the sarcastic
upside
chop.
down you
we got it all.
Hey, no one did a shotgun to someone's head like Kyron Lacey. I think it's all a win.
Boom.
I think it's a win for everybody involved. So we did not get to our misery index. Florida's
up there.
By
the way,
according
Florida
to
might be number one.
My cousin has chimed in. He's miserable.
We should go through more of these on the other side.
Yes.
And power rank them. But I will say though, I have a hard time seeing anyone else but Florida be number one.
I don't know. Clemson, we haven't gotten to that game. The way that game went in the second half, and just a difference from these two teams played each other 3 years ago now. It was Stetson Bennett versus DJ Uiagalelei.
Yes.
And how different the trajectories have gone since that point.
One quick thing, and we can talk about it in full again after the break. Let's try to get out reasonably on time.
Sure.
That game, the Stetson versus DJU game, do you know who was favored in that game?
Clemson, right?
Clemson was a 3.5 point favorite in that game.
Of course.
On Saturday, Georgia was a 13-point favorite.
So I'm talking about. So
it moved 16.5 points.
Now it's a lot. It's 3 years, but Clemson was, and you got to say now, was one of those premier programs. We'll get to it on the side. Like
Yes.
Sean said, let's get to break on time. But before I do, I want to talk about a great plumbing company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's where you go to if you want to check them out. You can also call them at 281-488-6238. So if you got an issue, it could be big, it could be small. It does not matter. They will help you out. Like, I talk a lot about repiping because that can be a big job. You can't handle it. You need an experienced plumbing company to do it. And they've done over 1,000 repipes. So Aqueduct Plumbing Company is a place for you to get that done. They have experienced contractors who are local. Hell, their owner is local. Billy Brown's in the Clear Lake area, so you know they're going to take care of you. They want to improve the community, and they can do that through their plumbing expertise. But hey, it doesn't have to be a big job. It could be something as simple as trying to find a leak. You sense a leak. Maybe you see a little water damage in your wall. You want to find out what's causing that. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can take care of you there. If you need a water filter, if you have an issue with your water heater, whether it be tankless or not, they will get the job done for you. So they're experienced, they're local, they are looking to make sure you have no problems with your water. Because we know when it comes to water, it's just an expectation. You turn it on, you expect it to be clean, you don't expect anything in it. You expect it to be at its best. So you want your water to be at its best, you want it to be clean, you don't want that dirty, stinky water. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we'll get to this here. Misery rankings for the fan bases. We discussed some of the teams and their performances, and a lot of this is pretty obvious. You've got 30-year Billy Napier getting smoked in his building, and it's a tough thing when you come to the realization that simply playing at home in one of the most feared stadiums in the sport means nothing. It doesn't mean the same thing you thought it meant, because a lot of talk going into the Miami-Florida game was, how's Miami going to handle the swamp? How are they going to handle the swamp? Well, they handled it just fine, because oddly enough, the players on the field who represent the swamp mean a lot more than the crowd. Like, if Florida was vintage Florida, sure, the swamp would mean something, because not only are you trying to deal with the players, then you have to deal with the communication issues and the pressure and all the things. But if you have a clear advantage and you feel like, we're going to beat the hell out of this team, then all that noise means a lot of nothing. And Cam Ward, whether he was being serious or not, said it's louder in practice. The crowd noise we pumped in the practice was louder than the swamp.
Maybe, and I was gonna say at the end of the game, maybe
At the end of
halfway
the
through
game.
the second,
Yeah.
the quarter.
When you made it 24-10 right before the half.
That was pretty quiet.
Yeah, it was pretty quiet then. After the Montrell Johnson run got Florida back in the game.
Yeah.
He also said something along the lines of, I played at USC and Oregon louder. Oregon, I believe, particularly throughout the game, because they were probably beating the crap out of you, or at least ahead or in it, because Florida, by the time the first drive of the third quarter was over, they were out of the game and they weren't getting back in it. So Florida will put them certainly in the top 5 at least.
Yes.
Clemson, we touched on them before we went to break. We talked about the difference 3 years can make. They went from a title contender with the next great quarterback in Clemson. He was supposed to follow Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence. DJU was next. And they got little Stetson Bennett for Georgia. And, of course, DJU throws a pick 6. The game ends 10-3. And you say there's not much difference between Georgia, who went out to win a national title, and that Clemson team, at least after week 1, just a defensive battle. This one, at least for half, went the same way until Georgia stepped on the gas, and Clemson had no answer.
Yeah. Some difference.
A big difference. Big difference. I'm not going to use the Roddy White theory. If you missed what Roddy White tweeted out, he goes, hey, there are too many white guys on Clemson's team. That's why they're not good anymore.
He should have taken a screenshot and just like circled them. Be like, this is way too many.
Hey, what is this? There's a guy named Woody Woodaz out there. What the hell is that?
They got rid of Will Shipley and added 4 more.
Hey, so Roddy White had to come out and go, I wasn't trying to offend anyone. Well, some people were upset. I'm not going to use that theory.
Also, who was upset by that? Like,
Clemson. I'm sure, yeah.
look
at how college football, the demographics.
at the teams that win national
look at the demographics of college football.
They get a Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he said it. It didn't go well. He had to come out and try to explain himself. Whatever. We all knew what he meant. It's just not how college football is played anymore. But hey, Clemson, do we blame it simply on lack of interest in the transfer portal? I do think it was funny that the first touchdown scored was by a guy who transferred from Clemson to Georgia. Colby Young was the guy who scored. So Clemson was like, we don't want that guy. We know he made a couple plays against us in the ACC. That's not what we want. First touchdown scored in the second half was by a transfer guy. Clemson doesn't care for it. Dabo doesn't care for it. They're his program, so they don't do it. There are multiple reasons why Clemson has taken a fall. They don't hit on quarterbacks anymore. Because K. Klubnik he's much better than DJU. There's not much difference between the two. Both average guys at best. And they don't hit on outside receiver anymore. They don't. Name the last good Clemson outside receiver.
T. Higgins?
Justin Ross. And Justin Ross before
injury.
Before injury, yeah. They don't hit on those guys anymore. And the thought was they'd have a better wide receiver core this year. Now Georgia is the ultimate test of that. They didn't win. That test, they failed miserably.
Big fail.
Yeah, so those are the things you can point to. And maybe the transfer portal is not it's simply a symptom of what Clemson is right now. Inability to change, inability to move along with times.
Also, maybe they lose like 34-17.
So you said that, and I heard a podcast kind of agree with you. Like, how many guys in transfer portal would it have taken for them to be competitive? I'll lay it out for you. Let's say it's not just a 1-year deal. Let's say you have been doing this for several years now, and some of these guys are multi-year guys in your program. Of course, the big example is if you go after Cam Ward, how much better are you?
Boom.
That's one guy. Let's say you attack the transfer portal for a wide receiver. I don't have the names in front of me, but let's just say you get the best wide receiver in the portal. And it's not just about this year. It sets a standard that transfer guys I can go to Clemson and play really well. So now you have an actual pipeline of guys. No, I go in the transfer portal. Clemson will come calling. I'll play well there. So maybe you have 10 to 12 guys who you grabbed over the last 2 years who are now on your roster. And if they're impact guys, do you think 10 to 12 impact guys could have made a difference? I think so. It's just a matter of, I think people are too focused on, the score was too large. 2 guys are going to make a difference. It doesn't have to be 2 guys. You can have 10 to 12. At one point in the Miami game against Florida, I looked at their defensive lineup. I think 8 out of 11 guys on the field were transfer guys.
Wow. Not
just guys they brought in this season, off season. These are stretching back a couple years. I think, and it might have been more. I think it might have been a linebacker who was a recruit and maybe a safety that was off screen. So to be honest with you, out of the 10 guys on screen, I think 9 of them were transfer guys. Now that wasn't the case throughout the game, but at a point in the third quarter, I just looked at it. Wait a minute, I don't remember hoping that guy signed. I don't remember hoping that guy signed. All these guys came in during the offseason. So that's what I mean. Could Clemson be much better? Could they have competed if they were 3 years into this transfer thing? I think so. But so are they, where would you rank them, ahead of Florida or behind Florida as far as the misery rankings? Behind Florida. Because
it's going to be hard to top Florida.
It's true.
Folks, it's going to be tough to hard.
That's true. Where do you put LSU? Now you lost to that wimpy West Coast team. You're 0-1 again.
I don't want to be prisoner of the moment because it happened last night.
They're not rational fans. You got to remember that.
That's what I'm judging by the pulse of the fan that I saw last night on the For You page. I think they're behind Florida. I think they're close, but I still think they're behind Florida. Florida got pantsed at home by an in-state rival.
And had the kids the kids who you brought in to make it better next year have their eyes squarely focused on those Miami guys walking off the field saying, come to you. You don't want to play here. We'll play the sound from that. And a very vigorous recruiting assistant AD from Florida pushing Miami guys away. And in fact, you hear say, shut up at one point. We'll play that sound a little bit later as we get into we'll maybe just do a whole segment of college football sound. My cousin chimes in and says, Florida, infinitely more miserable than Clemson. I would agree. But Clemson, I think, had thoughts that, hey, after the turnaround last year, we got a shot to be competitive for a potential, if not just the ACC, but a potential maybe top 4 seed in the playoffs if we're going to win the ACC.
Win a game
or two. Yeah. And now you see that the distance between you and the best team in the country is big. Okay.
But I will say, looking across the ACC, there's still a chance for them to win the ACC.
Sure.
I'm not.
It's only week 1 and you play Georgia.
If we did the week 0 power rankings, Florida State would be so much more miserable than all these teams.
Yeah, I was going to throw them in there, but they got a game today, so the misery has kind of been pushed aside. Now there's an opportunity to kind of wipe some of that away. They got Boston College tonight, and the head coach of Boston College is one Bill O'Brien. We'll see what he does with BC. Okay, so LSU, I think they're involved in these rankings, but maybe not as miserable. But I think part of it is we're losing to I know they're not a Pac-12 school anymore, but we're losing to that wimpy West Coast school. That's not what we used to do. Remember when we played Oregon in one of these games and we demolished them? That's not who they are anymore. That's not who LSU is anymore.
USC fixed their defense against us.
That's embarrassing. USC's defense looked competent against us. That's not what we expected.
They scored 20 points.
You should have probably had a clue as soon as you saw Alex Grinch not on the USC coaches roster. You kind of knew that things probably would have been better.
At LSU, if you go up to an LSU fan and go, "Hey, you hold USC to 27,"
probably
points.
think they beat them by 17 points, something like that. 3 scores.
No, you lost.
You only scored 20, and you had to kick a field goal late to tie the game. Okay, these two are. I don't think they belong, but the way the Cougs lost and who they lost to, do they belong? New coach. So, and you also have the buffer. You can blame the last guy for what happened. They got beat 27-7 to UNLV. 27-0 at one point in that game. There was a tipped screen pick six by one Jalen Catalon. Yes, that Catalon, the guy who's been in college football almost as long as Cam McCormick, the 9-year tight end from Miami, who had like one of those Tom Rinaldi type things on game day. Jalen Catalon made multiple plays in that game. The former Texas guy, the former Arkansas guy, now playing for UNLV. Do the Cougs fans belong on this list because of the opponent, or are we saying, you know what? It's first game of a new era. You guys knew there were going to be problems. Maybe not the problems that came about losing to a Mountain West school at home.
Yeah, I think the way they came out is the big is to go down. What'd you say, 20-0?
I think it was 27 to nothing.
Yeah, they lost 27-7.
Yeah,
and so to come out and just absolutely no show in that way, you don't get any bump. Yeah, it was 27-0. The Houston scored with a minute left.
Yeah,
that's tough. That's a really bad one. I think they deserve a mention. I don't know if they're on the medal stand just because I'm pretty sure this game was on ESPN Plus.
It was on FS1.
It was on FS1. Okay. The stage a little bit lesser than a team that lost the only game on yesterday, the 11 a.m. kickoff game, and the 2:30 SEC on ABC game. Those are bigger spots. Probably had bigger expectations. All three of those teams definitely had bigger expectations than the Cougs. So I think judging on that curve, I think they deserve a mention. Not quite there because of what you said with this is all Dana Holgerson's fault.
You always have that ability when you're trying to rationalize what
honestly,
happened.
Cougs fans, let me as a fan who's fired many coaches, let me tell you, you have like 2 years of this. Like you have. I'm gonna give you 30 more games of being like Dana Holgerson screwed us.
Because as long as Willie Fritz doesn't have any mind-numbing coaching decisions, you can always point to he's flipping the roster.
Yeah,
he doesn't have his guys in place, and Dana screwed us, so we're in this position.
Because this past year's recruiting class, it's like a half class.
Yeah,
whatever.
And
you got hired, I'm sure, like 3 weeks before.
And the fail rate of the transition class is high.
Yes,
that's how college football works.
So the guys you need to watch for and I'm coaching you through this. The guys you need to watch for to be like, this is what's turning the program around. These are the high school seniors this year.
The ones who you hope get some play time, get some snaps because hey, we're trying to find impact guys. Let's play him maybe 10 to 15 snaps a game and see what happens.
And so even these guys, you have 2 more years until you can
make a real
expect
decision.
them to be, huge pieces of this team.
Yeah.
You know? So trust me, just you have time. Try not to be too upset every Saturday because it's gonna be a long one.
It's gonna be rough. If the UNLV thing was a clue, and maybe the stamp that says it's gonna be a rough one this year. But hey, maybe from week 1 to week 2 they get better. I think it's misery because of the excitement, and then the opponent walks in there and slaps you around for 4 quarters, and you get like a consolation touchdown at the end of it, and you're supposed to be Big 12. I asked you this, so we got to wrap it up. We're way late. Thanks to Lance Erline setting us off the clock 30 minutes ago. You heard what I said, Lance. I said it because he's walking past. Now I forgot what I was thinking.
Can UNLV stick their chest out?
Can UNLV say we beat a Power 4 school?
Let me see if they tweeted.
Do we consider the Cougs, because they're in transition and they're new to the Power 4, can a non-Power 4 school look at the Cougs and go, yeah, that we just beat a Power 4 school. That's an accomplishment. We'll decide on the other side. Sean, you'll have an answer for us. We'll see how
I'll scroll through their Twitter.
How UNLV treated their win yesterday, or did they act like we've been there before? Because the Cougs aren't exactly what you think of when you think Power 4, just because they're early in their transition into that realm. Okay, if you bet on the Cougs, it didn't go well for you. Maybe you had thoughts that UNLV was going to gonna take it to them because UNLV gonna be pretty good in the Mountain West. No matter what you thought, you can go to mybookie.ag to place your bets. Mybookie.ag lets you bet on anything, anywhere, and anytime. So whether it be the college football weekend that just passed, or maybe the game tonight when you have BC and Florida State, you can bet on it there. Certainly, Major League Baseball is still going on. We got the NFL coming up here on Thursday. Hell, you got a Friday night game in Brazil. You can bet on that as well. From the U.S. Open to baseball to football to the Premier League, which is in action as well. Just go to MyBookie. The promo code is Bet975. You can use it as a sign-up bonus, or if you're an existing customer, they will make your money go further. So you've got the live betting, you got the sports betting, you got the casino option as well, where you'll see the dealer dealing those cards out to you if you love a good card game. Go to mybookie.ag. Just go to mybookie.ag. And remember, you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. We begin hour two with a self-imposed mandate to get out of here in a reasonable fashion. We're already pretty much late for a break at this point, so we'll just give you some Astro numbers. Chandler Rome had this for the Astros pitching in the month of September. They had a major league low 2.51 ERA over 28 games, over 250.2 innings, and they held opponents to a 1.84 batting average. That's elite. You do that in that stretch, and you don't calculate the numbers as you go. Hell, you're sometimes living and dying with every pitch. So, particularly when they started off their run of the 11 games against some of the best teams in baseball, struggling, you thought to yourself, man, this is rough. We're not getting big hits. We're giving up. And the Baltimore series was there was a pitch here and a pitch there. And you're like two pitches away from sweeping that team. But the Phillies got off to a got off to a big start against you. You were able to close out game 3 of that series. So you start off the first 11 games against the Red Sox, Orioles, and Phillies. Excuse me, the Phillies, the Orioles, and the Royals going 2-4, and then you rip off 5 in a row, and everything's rosy again. You look to the West, and the Mariners still stink, and just an absolute great bounce back from what was a tough start to the week, and now you are very comfortable with your lead. Ronel Blanco was the pitcher of record yesterday. Got the win, scuffled through 101 pitches through 5 innings, had the big final out to get him out of there. And the rest of the way, the Astros cruise. Jordan hits his 2 home runs. First home run since January. It wasn't that long. Did feel that long. First home run at home since June 22nd. I pretty much left for vacation calling him Jake Myers at home. I don't think he's Jake Myers. He just happened to have a run, and the run was throughout this entire year where he hit like Jake Myers at home. They are very comparable. Jordan had enough of my slander, at least yesterday. Hit his 2 home runs, so he's off the snide there. And he's not going to win the MVP because they're just guys who like Aaron Judge. That's who's going to win it. But the way the Astros are playing, I think he should get some consideration because at points they weren't winning enough games, although that isn't always a determining factor. Just ask Mike Trout. But they're at a point where if they are the 2 seed or the 1 seed, maybe put the man in the top 5. Maybe. Like I said, he's not going to win it. But if they are a 1 or 2 seed in the AL, Jordan, just slide him in the top 5. Just one of those, hey, we acknowledge you. We see what you did there. We appreciate you. We're going to throw you a couple votes. We don't think you should win it.
Yeah.
Just acknowledge that he is the best hitter on one of the best teams in the AL. That's all I'm looking for.
Get some thirds, some fourths.
Yeah. Throw him a couple dollars.
Just tip, like a tip.
Yeah.
For,
these votes are like a tip. It's like a 15% tip. It's not 20. It's not 25. But it's 15. We know what you're doing. We see what you're doing out there.
Solid work.
Yeah. We appreciate you. The food came out fast. So it was hot. I mean, you didn't smile, but it's fine. 15%. We appreciate you. That's all I'm looking for. I think that's what Jordan should be given for the season he's having and the way this team is playing. All right. 11:15. That's a comfortable time to get out of here. We'll get back on track. We'll come back we'll just go around the world of college football. A lot of people had a lot of things to say, from Mike Gundy to Nick Saban, from a Florida recruiting assistant yelling at Miami players. A lot to get to. We'll play that sound when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back. Glad to start the broadcast day here on ESPN 97.5. The rest of the lineup will be here as well. Gallant and George, followed by the Killer Bees. And John and Lance will be back. The Hall of Famers will be back tomorrow. They're active, talking about the games, just didn't want to do it with you guys. Take that as you will. They never work Labor Day. I just think it's funny. That's why mostly I just came in for this, just to make fun of them for not being here. That's partly one of the reasons I came in, beyond being able to talk college football. Okay, I mentioned we'll get to the sound. We're going to start, I told Sean we'll start from the top down as far as the sound on the rundown, and really from the relevance of the guys in question. So we start with Nick Saban. Nick Saban, we know, co-host the Game Day. It's their big get with Urban Meyer over at Fox. They couldn't let him go over there too, so Game Day shelled out the big bucks to get Saban. Saban feeling pretty good about himself, very comfortable, and you can tell by this clip.
Quarterback is going to be. I know we all want to see the quarterback's going to be.
Yeah.
But to do what they did and want to continue to do, you're going to have two running backs.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say, you guys keep talking about a $20 million roster.
Yeah.
If you don't pay the right guys, you'll be out of luck. That's life, baby. That's life. Congratulations. You just broke the internet.
I would ask Kirk to come up with a more current reference. But other than that, Nick Saban. That was not just to Michigan, because I believe the graphic had Michigan on the bottom, but Ohio State known, at least this year, a lot of noise about what they've done to go all in this year. I think they even mentioned it themselves, that they have like a $20 million roster when it comes to NIL and maintaining players and recruiting them to the school from high school. And, of course, all the salary being given to the coaches. That's a lot of investment, because they're tired of getting their heads bashed in by Michigan and watching Michigan go win a national title. The Michigan team we saw on Saturday, not going to win a national title. Not the one we saw. I don't know if the offense will find a pulse as the games keep coming. But Alex Orji, who was a legend on EA College Football 25 because of his ability to run the football and his rocket arm, not playing out that way in real life. In fact, there's a question whether will be the starter the rest of the way.
They're just playing things close to the vest.
And this is the Texas fan, protecting himself. Hey, I don't need to be overconfident. That's just them not pulling out the big stuff because they got Texas coming up.
Why would they show anything?
Yeah, well, you might want to show completing a forward pass.
Why would they show that? Now Texas doesn't think they can. Now Texas, along with America, doesn't think they can complete a forward pass.
If I'm Alex Orji, I'd like to have people think I can complete a forward pass.
I'd play the video game then.
Look, the ratings are correct. I'm slow playing what I'm going to be when Texas rolls into town, when we see them in Ann Arbor on Saturday. So that's Nick Saban talking about roster construction, and he dropped a bad word, but we're fine. Got out on the broadcast. We just can't play it here. Coming up next, we'll stick with Michigan references. We'll go to Mike Gundy. Mike Gundy, the head coach of Oklahoma State, his team had his QR code little scheme banned by the NCAA. Hey, guys, you can't do that. Sorry. But they still had to play a game. And after the game, here's Mike Gundy. And he makes a reference to a Michigan guy who Michigan would rather you guys not talk about anymore.
I can't. They won't let me hear it. If anybody's a good IT guy, we get the guy from Michigan down here and let him hook me up. Even though he didn't do it. What was that song what was that song? You should know. Yeah, the song, it was kind of a partial rap in the shower. It caught me. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Shaggy is what he's referencing.
What was it? Yeah. It wasn't me. That's right. It wasn't me. I know that was you. It wasn't me.
Mike Gundy. That was in reference to one of the new rules in college football, where you can have in-helmet communication up until 15 seconds left on the play clock, and that's what he's talking about. Michigan had an IT guy. I think Connor Stallions did a little bit more than that, but sure. There's Mike Gundy after their game.
Also referencing Shaggy.
Yeah, which is once again, these clips end with guys referencing things they should stop referencing. Get more. I don't know if the next one will be that way, but get more current, Mike Gundy. Yeah, it's the only song he probably knows in that genre. I'm not gonna blame him too much. I don't think he can. He's what gets played in the locker room after the game. I'm not sure he's paying attention to. Probably doesn't want to. So
turn that Shaggy on.
Yeah, hey, where's Shaggy? Sorry, Mike.
Wasn't me.
Things have changed. They do beat South Dakota State with Ollie Gordon playing. Remember, Mike Gundy said, "You know what? I'm going to punish him with because Ollie Gordon had an off the field issue this offseason. I'm going to punish him with giving him the ball a lot. Gave it to him 27 times against South Dakota State. Ollie Gordon. You know what we're going to hear about him in the draft? A lot of tread off those tires. We're going to hear a lot about that if Mike Gundy has his way to try to punish him because it's better to depend on Ollie Gordon than Alan Bowman, another guy who's been around a long time, still playing college football. Hey, you can continue to take snaps and go to school for free. Do it. Okay. That was Mike Gundy. Let's go to an unnamed wife. You go, what are you talking about? Well, a Tennessee fan apparently needed to get in after them destroying Chattanooga. Wanted to talk about Nico, I guess. So a Tennessee fan's wife has some thoughts on the way her husband spends his time on a Saturday afternoon.
And they're Florida recruits. These guys are good.
That's why I think they'd pull the trigger pretty quickly on getting rid of Billy.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation. My dad needs your help. Ryan?
Cosmo Chris.
So done with you. I know you don't care. I'll take your $2.5 million.
Oh, and a divorce? That's pretty much the end of it. That is, I don't know who that guy is, but his wife had enough. This is the time of the year where get all your work done before Saturday comes around. Do it all on Friday afternoon. Unless you're in a town where high school football means everything, then do it on a Thursday afternoon. I don't know how you get it done, but if you have a wife who will call you to the carpet, get the work done. Your family doesn't care. That's probably true. Although, what kind of family are you in if you're a Tennessee fan and your family doesn't care about football? Maybe she cares about football. Maybe she doesn't care about all the things that go on around football where he has to be on the radio show talking to the Tennessee guys after the game.
Yeah, in her defense, she didn't say that Tennessee football.
That's true. She said it doesn't matter that you are on hold or waiting to talk to the guys. That's true.
Sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family.
I could say
loser situation.
I could say she's right.
No lies told.
Yeah. Ask my dad about sports radio and the profession I chose. I don't know if he called it a loser situation, but it wasn't that far off. She's not wrong in some cases. Not all of us can be Hall of Famers. So we'll end it with this. I talked about it a couple times. At the end of the Miami-Florida game, Miami players were walking off the field, and they were jubilant, as you might imagine. Now, you would think this might be poor planning, but Florida put their recruiting section, all the guys they brought in, because they wanted them to watch their program in a rivalry game, and of course, they expected to win. Did not go their way. In fact, it really didn't go their way. The problem for them, for the most part, beyond getting their ass kicked, is that they put the recruiting section next to the Miami tunnel. So as Miami's walking off the field and celebrating with their fans, all the recruits get to hear it, get to see the jubilant Miami players. So Miami's walking off the field, and some of these players, they all know each other. In fact, one of the Miami players currently is a freshman, and he is the brother of a 5-star corner that was in the Florida recruiting section. So you might imagine some Miami players, hey, come join your brother, all that stuff. See a couple of Miami guys give some Florida recruits some handshakes. So, of course, that led to a Florida assistant AD taking issue. You'll hear her at the end of the clip, but here you'll hear some of the Miami players recruiting Florida recruits and telling them how trash Florida is. At the very end, you hear a woman jump in with "shut up." I don't want to give her name out, but her name is out there. She works for Florida. The funny part about some of that is the first couple guys you hear the guy say, we run this state, come to Miami, and another guy goes, come to Miami. Those two guys are transfers. Like, this is their first year, first game with the program. Like, Mish Powell is a safety who played at Washington last year. That's the first guy year. He had a pick in the game, was big for Washington as they made their run to the title game. Another guy is a linebacker who played his first snaps for Miami this year.
Hey.
But they're all in. Come to Miami.
They know more than anyone what committing to Miami can do. Would that Mish Powell ever win at Washington?
A Pac-12 title, a CFP game.
Oh.
You asked a question.
But he didn't run Florida at any point.
No, he did not.
There you go.
But after
he
one
ran
game,
Washington. Who cares?
But after one game, he now runs Florida. He won the final Pac-12 title.
He can win the final ACC title this year.
I mean, we're close to that. but maybe
I don't know which part is going to be more will be proven wrong first. Miami actually winning the ACC this year,
or disbanding before they can.
Disbanding.
It's tough.
It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip right there. It's 50-50 what happens first. It's not a bad observation by you. But that is what college football is about. We talk trash. We recruit your players. And if you're a Florida assistant, you're holding on for dear life, trying to get those players away from your recruits.
Shut up.
And telling players to shut up. She actually put her hands on some of the players.
Oh.
That came up. You see the video. She's shoving guys away. So we'll see.
Can't do that.
Yeah, don't put your hands on people. So we'll see if she gets reprimanded. A lot of people are asking, hey, know what happened if they would have pushed you back? So a lot of that Twitter conversation is going on. So we'll see what happens there. But, and then, of course, all the Florida fans, at least she cares. I wish Billy cared that much.
I mean, honestly, when you brought up with the fact that this was right by the Miami tunnel or something, so they had to walk past all the Florida recruits like that. Come on, what are we doing?
It's a bad spot.
That's Billy Napier should be fired for that.
Yeah,
aren't you supposed to know how to recruit?
It should be. It's a great view where they put them.
Put them by the other.
But put them by the other tunnel. Put them by your tunnel. Don't put them by the Miami tunnel. And now you have like two women trying to push football players away from your recruits. It's not a bet.
Florida's defensive line couldn't push those guys. You think these recruiting directors can?
Yeah, you got dominated in the trenches. Well, to be fair to them, the women in question, they opened up a couple holes, unlike Florida did, except for that one long run on a alignment bus. So there it is. We went around the world of college football, just giving you some of the stuff that went on. Got a couple more segments to go here before we wrap it up. Gallant George up next. But before that, I want to talk to you about the Red Bull Show Run coming to town September 7th out at Discovery Green. So what is that? What is that? It is not just F1 cars coming to the city. It is an entire event starting at 10. The gates open, and it's free, by the way. Now you can experience whether it be the entire Red Bull experience or you just care about the cars, because those cars, I won't say they're going to race. They're not going to race. It's just going to be two of Red Bull's F1 cars doing what F1 cars do, going around the city at a high rate of speed out at Discovery Green. So it's a chance to see those cars up close. It's a chance to experience all there is to know about F1 racing. If you're someone who likes racing, just doesn't know a lot about it, particularly F1, it's where you should be on September 7th. And it's not just about the cars I mentioned. They're going to have DJs throughout the day, so they're going to spin music. Also, food trucks are going to be out there from Lupe Tortilla, Crust Pizza, and Bad Chicks. That's a chicken food truck, if you weren't aware. So you've got food, you've got the fastest cars in motorsports, and you've got music all day long out at Discovery Green. If you want to know more about it, go to redbull.com/showrunhouston. That's redbull.com/showrunhouston. Red Bull Showrun coming to Houston September 7th out at Discovery Green.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The football nerd has projections for AFC win totals. We'll get to that. And she's not the typical football nerd, at least if you go to her Instagram. Cynthia Freeland is the football nerd in question. She's a numbers person. She looks a little different from our numbers person. One Lance Zerline, but she works for NFL.com and she has projections. We'll get to that here. I got a question from Dream Shake. He asked me if you think Deion is making sure his son's stat pads. I think that's in reference to late in the Colorado North Dakota State game where, you're trying to run the clock. They're trying to run out the clock to win the game, and Shedeur throws a Hail Mary. Not a Hail Mary. He throws a deep ball, pass interference, underthrown. It gets them a first down, and of course they eventually have to punt the ball away. Anyway, a lot about the Colorado program makes you question what they're actually looking to do. Like, the fact that you asked it, and I'm struggling to say yes or no, I think says all there needs to be said about Colorado. Like, I could say yes, that in a moment where you're just trying to get a first down and get out of the shadow of your own end zone and maybe put the game away, throwing the ball deep down the field, I could be persuaded to say that was a move to put up numbers for Shedeur. I don't know. I don't know. I'm leaning towards no. That was the option he chose because the guy was open down the field. And, of course, he underthrew the ball, which led to the pass interference, and it worked out. But throwing the football isn't crazy. Like, if you don't think you can control the line of scrimmage, go pick up first downs, maybe your best bet is to make them think you're going to run and throw the football. That's not crazy. It happens. And, of course, if it doesn't work out, you get killed afterwards because you stop the clock. I'm going to lean with they thought it was their best way to move the football down the final parts of that game, and that's why they threw it. But even you asking the question and me actually thinking about whether it's a valid one, I think it says all you need to say about how people think about Colorado football. But they won. They did beat North Dakota State in a close one.
Yeah, their running back, Dallas Hayden, averaged 2.2 yards per attempt.
Yes. So there is some logic behind throwing the football late to try to go get first downs to win the game. Because they probably weren't going to run against North Dakota State's front, which says a lot about Colorado. We know North Dakota State's a good program, and Colorado's still trying to build. And you know what? You put the ball in your best player's hand, and it worked out for a little bit. You get a first down out of it. And, of course, you had to get one final stop, and they won. So they're 1-0. And I will give credit to Deion for this. It was after the game, and I think his son does, the other son, not Shedeur or Shiloh, Deion Sanders Jr., he's got a burgeoning career behind the camera. So Deion has him film everything. And some behind-the-scenes sound was Deion crediting North Dakota State and saying, look at these plays. These 11 guys all attack the football. And this is just one of several plays I could point to because it's hereditary. It's what North Dakota State does. What are you guys passing down? This was passed down from the guys before him. It's why they win all those national titles. So he is about ball. But he is also about other things too, which can rub people the wrong way. Okay. Let's get to this before we go to break. And the sound you heard was me tapping my card because Sean doesn't have a key card. It's Labor Day, and the doors are all locked here. And Joe George, who will be coming up on Gallant George, doesn't have one either. Joe, what are you doing here? Where's your key card? Did you just leave it at home, or you don't have one?
No, I've been handing them off to part-timers.
So they can get in the building. Okay, that's nice of you. We don't have the ability to get extras for you. He just shrugs because that's kind of how things go around here sometimes. I don't know. Maybe. So that's the sound you heard. Let's get to this. Projections for the AFC as far as win totals are concerned. As you can guess, or maybe you don't guess because they didn't have a great regular season last year, the Chiefs head the list. They are at 11.4 wins. Their ceiling is 13.3. Their floor is 9.4. Number one on the list. Sean, have you looked at this list yet?
No, I've not.
Who do you think is number 2?
Number 2 in the AFC?
Projected win totals according to NFL.com.
Baltimore Ravens.
You are correct. They have a projected win total of 10.5, but a ceiling of 12.4. So nearly a game less as far as their ceiling than the Chiefs. I know the Chiefs have Patrick Mahomes.
They do.
And they have this institutional winning thing where we all just believe that they're going to win games. But I don't see them as at least in the regular season as just clearly a game better. Maybe it's just the division they're playing in. That would help.
I think
Baltimore's playing the AFC North, and we know the Chiefs are playing in a division where the only quarterback you would actually believe in right now is Justin Herbert.
Oh.
Maybe it is Bo Nix. We'll see how things go. And then you have Gardner Minshew in Las Vegas. So
three guys that have won the same amount of playoff games.
That's really an insult. It's really just an insult. Not really an insult because it's just true, but the Justin
facts.
Herbert thing.
Facts only.
Justin Herbert, the quarterback of one of the biggest how do you call it? It's not a comeback for them. What would you call it?
It's a blown lead.
Yeah, a blown lead in playoff history. He's a quarterback, and he's playing on a roster with no wide receiver help, and not a quarterback, but a former quarterback and a head coach who would much rather run the football 60 times a game if he could.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Justin Herbert does in his first year with Jim Harbaugh. So number 3 on the list, the Texans at 10.4. So between 10.4 and 10.5, that 0.1 is the difference between the Ravens and the Texans as far as projected win totals.
And Dell, you can't win 0.1 of a game.
It's very true. That's not actually how the NFL measures their wins. That's just a nerd with their math measuring wins. The Texans' ceiling is actually higher than the Ravens. Their ceiling is at 12.6, Ravens at 12.4. So just another, I don't know why the ceiling is higher. I imagine it's once again by the division again and who they're playing. Although the Texans play a lot of good quarterbacks this year, including Lamar Jackson. So 0.2 doesn't mean that much. It's just the numbers person doing numbers things. But they have a high ceiling. Just know the Texans at their best could win 12.6 games. Okay. It's either 12 or 13. You can't win 12.6. Pick a side. You can't win 12.6.
You can get 12 wins and a tie.
Now, of course, she's one. That's true. It's still only 12. It's not 12.6. But these projections are run thousands of times, so it's just simply dividing.
How many times do they get
averages?
0.6? Oh, no.
In averages, yeah, never. They never won 12.6 in one of their simulations.
You can go 12.
But maybe they won 10 once, 11 once, 14 a couple times. That's how it is, right? That's how math works. We're just dividing.
You go 12, 4, and 1. And that's 12 and a half wins.
That's
not quite 0.6.
It's not 12 and a half wins. A tie is not half of a win.
It is.
It's not.
It counts as half of a win.
You either win or you lose, Sean, or you tie. You don't get you don't get a point.
Win.
This isn't the table in the Premier League. You don't get a point for tying. That's half a win. You actually get something for it.
It's a third of a win.
It's true. It actually is just a third of a win, and you get a point for it. Shout out to Fulham, only getting a tie at Ipswich Town over the weekend.
It's really important for the Texans to, at the very least, on this trip to Indianapolis, at least get a result.
Yeah, the result is a win.
A result.
Yes, it's true. If we were treating this like a single table thing in soccer, a result would be a tie because you're on the road. You don't want to lose all three, but because we're Americans, the result is the win.
Come back to Houston with at least 1 point.
Leave there with something is what you're saying? No. As the haven of nonsense, turn this thing into nonsense. The Bengals are 4th, and the Jets are 5th. Those are the top 5 win projections. Now, the Jets, Dolphins, and Bills are all within 0.1. So, once again, it's just simply the simulation spitting the Jets out ahead. But those are the teams right now who are projected to win, at least according to Cynthia Freeland in the AFC, 10 wins. The Browns come in at 8.7. So, those are your playoff teams, the 10-win teams plus in the AFC, which is it's pretty standard. I think that's where a lot of people are. Maybe you think the Steelers or the Jags jump up there. But the teams mentioned 1 through 7, kind of the teams we expect to make the playoffs. So not groundbreaking, but I did just think it was interesting that because of her being a nerd, we've got 11.4 wins when we all know that's not possible. Just say 11.
Yeah. Or 11.5.
Well, that's for gambling purposes.
That's probably why. Yeah, that's probably why she doesn't go. Are there any 0.5s? I feel like all of you said were 0.1, 2, and 4.
There is not a 0.5 on the list.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Just trying to avoid being. She's messing with the numbers, so it's not gambling.
Maybe. You can find Cynthia Freeland on NFL.com.
Where else is she messing with the numbers? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know. Maybe her Instagram followers. Is she buying followers? Probably not. Have you seen Cynthia Freeland? She probably doesn't have to buy followers. All you dudes out there, you know what I'm talking about. I don't follow her, but you guys know what I'm talking about. We got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up in Gallant George. I can hear them outside, so I know they're here. So the programming day will continue. It doesn't end with us. Gallant George will follow us when we come back. But before I throw it to them, I want to talk about my bookie one more time. Maybe Cynthia Freeland's information has cemented where you think the Texans are going to land when it comes to wins. You can bet on them right now at my bookie. It is a week 1 week. We are there for the NFL. We're just a couple days away from the NFL season beginning. And if you think the Chiefs are going to start off their chance to win three titles in a row with a win, you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. You got the Friday game with the Packers and the Eagles. Maybe going to Brazil makes the Eagles more multidimensional and can handle the blitz, something they couldn't do last year. And you think they're going to take out the Packers. Go to mybookie.ag and put some money down on the Eagles if you so choose. So we've got football. We're right around the corner from the NFL beginning. We've got college football tonight with BC and Florida State. Of course, the Astros are in action against the Reds. You can use MyBookie to further your winnings, or you can go on their live betting option or use their live betting option to kind of bounce back if your initial bet wasn't one that is going your way. The live casino is there too. Use the promo code BET975 to make your money go further. If you're a new customer and if you're an existing customer, you can use that promo code as well. So mybookie.ag is a website. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Our final segment here before we hand it off to Gallant George, and they will take you till 3. And they'll be followed by the Killer Bees. All right, Sean. Now the college football weekend isn't completely over. We got the Labor Day matchup, the consistent, usually subpar ACC matchup. It's always Monday. It's been their slot for years now. It's Florida State, BC. We'll see if Florida State can respond from their loss in Ireland. We didn't talk a lot about Texas. There wasn't a lot to talk about other than the appearance of one Quinn Ewers. Not Quinn Ewers. We talked about Quinn Ewers in our chat, but the appearance of Eli Manning. Now, Quinn Ewers has a commercial.
Arch Manning, not Eli.
Yeah. Eli, I'm sure, made his way on TV at some point. But yeah, Arch Manning is the Manning of conversation right now in college football. So we had a conversation about Quinn Ewers. He's in a new commercial with Dr. Pepper, and he makes reference to a famous name and a backup. And our thought was at some point that commercial is going to happen, and when we come back from break, he's going to get pulled for Arch Manning. Now, you were all in on that early on, but he was scuffled early. The offense scuffled. They figured it out. Obviously, they scored a lot of points. Texas review. What did you see? What did you like from that game? There's some questions about running back depth. Did you feel good about what you saw heading into Michigan on Saturday? And they're playing Colorado State, by the way.
Yeah, they beat Colorado State 52-0. So keep that in mind with all that we say. That this game ended 52-0. The depth, I don't love the depth. There is a little bit of I wish we could just sim to end at a certain point, just because the worst part is you have to run the ball to drain the clock, but then that's the guys that absolutely cannot get hurt anymore. So you find yourself in a weird spot where you're like, just hand it off to anybody. Hand off to backup defensive backs. So no one, if anyone gets hurt, it's not a running back. But I thought in the first quarter, Texas came out a little slow. The offensive line wasn't getting great push on the running plays against Colorado State, and Ewers had a tip ball interception. Whatever. It wasn't good, but then for the rest of the game, I think Texas went 7 for 7 with touchdowns or red zone. I think it was red zone offensive possessions converted into touchdowns for the rest of the game. So I ultimately there's nothing really to complain, but there's also nothing really to show against Colorado State. They held I forgot what the wide receiver's name is. Torrey Horton,
yeah.
And the quarterback, who both could have been millionaires at different schools.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those two guys, particularly the quarterback, we questioned. He said he stayed at Colorado State when he could have gone elsewhere for at least $600K in NIL deal. Yeah. We questioned it at the moment.
So he turned down a 6-figure deal
to get his ass kicked by Texas.
To put up 0 figures at DKR. Defense looks good, but again, look what we're talking about. But the defense did that's probably the only real thing is that you wonder how they respond without Sweat and Murphy. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more on.
They'll get edges. A test.
Yeah, it'll be more on the edges than up the middle this year. Be more Trey Moore, and yeah, I really it's a good thing as a fan, but as someone to talk about it, it's like they just beat the crap out of them. They beat Mountain West team.
They beat the crap out of a team they should have beat the crap out of, and they got Michigan up next. And will Michigan
it's gonna be a tough one?
Will Michigan find any offense? Will their offensive line play better?
They will.
They did not play well, particularly when they were trying to block for Donovan Edwards. They did not play well against Fresno. I know that's you. You comfort yourself. You don't want to get too overconfident after watching Michigan against Fresno State. You tell yourself they were hiding things.
Yeah, that's why they couldn't run block.
Yeah,
they didn't want to put run blocking on film.
They were hiding things. Davis Warren, who played quite a bit because Alex Orji, who the offense is kind of built around, they didn't go out and go get a big-time wide receiver because they thought they're going to be able to run the ball and use his legs. Well, he's got to be able to complete some passes. He didn't do a lot of that against Fresno State, so Davis Warren, a guy who kind of came out of nowhere, took the most snaps. Will he be the starter against Texas? Probably. So you're going to get less athletic at the quarterback position. Will you get more efficient? I don't know. Texas, they're gonna face a team who has a question at quarterback. That's a pretty good way to enter a game. will Michigan have some answers? That'll be the question. Before we go, we didn't talk about this. Ricky Pearsall shot in the chest and is already out of the hospital. Now, according to his mother, the bullet went. He's a San Francisco 49er rookie wide receiver, played at Florida. I think at Arizona State too before he transferred to Florida. The bullet went through his chest, didn't hit any vital organs, and came out of his back. So he was in the middle. He was being robbed. Obviously, it wasn't a non-violent robbery. I think he is out of the hospital, stable condition. But the fact that you get shot in the chest and the bullet goes through you and out of your back is nuts. There's footage of him walking around after the incident. I think they're taking him into the ambulance. And the fact that he's even moving and been able to be on his 2 feet is remarkable. So Ricky Pearsall already released from the hospital after shot in the chest. So thankfully that went that way as opposed to the way it could have been. Just an absolutely crazy story. And hopefully he can recover, and whenever he decides and is able to, he can continue his career. But fortunate Ricky Pearsall in stable condition, out of the hospital. Rookie wide receiver for the 49ers. We are done for the day. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. They will take you through till 6. I think the Astros have a game in the middle of the afternoon, 3:10. So the Killer Bees will keep you updated on that if you so choose. Sean, had our first full weekend of college football. We talked about it. I feel pretty good. And since I feel pretty good, what do? We did it! We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
4-game sweep of the Royals, 8-6 over the toughest stretch of the year, 5 wins in a row, season high 13 games above 500, up 6 games on the Seattle Mariners, just 3 games back of the Guardians for the 2 seed, and the Astros wrap up 18 games in 18 days this afternoon with Justin Verlander on the hill against a guy with a 6.43 ERA. Times are good. Hello, I am back. Joe,
Welcome back.
What is up, bud?
I missed you.
You missed me?
I did. I also missed football, and football's back.
Football is back. We saw some college football last night.
Mm-hmm.
Great game between USC and LSU.
Go Trojans.
Texas A&M, disappointing.
Oh, that catch that they just showed on TV was so sick.
The
one-handed catch in the middle of the field, incredible.
I mean, that guy made 2 awesome catches last night for USC. The Aggies lost to Notre Dame. I suppose it was a noble loss considering Connor Wigman doesn't know how to throw the football. Texas is back. Sean's Horns, they got a 52-0 win. We saw a little Arch Manning. Everything is good on this Monday, Labor Day. And I got to say, I'm a little bit ashamed to be working today.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's Labor Day.
I know.
What are we doing here, first of all?
Getting comp days.
Okay.
Working.
For those who don't know, a comp day is a compensation day where we work on a holiday in exchange for another day off down the road. I still ask that question. I know that my pop-up, who's dead and gone forever, but God bless him. I never got to meet him. He was a longshoreman at the Philly docks, and I'm pretty sure that man who was ripping butts all the way to the end would put a cigarette out on my chest right now, this World War II veteran, for being a scab and breaking the labor pact on this Labor Day.
Or would he say, Paul, you don't have a real job, you should be working?
No, he wouldn't say that.
Okay.
He would say, you got to take this day off because bleep the bosses.
But here's the thing. If this was any other Monday in the last month and a half, I would feel different. I'm just so glad football's back. And it helps.
It's not really
But
back.
we're so close. We're so close.
See, how many times have we said that? How many times did you say that last week when I was gone?
But, Paul, there's literally a football game that matters on Thursday.
That's true.
The Chiefs and the Ravens, Thursday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
We definitely said football is back last Thursday.
Definitely.
Well, at LeBron.
But we were talking about college football.
Okay.
And to be fair, when we were at LeBurge, college football actually was back because games were happening.
I don't know if college football was really back. I mean, we saw some ugly-ass football over the weekend, right?
Yeah, it started. Started versus back are 2 different things.
It's
That's
the preseason. Fair. I mean, the Georgia-Clemson game, Clemson looks terrible. There's a lot of bad football the first couple of weeks. Really, the USC-LSU game, okay, maybe I can admit that football's back. But the Astros are back to being the Houston Astros. It's really nice to see that I could go away, much like I left my cat here in Houston when I was gone in Colorado and in Boston, that I can leave the Astros alone by themselves and that they take care of business. And I'm ready to plop my schmenzer on the table with a big old take right here, okay?
Oh.
Sean, could I get some, I don't know, maybe like lightning strike sound effects or something like that? Because I'm about to go Paul Stradamus, okay? I'm about to go Paul Stradamus. I have my wizard hat on right now. And after seeing the Astros win 5 in a row, after seeing the Astros go 8-6 over the season toughest stretch, I am making a bold prediction right now. The Astros will play in the American League Championship Series.
Let's go.
And you have all seen it right here. The man who once correctly predicted, didn't pull it out of his butt, that the Houston Texans would go 10-7 is now predicting that your Houston Astros will be in an 8th straight American League Championship Series. Bam! I'm a powerful magician.
I'm gonna side with the magician here, Paul.
You're in?
I'm with you. I will stand with my fellow scab today, and I will join you and say, Astros ALCS 8th straight. I don't have a cool hat.
I bought this so that I could live stream myself playing Harry Potter.
No. That's not
kidding.
true.
I did. I bought this so I could live stream myself playing Harry Potter, and then I found out the game doesn't work on my computer.
What house are you?
Slytherin.
All right, let me shoot a text out to my friends at the Space Cowboys. They did a Harry Potter night, and they had Harry Potter jerseys. So I'll see if I can get you a Slytherin jersey.
Yeah. I mean, I think that makes me a racist by proxy if I'm a Slytherin.
I don't think so.
I think it does, right? Were there any good Slytherins?
No, but that doesn't mean you're racist.
I don't know. Slytherins,
There's
Nazis?
a lot of good people on both sides.
Yeah.
Look at Draco Malfoy, Slytherin #1. My God, he's more Aryan than the master race.
But there's black guys in the Slytherin.
That's true. There are.
No, they don't show up into the last 2 movies. But like, they're there.
Anyway, I'm gonna continue to wear this hat, but I think now with the Astros schedule the rest of the way really easy. The AL West is done. And I know we got in trouble for this last year where we called the Rangers dead at about this time, and the division was very, very close until the very end. I don't see the Mariners turning things around. And if there was a moment for the Astros to falter and potentially blow this, it would have been these last 14 days. So now I'm looking at the Guardians, a Guardians team that was struggling against this very Kansas City Royals team that you beat 4 games in a row earlier this past week. And I'm thinking to myself, you really got a chance at the first round bye. I think it's going to happen too. I mean, what they did, especially of late, to wrap up a month where they're still dealing with injuries in the rotation and in the pitching staff and in the lineup, and they're squeaking by at the plate, but the offense, the pitching for this team, tops in baseball this past month. And I mean, everyone is contributing. Hunter Brown looks great. Yusei Kikuchi finally goes 7 innings over the weekend. Framber Valdez almost throws another no-hitter. Everything is really coming together at the perfect time. And assuming health, which is always something you can't do with this team, you feel really good about their ability to do all the things that we expect them to do on an annual basis.
Yeah, the Astros put this out. The Astros' 2.51 ERA in August was the best in Major League Baseball. And their 185 opponents batting average was the second lowest in any month by any team in MLB history.
That's pretty good.
I mean, you're having a historic level run from your pitching staff. They've been incredible. All these guys, they're getting contributions from Spencer Arrighetti, and like you said, Hunter Brown. Even Blanco has had good starts, and now he's going to move to the bullpen at some point. Dana Brown said on the flagship yesterday. So that's going to strengthen your bullpen. Hector Neris has been pretty good when he's not facing Bobby Witt. Gave up back-to-back home runs or back-to-back days with home runs against him. But I'm with you. The way the Guardians are playing, the way the AL West is shaping out, the AL West is done. I'm with you. Seattle, it's different than last year. They fired their manager. They had an opportunity when they went 2-1 to start after they fired Scott Service. I think they won their next series as well. It was because the Giants and then the Rays. And then they just lost 2 or 3 to the Angels. They're 6 games back. They're collapsing on themselves. Their offensive additions that they made at the deadline have made 0 contribution. And it really feels that the last 3 games of the season, Paul, when you play the Cleveland Guardians, might be your first playoff series because it might determine if you're playing it in a 3-game series or a 5-game series.
I totally forgot that is the last series of the year. That will be interesting to see how both teams handle that. I mean, you want to skip around, no doubt about it. And there's a very good chance that both teams will be within striking distance of one another. I guess you could maybe make the case that with the way that the Astros are playing of late, that maybe those 3 games won't matter.
That'd be nice.
With the way the Guardians are playing and just with the actual strength of the American League Central, which, unlike the AL West, is actually a good division, then maybe that helps them out a little bit. But yeah, I'm coming back. I'm feeling really good about where this team is. And it's interesting because the first weekend I'm gone where they lose 2 or 3 to the Phillies and they split the series with the Baltimore Orioles. You might be wavering a little bit. They took care of business. That was it. That was the toughest stretch of the entire season. 8-6 is pretty good. I was looking for 7-7. 8-6 is better than what I was looking for.
Yeah, when we were talking about it last week, they should have swept Baltimore, but we felt okay on Monday that they split the series. But they had leads in both the Friday and Saturday game. And then, you lose the first 2 games of the Phillies series, and you definitely feel a lot worse. It changes the perspective of the Orioles series, but then it all balances out with the 5-game winning streak, starting with the 10-0 win against the Phillies on Wednesday. And really, you're only challenging you have sporadically hard series. You have, the 77-win Diamondbacks coming up after the Reds. You've got the Padres later on around the 16th. They're also 77 wins right now and in the playoffs. And then you wrap up with the Guardians, but around that is 7 games with the Angels mixed in, 3 games with the A's. Like, it would be a bye week is there for the taking because you're playing bums and your pitching's elite right now. Yordan Alvarez is on a heater, hit his first home run since June 22nd at home. Kyle Tucker's around the corner. Like, the vibes are just good. They're real good right now, Paul.
They are very good. It's nice to come back to that. He's Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in on this Labor Day. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text the HRNP listener line. You can join us on our Twitch at ESPN 975 or on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston. You can tweet us too. At Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes Behind the Glass. Coming up next, Joe just mentioned Kyle Tucker. Some very good news when it comes to a potential Kyle Tucker return. But we also have an interesting story when it comes to the Astros because they always make it interesting when it comes to who's available and who's not. What are we talking about this time? Stick around. Gallant and George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Jose to left, going back on it at the wall, and that ball is off the wall, coming around third, and that's a game winner. An RBI double by Jose Altuve, and the Astros walk it off.
That a baby 2.
How many times have we seen it?
We even got an Altuve walk-off over the weekend, making up for Josh Hader, allowing a ninth-inning home run that tied the game.
Never happened.
It is one of those things where it had been a while, so you're not as annoyed with Josh Hader as you might have been earlier in the regular season. But it was nice to see Altuve make up for that as the Astros get a 4-game sweep of the Kansas City Royals over the weekend. And on top of that, they've won now 5 games. They lead the AL West by 6. They're 3 back of Cleveland for the number 2 spot in the American League, which means that they wouldn't have to play in that BS wild card round that we never want to see the Astros in. We do have a couple of contributions to the conversation from the 832. If we can get consistent offense to match the pitching, that'd be great. Do you see consistent offense coming from this team when they're healthy?
No.
You think so? You think it's just not going to be a regular thing?
Sporadic at best. I mean, because you have Jordan and Bregman when he's healthy, and Altuve and Tucker when he's healthy, and Pena and Ben Gamble. Like, hey, look.
His walk-up song's cool.
Hey, he's been hitting 5th, okay? And he hit a home run this weekend in the Altuve walk-off game. They can do enough. I don't know if they'll be consistent, but with the pitching, I think they can do enough to get you wins.
It's tougher to do it in the playoffs, but the pitching has been doing such a great job of late. If this does continue, and it has been a season-long thing, even with all the injuries, how it's beyond me, but I'm happy with it. And pitching does win you championships. You're going to need, though, those bats to perform. Jordan doing what he did yesterday, getting 2 home runs at Minute Maid, which for whatever reason he just couldn't do this year, makes me feel better about them changing the batter's eye color, which they did, even though the team was hitting better at home and winning at home this year. So we'll see if the offense can be a little more consistent, but Joe's not feeling it, and I'll agree at this moment in time. Another text from the 936. Slytherin is the Clemson of Hogwarts. In the first segment, I did a prediction that the Astros are going to the ALCS. I put on a Wizards hat, and I shared with everybody that I would be Slytherin in Hogwarts. For those who don't know, Hogwarts is a fictional school for witchcraft and wizardry. It's a children's book series, young adult book series, and Slytherin was known as the racist house, which also was the house.
I just love the way you're describing this.
Which also was the house of Wizard Hitler, a.k.a. Voldemort. I'm just sharing with people who don't know. So I'm based off of an online test that I took, I would have been selected into that same house, 4 houses, as Wizard Hitler, a.k.a. Voldemort.
It is funny that they did have a school and like one house is like, this is where all the bad guys go.
Yeah.
Right.
Like this is where the evil kids go.
Pretty much.
I mean, you're just put them, but that way it's like it's easier to contain them. Probably. You just put all the bad kids in a corner. You're just like, hey, we only got to keep an eye on this.
We know what they're about.
Yeah, like we know this group. We know what they're about. Instead of spreading them out and mixing them in, having figure out who's good, who's bad. Those are the bad kids.
It's weird because they're portrayed as ambitious, and honestly, doesn't seem to be much of a difference between Gryffindor is like the cool kid house. Hufflepuff is where the dorks go.
Yep.
And Ravenclaw is where the nerds go. Now, the difference between a nerd is the nerds are smart, and the dorks, Hufflepuff. Honestly, a lot of people think that they're. To be frank, it is Labor Day. I don't think many people are listening. Pussies. So, like, that's just Hufflepuff's reputation.
Yeah, I didn't know that was their.
Yeah, everyone like Cedric Diggory,
which
greatest
book does that
Hufflepuff
come
ever.
up?
Dead. Dead. Anyway, sorry, that's way too much. That's way too much Harry Potter for one show.
You know what? It's Labor Day. Anything goes. At this point, like anything goes. Whatever questions you guys want to ask us, like Paul's got airplane stories. I've got a criminal in my house.
You got a criminal? What did Junior do this time?
See my glasses?
Oh, he broke your glasses?
Stole them. Can't find them.
He does that a lot, though, right?
But they're real gone this time.
That's a you problem. But by this point, you should have learned. You need to get lanyards for them or something.
I know, but he's
Wait, like a teacher? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Maybe you're right.
But you've told me this before.
I know this is not the first time, but this time they're real gone.
Or buy a pair, keep one like in your car.
Yeah, I guess we're moving to contacts. I think I'm just done with glasses. We're going back to contacts full time. It alleviates all these issues until he finds a way to steal the contacts. Then I can't drive. Like then we have a real problem. So one step at a time. But yeah. Oh, also Yordan Alvarez hit 3 home runs in the Phillies series or the last game of the Phillies series. That was awesome too. When he's on a heater, he's like he's maybe the best hitter in baseball.
Basically, when you see Yordan on a heater, you just think to yourself, please, for the love of God, don't get hurt doing something really trivial and minor. Just don't do that. Thank you. That's all we're looking for. Speaking of, it's time for another episode of Astros ER. Great update when it comes to Kyle Tucker, at least based off of Joe Espada and Dana Brown. We could see Kyle Tucker potentially Wednesday or Thursday in this weird 3-game series against Cincinnati featuring an off day in the middle of the series. I can't remember ever seeing something like this, but that's besides the point. Tucker might not need a rehab assignment. He took live batting practice yesterday and he hit a home run. He has been out, as we all know, since June 3rd. So we are a day away from 3 months.
And he's in Cincinnati, which they said was possible, which that does lean to the fact that maybe he is going to play on Wednesday or Thursday, because that was one of the questions was just, does he actually travel with the team? He's there. Matt Kawahara from the Chronicle said. So that's a very positive update as well. So maybe it's time. It's Kyle Tucker time.
I'm curious what he's going to be like for the first couple of games.
Can't be worse than Chaz.
That is a great point.
But he can be worse than Ben Gamble.
Gamble's playing well.
I know he is.
I'm very surprised by that, to see that. I think he's got something like 11 hits his first 30 at-bats. That was at least a tweet I saw. I was getting yelled at regularly over the course of the week for looking on my phone and looking on Twitter and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my dad gets mad at me. He thinks I'm addicted to my phone. And to a degree, he is correct. I didn't need to be looking at it as much as I did.
Yeah, you had to come back to work at some point.
Yeah, I was trying to keep tabs on it. It was nice, though, to go away, and the Astros just took care of business over and over again. The weird Astros injury update. Chas McCormick, who you might remember was demoted last week so that the Astros could add Jason Hayward. He is back because Jake Myers is on the paternity list. So McCormick can come back even though he was demoted less than 10 days ago because somebody's on the paternity list. A player placed on Major League Baseball's paternity list must miss 1 game, but no more than 3 games. So I imagine he's just going to miss this entire Cincinnati series. Nice that they have a little day off in the middle and join the Astros for their next series. This is going to tick some people off. Don't care. I am a big believer that if you are planning to have kids and you're an athlete, you should try to have them during the offseason. I get it. Some people have different religious beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
I get it.
Accidents happen.
Life is more important than sports, and accidents happen. All sorts of things. But if you can, I'm a big believer you should try to do it during the offseason. Now,
at least
the Astros are kind of in the offseason phase of their schedule.
Yeah, like it's not the postseason,
right?
So it's still it's 162. That's what the only reason why I give baseball players a pass on that is you got like a 4-month window here, like from because you're the Astros, so you have November through February. I guess the middle of March of like when your best time to have a baby is. It's a small window, unlike football players and things like that. So give them a little bit of a break here.
Do we get paternity leave here at this company? Do we get paid over paternity leave? Okay. I'm looking at the Family and Medical Leave Act is a law that requires covered employers to provide at least 12 weeks of unpaid paternity leave time after the birth or adoption of a child.
Unpaid?
Right. I don't know why it says unpaid.
So I think that means that I could leave for 3 months. if we were having another
And
baby.
you won't lose your job.
And my job would come back. But
You just won't get paid.
Yeah. If we get paid 2 weeks.
Maybe. So I guess the typical benefit is 60 to 70% of your weekly salary, but very bizarre. Anyway, I know some people get really nice paternity leave time, and you can be gone for quite some time. Don't worry about that with me in the near future. Alex Bregman, he's a father. He has missed the last 3 games due to the elbow injury that he is dealing with. He also will be out for today's game. He played on Thursday, but he got ejected from the game.
Yeah, that's a weird one because, like Sean and I were talking about it last week, they kept, we talked about the Gremlins and managing it, but then all of a sudden he just kept playing third base. And it's like everything's fine. And then he gets ejected from the game, and then now he hasn't played since. And he was available yesterday if they needed him, but he's not in the lineup today. So my guess is that they just feel comfortable with where they're at in the division and who they're playing, and maybe he'll be back on Wednesday. But maybe like Wednesday we'll get Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman back in the lineup on the same day. That'd be nice. But the Bregman injury is just, he said they're going to have to manage it. I guess this is managing it, where he's just going to miss chunks of games in the regular season so that way he can tough it out in the playoffs.
Yeah. I wonder if it can get to a point where it feels better enough for him to play third base. I'm guessing no. And you're going to have to continue to throw randos out there. Shea Whitcomb days.
Great. I mean, I guess in the playoffs it's Dubon, who's going to be at third base today.
Dubon's the only guy that I want playing third base in the playoffs.
Yeah, when it comes to playoff time, that's the guy who should be out there. And
I no offense to Shea Whitcomb. Sorry, I don't want to see him out there at any point during the postseason.
And hopefully they just don't play in any of those ballparks where they feel really uncomfortable with Jordan playing in left field. And maybe he's just going to have to play in left. And it'll be Bregman at third with Jordan in left. And then, Dubon at third, or Whitcomb, I guess. But the more Doobie at third, the better in this scenario. But none of it's great.
Presley, by the way, Ryan Presley's back from a 15-day injured list stint for a lower back strain. That is Astros ER. 3 games against the Cincinnati Reds with a weird off day. Do you know why the off day is happening?
No, I don't.
I'm too lazy to look it up. It's bizarre.
It's like they had a very few amount of games today, which is stupid because Major League Baseball, this is why they're the worst. A day in which most people in the country are not working. And instead of having a full slate of games, you have only half the league playing. Then you have teams off tomorrow.
Baseball's labor union, man. Strong.
I was going to say, I assume it's because they're playing on Labor Day that they get the next day off. But I don't know.
No, the Yankees play tomorrow.
They played today and tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it's a full slate of games tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just except for like the Astros.
It's bizarre.
Is there something going on in Cincinnati?
That's what I was thinking. Is there a Taylor Swift concert or something? That's what I assumed was
Won't be
happening.
at the Reds place, though.
Yeah. What is happening? Is it Skyline Chili Night at the ballpark?
Is it Harambe Day?
You know what? No, that's a good one. When did Harambe?
I think
it was over the summer.
I feel like we're like in Harambe season.
When did Harambe?
Like we're like
it was like June.
May 28th.
Yeah.
Okay.
2016.
So we missed it.
It's pretty sad that I know that off the top of my head. I was pretty close.
I
off the
mean,
top of my
this is
head.
like what year was that?
2016.
So what, you were in college?
Yeah, I was 20.
So that's like when Harambe died. For the kids who were in college,
big
like
news in my
they
life.
made it a big deal. Like there was T-shirts and everything. So I see why that moment stuck with you, Sean.
So tomorrow there's the Sister Circle weekly virtual meetup.
Okay.
That's
in
virtual.
Cincinnati, but that's also virtual, right? The Goron technique, a monumental breakthrough in mental health.
Okay.
There's the singles party with Marissa M.
That might be it.
Tomorrow at 8 in Cincinnati. And there's Business Behind with Rob Carlisle. That's at the Metropolitan Club, 4:30 tomorrow. Tickets are $20. The Bar Chatting Friendship Night, which is at 10 a.m.
What?
tomorrow. Maybe Cincinnati's a bunch of alcoholics. Turn Up Dance Fitness with Love. Nothing is happening in Cincinnati tomorrow to merit a day off for the Astros.
Yeah, they're just random day off.
Okay. It's bizarre. Anyway, the Astros play tonight. Excuse me, this afternoon. They do not play tomorrow night against the Reds. 2 games after that. Up next, college football's first real weekend is in the books. And last night, we saw something really, really funny.
that I'm sure a lot of people will crack up at when you hear it next. Stick around, Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul Sean behind the glass. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros on a roll. 5 dubs in a row. 6 games up on the Mariners in the AL West after a 4-game sweep of the Kansas City Royals yesterday, completed with Yordan Alvarez getting 2 home runs. Nice way to wrap things up. They got the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon with Justin Verlander on the hill. I don't know who the Cincinnati guy is, but his ERA is 6.43, so I'm guessing he sucks.
I think that's a fair assumption. I also don't know who it is, but if you have that big of an ERA, you're usually pretty bad.
Unless you're Yusei Kikuchi, you're just being misused.
Well, yeah, I mean, like if they traded for this Julian Aguirre, if the Astros did, I'd say he's gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 ERA by a couple starts.
Guaranteed. They figure it out every single time. So yesterday we had a great college football game. I don't know how many people got to watch it. More on that in a moment. But ultimately, USC, newest member of the Big Ten, at the Death Star in Las Vegas, they marched down the field for a last-minute victory over the LSU Tigers and Brian Kelly. After the game was the funniest thing for a lot of people who are diehard college football fans, because I feel like when it comes to college football coaches, Joe, there are few figures with a lower Q rating than LSU head coach Brian Kelly. And I'm not talking about because of his tendency to try to workshop Southern accents. I'm more talking about the time he had the video person that was recording practice during what was a tornado at Notre Dame, and that person fell and died. And it's a really sad story. It doesn't really, I don't know. I think a lot of people are wondering how much remorse was there. But after LSU lost, Brian Kelly got a little bit cranky.
We had some guys played their butts off tonight, and we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things, about not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over. And I'm so angry about it that I got to do something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach.
The headline on ESPN reads, Brian Kelly slams fist in anger after loss to USC.
This is Brian Kelly 101. I mean, this is the same guy that he
left Joe's Notre Dame program.
Yeah, misspoke when he said he wanted his players to execute better, but then was like, some of these players need to be executed.
That's just a slip up of words. I mean, everyone does that. We jump down people's throats when it happened, but when it happens, but like just right there, I said happen instead of happens. Mistakes happen when you are speaking the English language.
He is 0-6 against the spread since 2019 in game 1. His teams are always, they seem underprepared in the first game of the season. It was why Notre Dame fans had a beef with him. It's why LSU fans have one with him now, because he just seems unprepared in the big moments. And now sometimes it's quarterbacks. His quarterbacks are not good. He seems to have a really hard time recruiting them. He has never really had like an elite guy. We had Jaden Daniels last year, but like normally when he is his recruits, he seems to struggle to find them. But it just is one of those coaches that to me falls short in big games. Like, I know it's Notre Dame bias, but I think back to the playoff games and when they're losing by 30 points and it's not even competitive.
Leaving Notre Dame bias, perhaps.
Yeah, leaving for sure. It's definitely in there. I love watching Brian Kelly lose. He left Notre Dame.
Did you like him when he was at Notre Dame?
I was mixed.
You were mixed.
There was years
even though he was the best coach that you guys had in a really long time.
Because it felt like you could have better, but it always felt like you could have better than Brian Kelly.
Notre Dame, there's a lot of programs, and no offense, Sean, Texas is also a part of this, that thinks they could do better than what they actually get. And I mean, Brian Kelly at Notre Dame, you're in South Bend, Indiana, for God's sakes. Like, I mean, the fact that you're winning any games or that anyone wants to go there, that anyone can get into the school with the academic restrictions is interesting. It's not that big of a deal that he loses the first game of the year every single year, though, now that the college football playoff has expanded, right? I mean,
doesn't matter.
This is going to be just in the rearview mirror. The Tigers are going to probably have a chance ultimately at the end of the year to make it in as one of the 12 teams. It just might have to go a longer road.
It's definitely more frustrating, though. It's definitely, if you're an LSU fan, because it feels like they're always in that standalone, either Saturday night or the standalone like they were last night, Sunday night game, where they lose and they lose close. And
Florida State last year, right?
Well, Florida State, they didn't lose close. In their defense, they got blown out. But the year before, and the year before, they lost on a missed extra point against Florida State in, I think that was a Sunday or Monday night game. Last year, blown out I think that was a Saturday night. And last night, to lose that way and have to hold USC to 27 points and still lose is not something a lot of people had on their bingo cards. And I thought their quarterback, Nussmeier, is fine, but like he said, there was just weird execution down the stretch where them having to settle for the field goal to tie it 2020. To me, that's kind of where they lost the game.
Yeah, they've got a weird schedule this year. It's not the most daunting. Right now, if you look at the current rankings, they've got only 2 games this season versus top 10 teams. The rest of the year, they got Ole Miss and Alabama, but they play A&M and Oklahoma, and Vanderbilt, who beat Virginia Tech this weekend. But it's not the hardest SEC schedule, so their season's definitely not over. That's one of the reasons why I like the 12-team college football playoff. I know that it takes away some of the excitement, but I kind of hate the idea that you do schedule an out-of-conference game week 1, and that game should matter and mean something, but then you lose that game and like your season's dead. I think that sucked with the BCS and the 14 playoffs. So I like the idea that you can lose to USC, but then have a great conference schedule and still make the college football playoff.
I never felt like it was that much of a detractor on a resume because it really is the timing of when you lose. It always felt like you would ignore, to a degree, those early losses. But you're right. Now it almost matters. 0.
Mm-hmm.
And LSU just has to take care of the SEC schedule a little bit more. I expect them to. They're always talented. It's just they always seem to have mental lapses no matter who the coach is.
Yeah.
Perhaps that is a reflection of the great state of Louisiana.
No, and the other
Fun
thing for Brian Kelly too is if you look at the history of their coaches, a lot of their coaches, if not all of them, have won a national championship since Nick Saban in their second or third year. I mean, Saban, who was before Coach Orgeron that did it?
Les Miles.
Les Miles. That's the name I was looking for. They win early. I mean, so like that's part of the pressure, really for him this year, is that you have that success early on as an LSU coach, and that's why there are expectations for this team. It could have been worse, but I do think the prime time in Vegas, all the cool videos of them taking over the casinos out there, and like bringing out the trumpets and playing neck and everything like that, like all that stuff. Just lose the game is it's tough.
Would have been tough if USC lost the game too. I mean, these bozos who are generally just a bunch of rich kids that couldn't get into a real school in California, and their rich parents pay for them to go to said school. I'm not bitter about USC at all, by the way, as you can tell with me describing this.
Did you try to get in?
No.
Okay.
Just the love of my life transferred there from Syracuse. So, I'm not a big fan of it. But these film school bozos, in the video that they had, this like awesome little video that they had and showed, I want to say just on all social media platforms before the game, shows a bunch of the Trojan players inside the Trojan horse. These dumbasses forgot that the Trojan horse is why the Trojans died. It's a mythological civilization, supposedly never existed, but the Greeks were in a long war with them in the book The Odyssey by Homer, and at the very end, the Greeks were like, F this, seemingly retreating, and they leave this giant wooden horse with wheels outside the city, and these bozo Trojans are like, oh, this is so cool. Let's bring it inside the city. And there's a bunch of Greeks inside, and the Greeks just kill everybody, and they burn the whole city. That's why the Trojans lost, the Trojan horse. You should keep the Trojan horse away from you, and any reference to it to you. You never have that in a video.
Yeah, you gotta fact check when you're doing these, when these college kids are making videos. And then they had the mascot. His sword spike.
Oh, I saw that.
It didn't go well.
I mean,
it didn't go well.
There were a lot of moments before that game that made it seem like USC was going to lose, and they did. And I'm going to give Kyron Hudson all the credit, because Kyron Hudson had that ridiculous one-handed catch.
Mm-hmm.
The gloves are really strong these days. He also, though, the more impressive catch that I thought he had was down the stretch right before USC scored that last-second touchdown. He makes this incredible catch on the sideline. He gets rocked. I mean, I don't know if they ultimately called a targeting penalty. I saw the highlights. They did call a targeting penalty there. I'm not sure if it was, but that was a hell of a catch. And he hung on to it after getting absolutely decked by that LSU defender.
I thought they looked good. I was surprised with USC. I mean, this is a team that they went out and they brought in the North Dakota State head coach, right? And then the defensive coordinator from UCLA to be their co-defensive coordinators this year. I know it sounds stupid, but they just looked like they learned how to tackle for the first time in Lincoln Riley program history, whether it's there or Oklahoma. Their defense was pretty good. I mean, I thought Nussmeier was fine for LSU, but USC's defense was solid. It's better than what they've had in the last 2 years. So that, and Miller Moss was pretty good as well. So
USC quarterback.
Yeah. If I was USC, I would feel very happy with my start to the season, because the Big Ten it's after that win, like I think it's in play for them.
Definitely makes you feel good if you could beat an SEC team going into the Big Ten schedule, especially too. I saw a bunch of people commenting on the game. It's like LSU looks so much faster than USC. Well, I mean, the final score doesn't indicate that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Because we did play Brian Kelly throwing a temper tantrum, I thought we could put this on the table. Who are people in the world of sports that you like to root against? Because I think everybody enjoyed deep down inside watching Brian Kelly squirm. And quick thoughts on the very few things that happened last week that I didn't get a chance to blab about. It is Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros are on a roll. They've won 5 in a row. They open up a series against the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon with Justin Verlander on the hill. The first pitch is at 3 o'clock. We hope you're having a good Labor Day, assuming you have the day off. We two scabs are here for you. And in the commercial break, we were trying to figure out why it is that Brian Kelly is so disliked. I brought up that as the head coach of Notre Dame, he had that student who went up in the elevated camera tower, which fell over during a storm. And I assume that was the big reason. But, Joe, that was something that
I forgot.
You had to remember.
Yeah, honestly, like I forgot that had happened.
Some Notre Dame fan, but hey,
I know.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, you overlook.
Hey, they went
how
10-2
the sausage
that
is
year,
made.
all right?
Yeah,
that's what I remember.
Yeah, you overlook how the sausage is made. But on a serious note, why is it that Brian Kelly is so disliked? Because he's short? Because his face?
I think it's he left Cincinnati and Notre Dame, I think, in ways that are people don't view fondly. I mean, when
It's weird though, because I mean, you would leave Cincinnati for Notre Dame in a heartbeat.
But
What's wrong with that?
There was an outside shot that Notre Dame could have made the college football playoff when he had left and signed his contract with LSU. Like, depending on the championship games played out, the conference championship games, like there was like a small chance. Notre Dame, I think, was number 6 at the time when that happened. So people thought there was a chance that, he was leaving his team and they could have made the college football playoff. A lot of it's the LSU stuff more now than I think Notre Dame. Part of it is being connected to Notre Dame. People just don't like Notre Dame. They don't like not the traditions, but they don't like how they're put on this pedestal when they don't actually achieve anything. Which I understand.
It's because there's a lot of nostalgia attached to Notre Dame's relevance, and it's Cowboys adjacent, except for with the Cowboys, you do feel like there's a chance that they will figure this out eventually. With Notre Dame now, and I think that's why Brian Kelly left, there is, I think, a ceiling that you can win at that program because of the academic restrictions and just the fact that it's in South Bend, no matter how much history they have.
The fact that they're doing NIL and they're dropping like millions of dollars on players and stuff like kind of blows my mind. I actually thought that's what they were going to get left behind in the NIL and transfer portal stuff. But then with LSU, it is the family comment when he said we're a family and he tried to do a Louisiana accent and then denied it. It's the first.
That was awesome, though.
It's the first TikTok or Twitter video that came out when there was the circular camera going around and he was throwing up and dancing with the player who didn't even commit to LSU.
Okay.
So I think
he looks goofy?
Yes. I think there is a cheesiness factor with Brian Kelly that turns people away.
Okay. He's not authentic.
Yeah, I think that's part of it.
I also think it is his face. It's his face. And his
punchable face,
punchable. How red it gets is also very
red.
Not
quite Mike Shanahan red.
Yeah,
no one out. Shanahan's the Shanahan.
No, but I feel like he's just one of those coaches. And it's really interesting where there's like Bill O'Brien too, where just people are just like even people that don't have interactions with Bill O'Brien or just look at him and just like, I don't like this guy. Like there's just a snap kind of like judgment with like
anti-masshole.
It might be. Honestly, this might just come down to both these guys are from Massachusetts. I didn't even do that on purpose.
That explains a lot about me. That's where I just was. That's where I'm from. That's where my family's from. Interesting. So if you got a reason as to why people hate Brian Kelly, I would love to hear it. That's on the table. You can also talk about the Houston Astros if you want. They're on a roll. I'm curious what your biggest questions are for the team. We'll talk about that at 1 o'clock. But real quick, some hot takes on things that I didn't have a chance to talk about last week. Good job signing Jason Hayward. I saw
still
that happen.
So funny though.
I saw that happen. I was stunned. I felt like they would think to themselves, well, Kyle Tucker's going to be back eventually. We're going to be able to figure things out in the outfield. But for them to, one, demote Chas McCormick, and two, bring in Jason Hayward, who's not having a great year and also has the injury issues. I'm sure you're well aware of all of them, having been with the Chicago Cubs most recently. But the guy can field, and, well, he's a 200 hitter. Who do you trust?
Through.
Right, he came through in his first game. And who do you trust more right now? Jason Hayward hitting about 200 or Chas McCormick at all? It's pretty easy, and I'm glad the Astros made this move.
Yeah, you believe in more the guy you don't know than the guy you've seen fail for so long. I mean, and Jason Hayward was like just coming off a walk-off against the Seattle Mariners a couple days before that.
Right.
So there's just, it's better than Chas. And I think he's here. We were talking about the roster construction, like once Kyle Tucker comes back. Because of Bregman not being able to play third, I think Gamble and Hayward stay on this roster.
I do too.
And then Dubon, because Dubon becomes more of an infielder in that moment, it's Whitcomb or DeZenzo, probably DeZenzo that gets sent down.
I'm cool with either of those getting sent down as well. Really, you just got to hope that the Astros medical staff can have 2 good months. That's all we're asking for. Just 2 good months.
Let's go 3 months. Well, I guess no, it's just September and October.
Just September,
well, a little bit. I think it goes like a day into November.
Yeah, that's true.
So just give me like 63 days.
Right, a little, just a couple of months of good work, okay? You could save your best for last. The Texans cut down their roster to 53 guys. I was a little surprised by Noah Brown being cut because Noah Brown has had some very good games for the Texans. I get it because of the injury concerns. 7 wide receivers on the roster, though. I do not understand that. 7.
Both those surprised me. The Noah Brown one, and then he got picked up by Washington, which I like that move for them if he's healthy. Put him with another rookie quarterback like he was last year. Now for Jaden Daniels instead of C.J. Stroud. But 7 wide receivers, I'm curious how they're going to try to use them all.
Xavier Hutchinson, I don't. Good for him, but I don't really get it. Robert Woods, I do get that because he's got the history, but having watched him in training camp, it wasn't like he was taking, the job by storm.
At least with Xavier Hutchinson, they can use like gimmick plays.
I guess.
Like I don't know.
Robert
Woods is the one I understand the least.
Yeah, Steven Sims is a returner. I don't understand Hutchinson. I don't really understand Woods either. Sean, did you have a thought?
No.
Okay.
I mean, when you said the trick plays with Hutchinson, I was like, can we not do those?
I don't. Only with Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to see any of the other wide
I thought we were
receivers
doing all the reverses and pop passes with Xavier Hutchinson last year because they had to. I didn't know that was something they wanted to do.
Right, exactly. I mean, even Nico Collins, who takes a little bit of time to get going, but you've done a couple of little speed sweeps with him too. He's a beast once he gets going. 5 running backs too. I didn't get that. British Brooks, okay.
I think it's your fullback.
You don't need a fullback. It's 2024.
I know, but I think that's what he's there for.
I kept on going on Twitter a couple of times and seeing all like the people who are considered to know football more than me now that I've been gone for a little bit of time. And yeah, I'm still bitter about it. But they're talking about like, oh man, I can't believe the Texans aren't going to have a fullback. They don't need one. No one needs a fullback. It's 2024. You have 3 wide receivers. When are you going to put this fullback on the field?
I don't know. Andrew Beck swung a couple games last year. So
he did. We missed it.
As a kick returner.
Yeah, mostly as a kick returner.
and now, yeah, exactly. And now his watch has ended. And we're sad about it. But I mean, the fullbacks just you don't really need them. Put a tight end there. Tight end can do it. Tight end can do it.
And they're mostly going to. Like DJ when he was on with us last week, he said he expects to see like Stover.
Yeah, Stover was getting a lot of work last week.
Yeah.
At fullback.
One last concern. 8 defensive linemen. You need more. You need more. DJ talked about it with us 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the defensive line depth doesn't look. I don't love it as much as I thought it was going to.
I'm in the same boat. I loved it. Now all of a sudden,
yeah. I was like looking at the 53, and I was like,
wait, they probably need more. They need more defensive linemen than receivers and running backs. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you get to Hughes and Barnett faster than you'd want.
Christian Harris on IR. That is a bummer. Colorado football. My God, just I love them so much. They just constantly deliver content. Okay, so what's worse, the Twitter account for Colorado trying to troll a 1AA team that they beat by 5 points, or Deion Sanders spin zone for Shedeur Sanders with 1:47 to play, throwing a deep ball that was incomplete, saying, yeah, he was just trying to get his guy more involved. Oh, you're up 5. Game's not over, bub.
That's a good question, because I want to immediately say the football is the worst one, but I thought the social media thing was very lame.
Yeah, no, I'm with them on the try to throw the ball late. I need them to cover. They didn't. So I saw the pass. I was like, we're on the same page, Dion. Yeah, the social media stuff. I get it. That's what they do. It's pretty lame.
I love them. They just consistently deliver. I mean, it's a game against a 1AA team. They keep it a game, and they do that at the very end. They constantly give us content. I'm thankful for Colorado football. Yes, I cannot get their name out of my mouth, and I'm cool with that. 2 last thoughts. 1, hiking. Not that bad.
Okay.
I went hiking for the first time. Was surprised. Too many people out there. I did have intrusive thoughts. Don't worry, I didn't shove anybody off the side of a mountain. But move. Get out of the way. Move.
How was the elevation?
Not as bad as I thought it would be. I mean, my heart was racing a little bit, but that's more because I've just been a fat load of crap.
He was trying to figure out if he was going to hit the dump button or not.
It's Labor Day, but we're still on the radio.
And whitewater rafting, also pretty fun.
Oh, I want to try that one.
It's pretty fun.
I'm going to pass on hiking, but.
Yeah, the guy that we had as my whitewater rafting captain, I guess? Coxswain? I don't know.
Coach?
Yeah. He was very engaging. He said, like, all right, Paul, you're going to jump in the water now. I was like, I am? He's like, yeah. So I jumped in the river. It was freezing cold. And
I am?
Yeah, I just jumped in.
So he wasn't like a drill sergeant. It was more you're all rowing in the same direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, hey man, you're up.
Yeah. Jump in there, Paul. What?
Estes Park, Colorado, pretty cool place. I had bison ribs. Holy crap. Amazing. I had elk burger. There was elk everywhere. They're very, very comfortable there if you're a hunter. Just heads up. They are very comfortable there. Like they're just crossing the street, no rhyme or reason, or no awareness, just zero awareness. You could go up to one and punch them in the face. They'd probably be like, what?
I was gonna say you could feed them out of your hand. You said punch them in the face.
Yeah, same thing. And
real Slytherin mode.
Well, listen, the burger was good, and I had lobster. So there we go. There we go.
All right.
Lobster's great.
We missed you, Paul.
Was this like a ski town or a resort town?
No, it's just like a random town in the mountains.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, it's nice. It's where the Shining outside location was shot. Pretty cool.
Okay.
And yeah, then I went to Boston, saw my family, and I hope I don't. I had an accent for 3 days because I had been around.
It just
people.
comes back.
Really?
I've been around. Well, when I was in Colorado, we were with like our childhood friends, and they all have Boston accents, very thick ones. And then I was in Boston, and I was around other people with Boston accents. So I was very curious about what I would sound like when I first came back on the air today.
I don't hear it. I haven't heard it yet.
It was bad. I think on last.
We got to make him mad.
Yeah, I kind of wish we'd gotten that. Just like to get one show of Boston Paul.
Just straight on Labor Day when no one's listening. Like, yeah, that could be it. But yeah, it was funny coming back. I thought I would have it. I don't. Thank goodness.
We got to trigger him somehow. Like if we get you mad.
Does it come out that often?
No, but I just feel like that would be the most likely scenario in this moment where we just pop back up.
Yeah. Well, with like a little cussy wussy. And then we got to press the done button. Anyway, he's Joe. That's Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A question for you about the Houston Astros. Have the Astros answered all of your questions? If not, what are left? Gallant and George, stay put.
And he does! Kikuchi's fired up! Strikeout number 10. You say with a fist bump and a spin.
Big situation after a big play and a punch out for Kikuchi. Keeping this game 0-0.
You say... Was Space City Home Network workshopping some, I don't know, Hans Zimmer
into
the
Yeah,
broadcast?
that was interesting. Some music within the highlights.
Yeah.
Because they're just dropping them in. That in the okay. Are you guys? I guess it's not showing up everywhere. Are you guys getting the flashing lights?
Oh, all the time, all the time
during the game.
Yeah,
I don't understand what it is or what they're doing. It's just because it doesn't seem like it's happening on the stadium, and it's not the stadium because people are saying it's not happening on MLB TV, but just randomly it just starts flashing. I don't understand what's going on.
They're trying to give us seizures.
They're just like trying to get rid of the fans.
You know, it is Labor Day, so I'm assuming not a lot of people are listening. Do we want to put a class action lawsuit together? Does anyone want to have a seizure for us? And by say that, like, just act like they're having a seizure? Is that possible? Is anyone really good at it? I don't know. We could get some big time lawyers in as
this might be where the Twitch is helpful
as part of the show, right?
I think we could get some of these Twitchers to jump in.
We're always looking for new business, so
Yeah.
I mean, why not a class action lawsuit against the Fubo TV and the Astros broadcast because of those little flashing lights that occasionally happen?
Can we just get them on like YouTube TV or something?
They're definitely happening on Fubo TV.
I know, but I just want them. I don't have Fubo, and I hate Xfinity.
But you're still getting it, so it's. I was wondering if it was a Fubo TV issue.
Yes,
so it's an all Astros broadcast issue.
Apparently, yeah. At
Wow.
first, I thought I was going insane. I kept trying to see if my TV was plugged in all the way.
Yeah, it happens about 2 to 3 times a game. I thought it was just Fubo TV. And I said,
no, it's happening everywhere.
No, I mean, right. ATX Hobo Girl says there isn't a seizure warning. There isn't a seizure warning during these broadcasts. I think we're onto something here. Okay, now just make sure that you credit Paul Gallant for the one who came up with the great idea, so that I get more of the cut than anybody else. Because I want to share with you guys, but I want a little more. Okay?
And just in case we lose this lawsuit and get in more trouble, it was Paul Gallant.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I did not know that was an all broadcast thing.
Okay,
So,
that makes me feel better too, because I really thought I was just happening to me.
No, man, it's
until I saw Todd the Show complaining about it on Twitter. I was like, oh wait,
no, it's been an all season problem. So
Okay.
I think something needs to be done about that. So. Tongue in cheek, we're talking about the class action lawsuit, but Space City Home Network, hey, can we fix this?
Yeah.
It's been all season. Come on.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how everyone at once is just like also realizing it's not just them. It just makes me feel like all season long, all these Astros fans are like, something's wrong with my TV.
It's a shared experience. Can we at least have a warning like right before the opening of the broadcast? Warning. If you're somebody who has seizures, you might need to look away. Anyway, the Astros have won 5 in a row. They're on a roll. They go 8-6 over the toughest stretch of the year. I feel that they are definitely going to the American League Championship Series for an 8th time after the way that they looked over the stretch, a stretch that saw them continue to pitch really well and make things happen despite some key bats missing. Alex Bregman, who's been out now for 3 games in a row, he's not going to play today. Kyle Tucker, who we hope to see back this week. So the question I have for everybody right now, what questions have the Astros not answered that they could potentially do by playoff time about a month from now?
Can they get enough from first base? Because one of the things that you missed while you're out was the Orioles game in which they lost because John Singleton made a really poor play at first base, where he just let the ball come to him and there was not a lot of effort, and it was just a bad play at first. And it led to a lot of questions and articles that we were reading and seeing about, did the Astros make a mistake by not solving first base? Maybe the Astros should have traded for Yuli Gurriel. Like, I forgot you can still trade for minor league players.
It was cool to see him get a standing ovation. And look, I mean, the last time that he had a good year for the Astros, he won the batting title and a Gold Glove.
Yeah, that's the one. The rest of it, I think they've answered. We know who's going to be. I guess maybe now with the Bregman are they going to try some of the young guys at third?
The juggling with Bregman, which means that there will be juggling at DH and juggling at first base. I wonder what they do when they have to put their best lineup out. Because right now, I think you can still tinker a little bit, but you're going to have to, I think, have a really good feel for what you're comfortable with the last week of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where I'm at. I don't want Jordan in the field, but I realize that I need Bregman in my lineup every single day. I like Bregman at first base, and maybe this is just a 3-game sample size that we don't have to be concerned about, but I don't know. It's 3 games that he's missed in a row.
Yeah, they said when he first got hurt that they were going to look at it, about him playing first base. I think it was when we were there for Rock the Mic was the day they said it, and then Yorlan got the stiff neck, so Alex just moved back into the DH spot, and now it seems that they've abandoned that. I mean, we'll see when he does come back, if that's on Wednesday, if they do try to play him at first base. That does seem like a viable option if you're comfortable with, because I do like John Singleton's bat when you're facing a righty, as we saw yesterday. He can hit tanks. Like, he's a weapon against righties. But when you're facing lefties, you probably don't want him in there. So can you use Alex Bregman at first? That's really the question. You're right. What's the shuffle? What does the lineup look like? Yainer Diaz has been absolutely incredible since Kyle Tucker is been in. Is Kyle Tucker batting like 6th?
I would have him
5th?
lower in the lineup until he gets back to what he's been. Yeah, Diaz has been so clutch. I mean, he continued over the weekend, right? I mean, he's the one that breaks the game open on Saturday before Jeremy Pena has the triple. He has a 2-run RBI double right before that. You got to, I think, find a way to make sure that Tucker's slowly ramped up. He might not. I don't know that Kyle Tucker's going to be playing the way that he did. He's been out 3 months. I mean, it's half the year at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's because at first it was just like, well, he's going to be better than Chas McCormick, so just let him be up here. But now you're thinking about, can Kyle Tucker get back into a rhythm by the time it matters? If you're playing October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the 3-game wildcard series, can he be back to Kyle Tucker by that point? Like, that's really part the Tucker part of the equation is you're going to win the division. So at least you don't have to have him be immediately an impact guy right away, but can he get back to being him? I'll throw this in there too.
By the way, biggest questions for the Astros that they haven't answered the rest of the way.
What the hell's wrong with Pena?
In the field?
To have that jump throw, Jeter-esque play is incredible, but he has been like booty cheeks.
Booty cheeks?
Like,
that's redundant.
Like, he has not been good at shortstop lately. He's got
double butt.
Way too many errors. I don't know what's going on with him. Like, he has just been, I don't know if it's lackadaisical or just he's just missing the easy plays, but he's got to be better than that. If Bregman's not going to be at third base, you're having this version of Jeremy Pena at shortstop, just what's wrong with him? Like, why is he playing this way? I don't understand. He's not hurt.
Just getting those yips out.
I guess.
He's going to be fine. Come on.
I mean, because it's just so funny when you when you miss an easy play, but that same game you've had a play that's absolutely incredible. And it's just like, why is this happening, Jeremy? What's going on?
Is it the twisties like Simone Biles had?
I don't think so.
Nice first pitch by Simone Biles, by the way.
She was there.
Those boots.
She's so small.
I'm a big fan of those boots.
Jonathan Owens was there too. Good husband.
That's true. She is married.
Good thing he wasn't wearing.
She looks good. What?
Yeah.
I like boots on a woman.
Boots are nice.
Boots are very nice.
Yep.
Those boots were made for walking and for throwing out the first pitch. And she did some gymnastic stuff while doing it. We need more cool celebrity first pitches.
Yeah, it's just do lack in that department.
Yeah.
And I saw like Ric Flair tweeted his the other day. I was like, oh, that was so great.
We can't even get Beyonce to do the national anthem for
God's sake. She likes us
for the playoffs. It is bizarre. That part. What is she like, Jimmy Butler, where she only represents Galveston?
I mean, maybe. I don't know if you'd want to be. I mean, maybe that's why Chuck had to apologize because he felt bad.
No, that was a large portion of the pushback was because Beyonce's mom pushed back on Charles Barkley for ripping Galveston beaches. Galveston beaches are literally fecal bacteria havens.
Yeah. It's like you get the next zombie apocalypse.
Right.
The first zombie apocalypse.
There's
it's going to start in
bacteria.
Galveston.
That's where the new fungus are going to be from The Last of Us. Right, exactly. It's scary. What questions do you have for the Houston Astros that need to be answered the rest of the way? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Joe George is, as far as I can tell, not what oh, no, that's a wedding ring. Joe George is not wearing an Aggie ring, so he survived his trip to College Station. We'll talk about The Aggies lost to Notre Dame. We'll talk about Texas and everything else we saw in the week end of college football. Gallant and George, stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We have a Kyle Tucker update.
We do.
We have a Kyle Tucker update. I'm sorry. This is probably unsurprising to literally everybody in the city of Houston and perhaps the entire United States of America.
Yes. So for months now, they've been
the news.
saying that there's been no fracture. But Chandler Rome just wrote a story for The Athletic saying 3 people briefed on the matter told The Athletic that Tucker did sustain a fracture of his shin. Asked twice on Saturday whether Tucker's shin had a fracture or not. Astros general manager Dana Brown said it did not. On Monday morning, Dana Brown told Chandler and told The Athletic, after several rounds of medical imaging, we suspect there was some type of small fracture. So they're finally coming around on telling the truth on this one.
Why didn't they just do it from the start?
I don't know.
We all knew it. I mean, Chandler even had a piece in The Athletic where he talked to a bunch of doctors who all said, yeah, he probably has some sort of a microfracture. I talked to my sister, who was a doctor, and she started laughing when I said, yeah, he's been out for 3 months with a bone contusion.
Yeah.
She said that's not real.
Yes.
What are you talking about? That's not a real thing.
So
A deep bone bruise?
yeah.
She started laughing.
It's just
She thinks the Astros are silly.
this
She's
was
a Red
the
Sox
obvious. This was the obvious thing that was always going to come out. I'm surprised it took as long as it did. It makes it funnier to me that Dana Brown over the weekend is denying it, then gets confronted with actual sources in an article, and then has to acknowledge that it's true. It's just so
They
stupid.
could have gotten this out of the way so early. And guess what? This is one of those things that you look at now and you wonder why they didn't go after an outfielder at the trade deadline. And I'm not going to act mad about it. They've made it work. They had a great August. They were 18-10. So hindsight is 20/20. But this was not something that is hindsight. This is something they knew. They knew that he was hurt. They knew that he broke something. I don't understand why they put this out there. Maybe it shields them from any criticism they would have gotten at the trade deadline for not going and getting an outfielder. But I mean, that's why you're throwing guys like Ben Gamble, who's played well to his credit, and other randos out there. Signing Jason Hayward, hitting 200, looking like he's about to be out of baseball at age 35. Maybe a trade for someone at the trade deadline. I don't know. You got a little more depth. He's been out for 3 months.
I just don't, besides, because it happened before the deadline. So you're going to foresee that you're not going to make an outfielder trade and it's going to protect you. I don't understand the song and dance.
Yeah,
I just don't get it.
We're all on the same page.
Like, why you feel the need to lie and lie and lie and lie. But they did the same thing with Justin Verlander. So this isn't a Dana Brown issue. I don't know what philosophical thing. You can only point to Jim Crane at this point because he's the only constant. He's the only guy that when Chandler said that Justin Verlander was having Tommy John and they all said he was lying and he was right, he's the only one that has been here through all of it. It's just annoying. Like at this point, like at least with Bregman, they made it funny. Like they're giving us Gremlins. Like at least like give me something entertaining to chuckle at, and he's playing. But
Bregman gave us that. The Astros did not say Bregman day-to-day elbow Gremlins.
I mean, I wish they would. Like
I do too.
But like it was so easy with Ryan Presley. Maybe it's just because it went well. But they are like, he's going to be back at the end of his 15-day IL or 10-day, whatever it was. And he was. And he's been excellent. But it's so much easier. I just don't understand the need to lie so constantly. This is not football. This is not football where if you have an injury, they're going to target it.
Right.
Like, they're not going to, when Kyle Tucker returns now because he had a fractured leg and Chandler broke the news, they're not going to throw at his leg. Like, you don't need to lie. It's okay. Just tell the truth. I just don't understand.
Well, you have a 3-year-old. I'm assuming that your 3-year-old lies regularly.
Yeah, he stole my glasses and he knows exactly where they are and he won't tell me.
Joe's 3-year-old son has stolen his glasses again. We've lost count of the times. But young children, they lie all the time for no reason.
Yes, did you poop? No, lie. I smell it.
So you should be used to this. You should be used to lying.
I know I should be. But like,
you are mad about it in a way where
I'm just annoyed.
You've been consistently mad about it. I think it's fun.
Well, it's because it goes back to when I was at 790. Like, it's just to be honest. I mean, when Dusty Baker came on right after he got hired, and there was injuries to Jordan and Justin Verlander, he spilled the tea. He told the truth, and then the next week he came on for his interview. They asked him a health question, and he literally said, "They're not telling me anything anymore because I said too much last week." Because Papa was too chatty with us. So I just don't get the need to lie. Like it's like they're just trying to tell all the Astros fans and all the media that we're stupid.
The only plausible defense I can think of is what I said a little bit ago, is that this gave them a little bit of plausible deniability, a shield, if you will, from criticism for not going after another positional player. And I would imagine that with the payroll the way that it is for the Astros, that they did not want to go out and acquire somebody that they'd have to pay a good deal of money, add on to the payroll, and get into the next tier of the luxury tax threshold. I that's all I can think of. Because if it was a fractured bone, we would have been saying from the get-go, you got to go get a guy.
Mhm.
Chas McCormick's having a down year. We expect this to turn around. Jake Myers had some good moments, but you're expecting Jake Myers to do that all year long? Mauricio Dubon, you could play out there a little bit, but your outfield depth was lacking. You kind of knew that going into the year, and now here you are, and this is something that you could have potentially fixed. And if you're honest about it, we're calling you out for it.
That's true. And because they are getting that at first base with Singleton, because they had a Brave, they got rid of him. They didn't replace him at the deadline. So there's people calling him out for first base. They did acquire a starting pitcher, but they have an entire 5-man rotation out for the season at this point still. I mean, with Urquidy and Javier and Garcia and everything that's going on there, McCullers. So you have all those guys hurt and out for the year. They did acquire a starting pitcher. So I think that's a good point, that they might just be using this as a way to shield themselves from criticism. But it also, I still wonder, I think when you look at, there's been a lot of writing from most of the Astros beat reporters that since 2020, the return to play has been an issue for Astros players, that they're not returning at the same timeline as you are seeing from other injuries in baseball. And that's where is there something fundamentally wrong with the medical staff, or is it just that they're always lying to us, is always kind of my question. Like, if Kyle Tucker, it was always, to me, like, especially when Brian put out that first video, Brian McTaggart, of Tucker running in Tampa, and he was
not to be confused with the time he was hopping.
Yes, the first time he was trying to run and he was just limping everywhere. That was like, okay, he's got a fracture. Like, that's what, like, not to compare to my own injury, but
do it.
I had a hairline fracture my senior year, and that's kind of what it looked like. It was like, no,
they put you on
this is the one that I rebroke by playing flag football that I told you about before.
Dang.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Stupid Joe.
That's not stupid. No, that's the man. That's the man who goes back out there and does his job for his team.
Yeah, but it wasn't real football that I got hurt too.
Hang on, shut up. That's
no.
That's
but
sacrilegious.
Like, no. But like,
I bet you think that Doucette guy is better than Patrick Mahomes.
No. But like, I had real football practice, and I heard it on a Saturday playing with my buddies. So I got hurt in the
ball
wrong.
is ball. You never stop
just ball. You're right. Never stop ball.
When you're young, ball, and ball some more.
Yeah, but
ball.
They just lie to us. They just lie.
I don't have an issue with it. It is funny, though, that 3 months later we finally got the truth.
Yes. And it felt
good
inevitable.
job by Chandler Rome, who everybody gets mad at when he does his job.
This is why they get mad at him, because he exposes them. It's just to be honest.
Their pants aren't down here, but it was just like, why didn't you just say it was broken? That's really all we're saying here. He's Joe and Paul. We'll talk about Joe's trip to College Station, because that was something we saw at the commercial break at 2:15. Coming up next, we are 3 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Let's go.
Number 3 is lacking. I was surprised by I was surprised by how lacking number 3 was. So this is just going to give me a chance to go after one of my least favorite players that I've ever covered. And a guy got shot this weekend in the NFL. He's okay. We'll talk about that too. Stick around.
All right, coming up on September 22nd, Sean, Brian, myself will be doing the bullpen on Sunday morning live from LaBerge and Lake Charles. But we won't be doing it inside the sportsbook at LaBerge and Lake Charles, because that Friday it will be officially rebranded and reopened as ESPN Bet. They started putting up the signs while we were there, put the teal color, making it look all nice and cool. All the machines will be different. It's going to be a really cool time to be out there. So if you haven't had a chance to go to LaBerge yet, it's a great time to do it. We were there this weekend. We played the Colorado game. Somehow BMAC hit a 14 parlay and he wasn't even there, so he had a good weekend. Sean got crushed. But it's, it happens. It's always a good time. The food's good. They rolled out a new menu while we were there as well. I highly recommend it. Go to there when you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams. Make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
3 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Let's go.
Thursday night, Chiefs hanging another banner, the Ravens. Ravens are getting a little bit too chesty about this game. Shut up. Stop talking.
Cool helmets, though. They're purple.
Lamar Jackson said every game that he plays in is a revenge game. Oh, well, I guess you don't get vengeance that often.
Because you lose in the playoffs all the time?
Derrick Henry said it's like, it's my time. Okay, again, cool. But, I don't know, maybe shut up this week? The build up to this game? Anyway, 3 days away. So, I mean, we could talk about some real old school players like Jim Thorpe, who played in, I believe, a variant of the National Football League, but not quite the National Football League. He played for the Canton Bulldogs.
Okay.
The Cleveland Indians.
Okay.
The Oorang Indians. The Rock Island Independents.
I thought we were going to get 3 Indians teams in a row there for a second.
The New York Giants.
Okay.
1925. I guess those are the original New York Giants. The Rock Island Independents.
Okay.
The Tampa Cardinals. The Canton Bulldogs. And the Chicago Cardinals.
All right. He's a well-traveled person.
Was one of those Rock Island?
Yes.
Rock Island Independents.
I miss the days when a town called Rock Island could have had a football team.
Where is Rock Island?
Great question.
I'm guessing the
idea.
Northeast.
It's in Illinois.
Oh, you should know
Wait,
that.
where's the island?
Great question.
Maybe in the middle of a lake or something like that. But yeah, he was the first Native American to win a gold medal for the United States in the Olympics. You've also got the great Bronco Nagurski. What an old football name.
I was looking at Aldal Greco. This is a good kicker number.
Yeah, there's a lot of kickers.
Steven Gostkowski.
Jan Stenyerud as well. Bronco Nagurski was a fullback for the Bears. Of course, Joe, noted Bears fan, has a Bronco Nagurski jersey from 1930 to 1937.
Honestly, I might need one now. That would be a sweet throwback.
I was wondering what years were fullbacks wearing number 3. But I guess if you go back far enough.
At 6'2", 235 pounds, he was a formidable presence. Just to go show you how small it was back then when it comes to just the average human being and the average football player. Now, as far as number 3s go, this is definitely the most famous number 3 of all time. I'm, of course, talking about Mr. Unlimited himself, Russell Wilson.
Hey guys, Russell here. Yes, the typical boring, yes, Russell, the robot Russell, the one you guys love to know. Real exciting. Yeah, I'm real exciting. But anyways, everybody has to have an alter ego, right? And I've been thinking about what my alter ego would be, and I think I have an alter ego. His name's Mr. Unlimited. You gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited. So when people ask you, what you're thinking about or what you want to do in life or where you want to go, you gotta be unlimited. Tell them, I'm unlimited. You know what I mean? So when they ask you certain questions like,
Who brings you motivation, Russell?
Mr. Unlimited.
Who's your role model, Russell?
Unlimited.
Who's your go-to person for advice, Russell?
They think Pete Carroll, they think this person, think that person. Love you, Pete, but it's Mr. Unlimited. Tell him.
CR in the background, his wife.
I can't believe she didn't just divorce him after that video.
Well, that's not even the most cringeworthy Russell Wilson and Ciara video that there is. Because when Russell Wilson signed a extension to remain a Seattle Seahawks quarterback back in, I want to say this was 2018, he announced it with a video from his bed, which he's under the covers of.
That's right.
I'm assuming not wearing any clothes with his wife, Ciara. Congrats on the sex, Russell.
Yeah.
Congrats on the marriage, Russell. Here is Russell Wilson announcing that new deal.
Hey, Seattle, we got a deal.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. But I'm going to see y'all in the morning.
Good night.
Time for y'all to go to bed.
Finally, we can go to sleep.
See y'all in the morning.
How the hell is the Steelers name this moron a captain today?
Why? He's just a man with his
Mr.
wife.
Unlimited.
He's just a man with his wife.
Like, this video is better than the unlimited one. Because, hey, man, you just had sex, and got a contract. Congratulations. Now go to sleep.
Life is great.
Like that is like, at least then, like, it's like a good brag.
Sex with a pop star.
Yeah, like, congrats, Russell Wilson. But the unlimited video, it doesn't even make sense.
Well,
who do you look up to, Russell?
That's because you
Mr.
don't.
Unlimited.
That's because you don't look at yourself in the mirror and see Mr. Unlimited.
You're
In
right.
fact, you don't see anything because your son stole your glasses.
That's not true. I have contacts and I can see fine.
You can see what the you do have contacts.
Yeah. I have contacts on standby.
Contacts on standby.
And now I'm just moving to contacts permanently.
Okay. Well, listen, we're not going to show you an advertisement for Russell Wilson's concussion water because he did have a company of water that you could drink if you were someone who suffered concussion, supposedly made things better. Here is Russell Wilson's other business venture where he created ball-shaped bread.
Hey, Russell Wilson here, quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, part owner of Eat the Ball. If you guys are looking for a good sandwich on game day, Hey, Russell Wilson here, quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks, part owner of Eat the Ball. If you guys are looking for a good sandwich on game day, you got to try Eat the Ball. No balls, no game.
No balls, no game.
Hey, Russell Wilson.
Eat the ball.
It's very funny. Like I wish I could find some.
It's an Australian bread company that was designed to make children eat bread.
And it's a football.
It's shaped like football.
And it has the laces on it and everything.
Do we have issues with kids not eating bread? Like, is that an issue that
I think we're supposed to be moving away from that?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Right, at least here in the United States. I mean, bread for kids who are starving, I'm sure it's like the number one go-to. But hey, bread for children, shaped like a football. It costs $10. It's probably stale.
Not like it's broccoli or something where it's like, hey, trick your kids into eating something healthy with make it a football shape.
It's also like it's just a really bad. Like he says, make a sandwich. Too much bread. Like I don't know how you're gonna cut this thing to make it a sandwich.
Yeah.
Like
I don't either.
Because when you cut it in half, and there's these giant loaves of bread. Like it's too much
it's
bread.
like kind of like a croissant, I guess.
Keyword kind of. Anyway, current Houston Texans that are number 3. Tank Dell, past Houston Texans, Brandon Weeden, Tom Savage, Kyle Allen, some mediocre quarterbacks, and Chris Brown, who I remember used to hilariously miss field goals at the end of games for the Houston Texans. I say hilariously because I was not a follower or coverer of the Houston Texans at the time. I just remember whenever I would watch NFL primetime, it felt like Chris Brown was missing a kick at the end of the game and the Texans would lose.
This number is so bad. Tank Dell could be like top 5
he already
players
might
of
be,
all time to wear number 3
in like 3 years when we're doing this list.
He's already the best number 3 of all time. Like no Houston Texan who wore number 3.
Oh yeah, I mean in the entire NFL.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, it's such a bad number. It's like,
well, unless you don't like Jim Thorpe, Indian American hero.
I mean, Carson Palmer's not a bad
Bronco
number 3.
Nagurski too. Some Bears fan you are.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson for a time looked like he was on his way to the Hall of Fame. So Tank does have some ground to make up.
Yeah, he'll never be number 1. Because I think Russell Wilson will be a Hall of Famer. He's nerdy and weird and unlimited.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, if we're letting Russell Wilson, we're letting a lot of quarterbacks in.
I think once
That's
Eli, once Eli gets in, the floodgates are gonna.
Yeah,
open.
but Eli was in New York and he won 2, and Russell Wilson won 1.
That's true.
Also, I think there's a little bit of the New York and Manning exception with Eli, where it's not going to lower the standard. It's just we're just going to let this guy in.
Just let Eli in.
Yeah.
Ricky Pearsall, 49ers first-round wide receiver, was shot through the chest by a 17-year-old who was trying to rob him of his Rolex. Apparently, Pearsall grabbed the gun from this teenager. He and the assailant were shot. Somehow, no one died. No surgery either. Just went through his chest and out the back. He is incredibly lucky to be alive. I'm not sure where in San Francisco this took place. I have some real questions about the individual who was out on the streets apparently not too long after being picked up, having a pistol somewhere. I guess when you're 17 and you're on the West Coast and you're caught with a gun, maybe some people are willing to give you another chance. Left Coast politics. always confusing to those of us who live here in Texas. Really good news that he is okay. Wow. You hear someone shot in the chest, you assume bad things.
Yes, and especially because even then, some of the reporters were getting the information wrong as it was coming out. It was while I was at the Aggies game, Notre Dame game, and the first report was shot through the chest. Then it was followed up by a different person that said shot through the arm, and then we did get the clarification once his mom posted on Facebook that it was shot through the chest. Incredibly lucky, terrifying. I mean, the fact that, like, in the story, it's like he had a relatively short stay at the hospital. You hear through the chest, like, those words don't seem to math to me. Like, it just doesn't make sense. So, very, very lucky. It's awesome because terrifying thing could happen.
It's a weird spot to be in. You got a teenager, and I'm assuming, making assumptions here, that this kid is probably has all sorts of things going through his head. This is not me justifying it or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you never know what's going to happen when it's a kid that's pointing a gun at you or something like that. And it was all for a Rolex. I don't know how it escalated to the point where the teenager shot him. Maybe Pearsall resisted or something like that. I don't know. I mean, it's not worth it. And this is something Ricky Pearsall, who is also not too far removed from being a teenager, given that he's a first-round pick, has got to learn. But I'm very glad that everyone's okay there. I guess we changed to talking about another 49ers wide receiver. Brandon Ayuk got paid. Huge deal, 4 years to stay with the San Francisco 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
No trade, $134.1 million, $90 million over the first 3.
And 47 before April 1st. So he's going to have that guaranteed money in the next, 6 months. So that's a good deal for him. I like how it's front-loaded. I mean, this is a good move because I feel like they're going to try to move on from Debo
Samuel,
yeah.
right. Samuel is a fun player and can do all sorts of different things for whoever ends up having him, but I'm with you. I think that we're going to see Debo Samuel somewhere else. More extension talk. Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel got an extension through 2028. I think he's done a good job in Miami, but I don't know that he's merited an extension to this point. I feel like we got to see what the possibilities are with Tua this year, specifically in the last half of the year. It's weird because it feels like the Dolphins always falter at the end of the season. Do you want a head coach when that's happening regularly? Are you going to blame it on the quarterback every single year?
Yeah, because this deal matched up exactly with Tua's.
Right.
They both go through 2028, so I guess it's just, well, he gets the best out of Tua, and we don't know how many coaches in the NFL, if there's any that would get this much out of Tua, so he has to be our head coach, because I like him too, but they do falter, and they do play terrible in the cold, and they struggle in the playoffs. Like, you have to show me something different. Right now, if you look at odds, they're third in the AFC East to win the division this year. And, like, that's the quarterback and coach you're betting on? Yeah. We'll see.
By the way, one last story, NFL, and specifically with your Houston Texans. NRG roof should be fixed by September 29th.
All right. So just an outdoor game for one game. Because the roof's going to be partially open because of one panel missing on September 15th, if there's a lightning storm within a certain amount of miles, the game will go into a delay. Because they said the first panel will be fixed by the Bears game. The second panel will be fixed by the 29th.
Okay.
So
we'll see what happens.
Why can't they just do both at once? I don't understand.
What do you mean?
Why can't they fix both panels at one time?
I don't know. It's probably a process. I mean, look, you got to probably put a crane up, and where do you put the crane up?
And Joe, it's not like you can go to the store and get two.
Yeah,
Cal
told us.
Cal did teach me that.
They have to make one and make the other.
All right. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah. It's not at Home Depot or something.
Yeah, that's what Cal said. I think he said Home Depot, which is a good point.
Or Lowe's.
It's just not.
Whichever sponsors the Houston Texans is the one he said.
Up next, we got 2 deep steel blue pills for you as we get closer and closer to the start of the NFL season, just 3 days away. Plus, whatever questions you have about the Houston Astros, have they answered them? Stick around. It's Gallant and George.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros have won 5 in a row, 4-game sweep of the Royals over the weekend, and we officially know that Kyle Tucker did indeed suffer a fracture to his shin. Not a surprise to anybody, but for whatever reason, the Astros felt the need to keep it from us. We'll see when he's back. It could be as soon as Wednesday or Thursday without a rehab stint. So at the very least, that is nice, Joe.
It could be worse. I guess they could have got it wrong, and maybe they didn't lie to us. They just misdiagnosed it. That would be worse.
I don't think they misdiagnosed.
I think, yeah, I hope not. I in this moment, then I'd take the lie.
They made up an injury.
Yeah, I'll take the lie over the misdiagnosis all day.
We're getting you closer and closer to being excited about the Houston Texans, and we will convince all of you to be excited about the Houston Texans going into the year, okay? We have been just force-feeding you deep steel blue pills over and over and over again because the hype for this Texans season has never been greater, at least in my time here. Maybe going into 2012, you could argue it was on the same level. I don't know. You didn't have C.J. Stroud under center. You did have J.J. Watt, but Watt hadn't had the year that he had that he would eventually have in 2012 to that point. So with that in mind, it is time for a couple of deep steel blue pills before we kick off the year.
Texans
Swarm! CJ Stroud's odds for MVP, second in all the NFL.
All right.
That's neato. And we even got a CJ Stroud MVP prediction on one of the big old networks. This one comes courtesy of Jeffrey Shadiha on the NFL Network.
I'm going with C.J. Stroud, and I know Patrick Mahomes is the favorite.
Nice.
I know Josh
Interesting.
Allen and Joe Burrow and other guys are going to be in there, but C.J. Stroud, I'm going on the theory of Patrick Mahomes won this as a second-year starter. Lamar Jackson won this as a second-year starter. C.J. Stroud is in his second year and spending time around the Houston Texans and hearing what he's been doing, talking to quarterback Coach Gerard Johnson about his continued maturity, the way he's being a leader, the way he got guys together in the offseason, the way he's preparing for more scrutiny, defenses knowing what's coming. I think he's going to have a big year. And in that division, where there's not a lot of competition, I think he's going to blow it up. So I think he's going to have a great chance to win this award.
NFL.com/predictions. You can read.
I don't really like his logic to get there. I'll take it.
Yeah.
But CJ Stroud's going into his second year. Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, one in their second years. You got to put a little bit more to it.
Yeah, I thought the take I like, the process in which he, what you said to get to the take, I think is kind of strange.
Talk about the receivers that he has. Talk about how you have Nico Collins, you have Tank Dell, and you added Stephon Diggs into that. Instead, he humble brags about talking to Gerard Johnson, the Texans quarterback coach, and says it's his second year. I suppose that there is some logic in giving a second-year quarterback an MVP. Mahomes should probably get it every single year, but he just won't.
Also, asterisk on Mahomes, he won it in his second year. It was his first year starting.
Correct.
Yes.
He didn't start or started one game the year before.
And Lamar started 7 games rookie year?
Yeah, Lamar started
like half a season.
Yeah, about half.
Yeah, CJ played more football than both those guys combined his first year.
Washed up.
I like the idea of CJ Stroud as MVP because it does. They don't often give to guys in back-to-back years. It doesn't happen that often. I mean, they always are kind of looking for the new blood, the new storyline. But they got to be first in the AFC, second in the AFC, I think, to win MVP. You can't be a 10-win team and get MVP. Like, it just doesn't happen.
You're going to have, I think, the best record in the conference.
Yeah.
Yes. get the 1 seed.
1 or 2 seed. I think.
Right. I mean, we saw Jalen Hurts a couple of years ago with the Eagles. That's how he got it. So that's how Stroud gets it. We also have our first Houston Texans Super Bowl victory prediction, and it comes on the television show The Franchise. Here is Greg Jennings putting the Texans on his
With
back.
my Super Bowl picks,
Who is it? What is it?
we can go with that guy. And if I had my flag, I would put it down here.
Yeah.
Woo! We
Wow.
got the Detroit Lions representing the NFC.
Wow.
CJ.
Wow.
And CJ Stroud
I knew
and
you
no.
twice, I got it.
Now, when somebody is your guy, with CJ Stroud, you my guy. Clearly.
Why'd you pick Daniel Jones?
I put my flag right there in front of the desk, on top of the desk. CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans take on the Detroit Lions. I really believe in Dan Campbell and what he's going to do. I think they're going to take that jump. I really like the Lions this year. It was tough for me. You took the Packers, so respect there. And then winning the MVP. I mean, come on. Do we need to?
Wow.
CJ Stroud, he's going to have a year.
A heck of a year. I mean,
You know what? L'Jarius Sneed, he still won't be Patrick Mahomes.
you know what? If he does what you said, and obviously he's not.
I don't know why the L'Jarius Sneed's being brought up there. It's first things first. There's a lot of chatter in the background. Maybe not a lot of chemistry between Greg Jennings and the First Things First crew of Nick Wright, Kevin Wildes, and Chris Broussard, one of the 3 people I've blocked on Twitter because I just don't want to see his takes ever. So, to bring it back, though, to Greg Jennings, hell yeah.
Our first Super Bowl prediction.
He's got a Stroud MVP and Texans Super Bowl prediction.
And I think it said on the graphic, because he doesn't really say it there, I'm pretty sure it says Texans defeat the Lions.
Hell yeah.
So I was waiting for it. Someone was going to do it. I don't know. He would not have been on my top of my list of who I thought was going to do it.
I kind of forgot that he was doing TV stuff.
Same.
I thought it was James Jones, the other Packers wide receiver at first. I was like, oh wait, doesn't he also they both do TV. They both give out takes. I'm glad we got one half of the, I don't know, like 2015 Packers passing offense to throw the Texans. Yeah, I expect that's more going to be coming this year or this week as all the shows do their picks and stuff.
I think we'll see more Lions. I don't know how many people will go against the grain.
There's a lot of Lions.
Yeah, there's a lot of Lions Chiefs Super Bowl predictions already out there. I think we're gonna see a lot more because like there are a lot. Some of these shows I've seen other clips. They're literally just not picking the Chiefs because so someone can be different on the show.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, so do you really believe your take then? But at least Greg Jennings put the Texans on his back.
He planted the flag.
Yeah.
He stood on business.
He did.
Will. So there you go, guys. 2 deep steel blue pills for you. We do have an Astros thought from Alex at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. That's how you text on the HRNP listener line. Alex, show us what you got.
What's up, guys? So I've got 3 quick questions. Number 1, do y'all know why the Astros series with the Reds is broken up? Because it makes no sense if they were both playing yesterday, why they wouldn't be able to just both have today off.
We asked that question earlier.
So
we believe
1.
it is due to some sort of players union stipulation where you can't play more than 18 games in a row. And this was a way where maybe the Reds wouldn't have multiple days off in a row, and the Astros also would not play 19 straight games. What's question 2?
Okay, question number 2. I believe it happened this season. I called you while you were on a different show, and I asked you about a question about a vague player, but it was really about Bregman. Basically, I was asking you, would you prefer, if the guy's going to get 90 RBI, would you prefer him space that out evenly over throughout the whole season, or do what Bregman does and just like kind of be a ghost at the beginning and then finally come on and strong and produce a lot whenever we really need it? So I want to kind of re-ask you that same question if you have the same opinion. And then lastly, since y'all are not an Astros affiliate and you don't really have maybe you have less to lose, would how would it go down if you were to kind of like ambush another player on the team and like ask him, hey, so how long do y'all think it's going to be before Kyle's broken leg heals? Just like, set him up almost. Because they probably knew. These guys probably knew. We've all known, but the front office was lying to us. So, like, would it be bad for business if you were kind of like trick somebody into admitting something that they shouldn't maybe say? Or how would that work?
I think, interesting question, Alex. I think for the last one, you're going to have a tough time getting another player to go on the record talking about another player's injury because they're not going through that.
Yeah, they won't. I just think they wouldn't answer it.
Right.
I think it'd be really hard pressed to.
They'd say, ask him.
Yeah, the only time you see it is when they start rehabbing. That you might hear, what'd you think of, Justin Verlander in warming up before the game today when he was just throwing to catchers and just trying to get some BP in. That's like the only time you really get the answer, I think, the closest way.
His second question
wouldn't be bad for business, though. He asked for if it would be bad for business if we asked that question.
I mean, it would potentially make it so that some players wouldn't answer questions or be annoyed by questions like that and not give you good answers.
Yeah, but that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Bregman, RBIs, consistently throughout a year or at one point during the year? I mean, I'd rather have all my players playing their best at the end of the year, even if it comes with the first couple of months struggling. And I think we all should have remembered that Bregman always starts slow. There was a lot of anger, vitriol directed Alex Bregman's way. I get it, especially in a contract year. You're thinking this is the year where it won't happen. Changed his body, blah, blah, blah. But I'd rather it all happen at the end of the year. The problem is he's hurt. So it's not really happening all at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's happening like in the middle of the year. So I'll take the middle of the year. I think it's fine. I mean, as long as you get them, that's all that really matters. Like if you,
well, what do you mean you'll take the middle of the year? You'd rather it all be in the middle of the year? Because
no,
he's asking like,
that's
if you want to have it spread out throughout the year or if he wants it at the end of the year.
But that's not what he's really done. He mostly did it from like in May and July.
I'm just telling you what Alex is asking.
I'd rather him get it all at the end.
Okay.
Be hot going to the playoffs.
Yeah, same here.
Get 90 RBI all in the playoffs.
Yeah, that'll work. That would be huge. The Astros win the World Series if Alex Bregman gets 90 RBIs in the playoffs. That would be 8 to 9 RBIs a game.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be insane.
I would settle for 0 RBIs the regular season if he does that.
That's a good trade.
Would he still be in the lineup if he got 0 RBIs in the regular season?
Is Joe Spada aware of this genie wish that happened? I'm not sure.
Sean behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. Hour 3 of Gallant and George is next. And to open up, we talk about all the great things that happened for the Houston Astros this weekend in a 4-game sweep of the Kansas City Royals. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. When you enter that promo code, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get a deposit bonus of up to $1,000 to play with immediately if you're a first-time subscriber. You also get a nice little bonus. If you're not, you can bet on so many things at MyBookie.ag, like blackjack with live dealers, poker with live dealers. But you can also bet on all of the sports, NFL futures, college football games, the Houston Texans, Super Bowl parlays. Are you thinking at right now plus 1,600 that the Texans are going to win the Super Bowl? You can bet on that at mybookie.ag. Those are still the 8th best odds. I like it. I think that's a fun play. Come on, if you're going to be watching the team all season, you may as well put some money on it. You can bet on so many things at mybookie.ag. You can also bet on the presidential election, which I think is the coolest thing ever. You can bet on anybody. Donald Trump's the favorite, minus 110. Kamala Harris, minus 115. My favorite person on the list. You can bet on Mark Cuban at plus 30,000. Oprah, plus 30,000. MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Now ties Payton. Ground ball towards the hole, into left field. One run scores. Altuve being waved around. He will be safe. 2-0 Astros.
It was a nice weekend for your Astros, and they wrap up their toughest stretch of the year with a beautiful 8-6 record. I know it's not 11-3, 10-4, but to go and take on in succession the Baltimore Orioles, the Philadelphia Phillies, and a red-hot Kansas City Royals team, and to win more games than lose, and on top of that, to sweep the Royals, who, again, were red-hot going into this series and kicked your ass earlier this year. Really impressive to see. And now it is a cupcake buffet for the most part the rest of the year outside of a series against the Mariners and a season-ending series against the Cleveland Guardians, Joe, who the Astros are 3 games behind in the race for the 2nd seed in the American League.
I can't imagine being upset about the way that this stretch went. I know you could have swept Baltimore, but
I want to hear somebody who's upset about it.
Yeah,
I actually want to hear it. I want to hear the zag.
Yeah, I can't imagine how you're still zagging at this point, because yes, you could have swept Baltimore, but you swept Kansas City, so it all balances out in the end. I mean, we talked about this stretches going a game above or below 500, and just being content with that, and not being, don't lose a bunch of these games, and just having a good lead over the Mariners, which you obviously still have now with the way you handle the Royals series. So there's nothing to complain about right now. I mean, you have 2 challenging series versus National League teams this year, which is the the Diamondbacks and the Padres. And then you got that last one versus the Guardians, which could decide everything, which is awesome.
I did forget about those 2 series against the Diamondbacks.
They're spread out, though.
Yeah, because the Diamondbacks were a pain in the ass at the end of last year. Obviously made it to the World Series, and they're having a pretty good year. I did not expect them to be able to replicate what they did last year. And, yeah, the Padres are in 3rd place in a division that is really, really good. The National League West, with the Dodgers at the top, the Diamondbacks, the Padres. Pretty good. It's basically like a poor man's American League Central. Yes. I'm just kidding. I still am. I can't get out of. I can't believe the American League Central is so good. They have 4 teams that are above 500.
Well, what helps me have one team with 107 losses on the season.
That helps.
I mean, you've got
the White Sox are 47.5 games back of the Cleveland Guardians, where the Tigers, who are in 4th place, are 8.5 games back. The Tigers are in better position to make the playoffs as a wild card team than the Seattle Mariners.
Mm-hmm. The Mariners have collapsed on themselves.
I mean, 5-5 in the last 10, for what it's worth.
Yes, but they're a game above 500. I mean, they
could be 69-69 if they lose their next game.
Nice. I think we're up 10 games in the division, and now they're 6 games back. It's remarkable what has happened to them. But yeah, the Central is they must just be feasting on the White Sox.
It can't be all the White Sox.
It can't be all of it, but it's got to help.
47.5 games back.
Can you look at what the White Sox record is in division games? Do they break it up on ESPN.com like in football?
I don't think they do it in division games.
Yeah.
You probably could on one of the advanced websites. But I think there were 12 fans in attendance for the last game.
Maybe 5.
I think it was somebody joking online, there's 12 fans in attendance, but it truly did look like there were just 12 fans in attendance for the game in a tweet that went super viral.
The Rangers had they robbed a home run in the bottom of the 9th to beat the White Sox, and it literally looked like a highlight from pandemic times. There's just he made a jumping play at the wall, and there's just so few people behind him. You're like, what is going on?
I watched a game on Tuesday between the Miami Marlins, a last place team, and the Colorado Rockies, a last place team at Coors Field. Both of those teams have 20 more wins than the White Sox. And by the way, in that Marlins Rockies game, which I'm sure no one wants to hear me talk about, I need to get something off of my chest.
Oh, I've been waiting for this since you told us.
So it's the 9th inning. The Rockies are winning. They have a 4-run lead. All of a sudden, the lights at Coors Field start flashing. And I'm wondering to myself, who's coming into the game? Do the Rockies have a good closer? I know nothing about the Colorado Rockies. In fact, I knew nothing about the Miami Marlins. I didn't know anybody who was playing in this game. I just had a big old bratwurst, a bunch of Coors Light, sitting back, enjoying myself, barely paying any attention to the game, hanging out with some family friends at Coors Field. Once the music is done, because the guy also had a very cool entrance song, which is eluding me at the moment. I'm sorry. A little tipsy in the moment. They show his statistics on the scoreboard. And this man, who gets an amazing entrance theme and has flashing lights in the background, has a 5.77 ERA. Oh, you think that's bad, Joe? Well, guess what happened immediately after this man who had the gaudy entrance came into the game? Your boy allows 4 runs and blows the lead.
Yikes.
Courtesy of a game-tying grand slam. No outs, and I believe that technically he was on the hook for the loss of that game. I'm guessing, given that 5 runs were allowed by him, that his ERA jumped north of 6 by the end of that outing.
Yeah, I think we need to establish some standards. If you're going to get a fancy entrance, what do you need?
You have to be good. A 3 ERA or lower.
Okay, good. That's a good start.
Lower. Every closer can't have an entrance theme.
I think you also just, sorry, Ryan Presley, have to be the permanent closer.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Only Josh Hader should have the fancy entrance.
This effing guy came into the game with all of that pomp and circumstance, only to be removed from the game without recording an out. That's embarrassing for the guy. And he has to know that. He's like, I suck. I'm on a last place team and I'm the closer for them. I'm not going to have a job in the major leagues next year. Don't remind anybody who might be a neutral observer what a joke it is that all of this pomp and circumstance is attached to my entrance into a game that I probably don't deserve to play.
Yeah, you just have to, and maybe it's not like we can't do like a baseline numbers because I guess Josh Hader, because the season started so poorly and he sucks in non-save situations, he would be above the 3 ERA threshold, and I think he deserves one still. Like there has to be some kind of, just like it when you see it.
One calendar week without a blown save.
Yeah.
Just can you make it one?
Maybe he had one, but still
one calendar week without one, and then we can do it again.
He had Jimi Hendrix as his entrance music, for God's sakes. Voodoo Child by Jimi Hendrix. That's one of his top 3 songs. What are we doing?
Yeah, or your song has to get worse. Like then you have like standards. Like it's like if you have above 6 ERA, you get like Baby Shark.
Yeah.
Like so, it's like once you get to a certain point, like we're making fun of you.
Yakety
we're not
sax.
Yeah.
One's just like the tuba.
Give me some like weird. Give me some like Weird Al. Like at some point, if you have just a terrible ERA, maybe that's what we do. Just start to change it up a little bit.
By the way, speaking of terrible baseball teams, Paul was in attendance for a game of two of the worst teams. I do have the Chicago White Sox records in division games this year.
Oh, hit me.
8-38.
Oh, it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Well, because they're 5-5 this season against the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, they own the Guardians.
The Royals are 12-1 against the White Sox. So are the Twins. Who's the other team in the division that I haven't named? Oh, where's Detroit? The Tigers are 9-1. So they've beaten everyone once besides Cleveland, who they've beaten 5 times.
8 divided by 38. That's a 21 win percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a little math here. 23 divided by, what was it, 8 and 38?
8-38.
8 and 38. Doing a little math here. So we're talking 23 and 79 against other teams. They're better. They're better outside of the division.
Yeah,
I
The
guess.
AL Central's a good division, guys.
Because they get wins against the Astros.
Yeah.
8 of their 31 wins are against their division.
Like, that's just...
And 5 of them are against the... 5 of their 31 wins are against the Guardians.
That's rough. That's
T-
rough. It's a hard knock
today,
life.
I just saw this today. To win $100 betting on the Baltimore Orioles, who are playing the White Sox, you would have to bet $455 to win 100. The Orioles are a minus 455 favorite today against the White Sox, the largest of the season.
Drive to LaBerge and make that bet.
So what's the money to bet on the White Sox?
probably like plus like 300,
Yeah,
400.
I mean, what? It's baseball. Anything can happen, Joe.
Yeah, it's almost like you almost like have to bet against. Yeah, it's like
That's what they want you to do.
I know.
They want you to bet on this awful team.
To be fair, the White Sox are winning 2-0 in the first inning. So
See?
Live bet the Orioles.
Could have had free money.
Live bet the Orioles.
Like this is your time.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's my bookies at AG. Promo code Bet975 is where you can go to bet on your beloved Chicago bum-ass White Sox. Coming up next, Joe George made it to College Station and back, and he didn't get indoctrinated into a cult or anything. He's going to tell us about what he saw. We'll also talk about what we saw from Texas this weekend. It is Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let me tell you about my friends at Red Bull because, guys, you know what's coming up. It's the Red Bull Show Run. It's coming up on Saturday. You want to get out there to Discovery Green at 10 a.m. It's all going to start at noon. And, guys, when you're there, you're going to see everything that you've ever wanted to see F1 up close and in person. And that means, yeah, you're going to see some cars with some fancy-ass engines. Get your Fast and Furious on. Yeah, man. It's what the world of Red Bull can bring to you. It's going to be a lot of fun. You get to get your picture taken with some of these vehicles, and you're also going to get all sorts of pointers on what it takes to be an F1 driver. Are you going to be able to become one? Probably not, but it's very cool to see all of this stuff up close and person. It's coming up on Saturday. It's the Red Bull Show Run at Discovery Green. Everything starts at noon, but you want to get there early. I would say around 10, maybe 9 or something like that. So you get good parking. The Red Bull Show Run at Discovery Green on Saturday.
You are listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros play the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon with Justin Verlander on the hill. The Reds are throwing out some guy who's got a practically 7 ERA, so should be a dub. But as we know, courtesy of Joe, anything can happen in baseball.
Can confirm.
A team like the Chicago White Sox can beat the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, they're only winning by 1 now, so we'll see. A lot of baseball left in that one. So 27 outs to go.
That's true. 5 wins in a row, though, for the Astros, who are now 6 games ahead of the Mariners in the American League West, 3 games back of the Cleveland Guardians, so they end the season against. Last series of the year against the Guardians. Who would have thought that actually would be one that could determine
Something to watch, too,
the
because
bye week for the American League?
do you know the last 2 times the Astros played a team to get into the playoffs who
At the end of the year, right? They went to the World
they
Series.
went to the World Series.
Yeah.
The Phillies and then the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, now it was National League teams. But
I
yeah,
know,
that is interesting.
but just something to keep an eye on if you're a believer in trends. That
It's the same logic, though, that you would pick C.J. Stroud to be MVP because Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes got MVP in their second year, even though it was technically Patrick Mahomes' first full year as a starter. But that's neither here nor there. Joe George, you saw your beloved Notre Dame Fighting Irish win a disgusting football game.
It was not a good game.
On Saturday, 23-13 over our beloved Texas A&M Aggies. We are the home of the fighting Texas A&M Aggies.
Yes.
What was your college station experience like?
It was incredible.
No ring, I see.
No, but let me tell you.
You wish you were an Aggie?
I get it. I get it. I've been to a couple big college football stadiums. Now it was the 4th most attended event or game ever at Kyle Field. 107,000 people.
Damn.
It was incredible. I've never experienced anything like that. The environment, the noise, you could feel the stadium moving. I was in awe.
The first time I went, it was pretty awesome too.
Yeah.
I went for Manziel's first game, and it was their first SEC game, and I don't know what the attendance was, but they hadn't added the expansion to the stadium. I think one of the end zones didn't have any seats essentially at that point in time, so they made the stadium bigger after that. And yeah, I mean, it's something else to actually witness in person. I was watching it from a field level too, because somehow I got a field pass.
Yeah,
I have no idea how they got me a field pass, but to be on the field and to see that, yeah, it's something else. The stand swing. So the Aggie faithful showed up, but Connor Wigman, my God.
Yeah, he's not a good quarterback. He's not.
That's a bummer because he
Yeah.
looked like he could be a good quarterback back in the day. And maybe this is just first game of the year. You're playing Notre Dame, who's a good team.
Yeah, you're hoping on both sides. Because Riley Leonard for Notre Dame was not good in this game at all. Connor Wigman was not good for A&M. I think what you're hopeful for is that both teams have very good defenses. I mean, you've got on the Notre Dame side, you've got 3 sophomores and 2 freshmen starting. Today, Mike Elko announced that the Texas A&M Aggies starting center is out for the season. So they're already dealing with injuries up front as well. So your jitters, first game, good defenses, maybe there's something there. Honestly, I have nothing really to base this on. I would bet on Connor Wigman being better than Riley Leonard if one was going to turn it around this season. I was just unimpressed with Leonard in this game for Notre Dame, but it was honestly I've never experienced anything like that. I was driving home with my dad. We drove home right after the game, and I was like, I just want I can't wait.
I want to move to College Station.
I can't wait for Joseph one day to go on a tour to Aggie Land, just to try to convince him to go there. I think I'm Team Aggies already. I think I'm in the call.
Well, we do need an Aggie representative on this station.
I think they're kind of convincing me
on this
They're also
show.
fit on brand, with what I am and who I root for.
You're a cultist?
No, teams that have high expectations and never live up to them.
Oh,
it kind of works with Chicago sports. It's just I feel like Aggies, Cubs fans would get along well. Also, just Aggies and Notre Dame, they're not going to play again. They'll play again next year.
two programs that could not be more different.
I know, but expectations versus reaching them.
At least Notre Dame has reached them 40 years ago, but they still reached them.
Yeah, they made the playoff.
The Aggies have national championships. They have banners.
No, they don't. Those aren't real. They're not. They know it. We all know it. They're not real.
I do like the idea that Connor Wigman threw for for 100 yards. He threw for one Benjamin Franklin worth of yards.
Yeah.
And you're like, I actually like him better than the guy who won the game.
Dude, Riley Leonard threw 3 touchdowns last year. I know he was playing his head coach from last year, so maybe Elko, not maybe, he had the book on him, but I left unimpressed.
He also played 4 games last year.
Yeah, I know, but I left unimpressed.
Wigman, I thought he was going to be good. I don't know what the hell happened. This could be a one-game thing, but he was so bad. I mean, the number – what was he? Wasn't he 8 of 20 with 2 interceptions for 100 yards at one point?
Yes, they showed a stat where he was 3 for 22 on passes past 5 yards. It was crazy how bad he was.
And neither team wanted to throw the ball more than 5 yards. You could tell neither offensive coordinator had any faith.
I got some texts about the backup situation and
already. Wow.
Hey, I mean, I think their backup can run. So if neither guy can throw, get the guy who can run.
Sean's so happy saying all these things about the Aggies and the
No, I'm
struggles
worried.
yesterday.
I know. I want Connor Wegman to start against Texas. Are you kidding me? He's throwing up all over himself.
Yeah,
he literally threw up on himself.
It was funny, like being there, like being like around all Aggies. But then at one point during the game, we all just started having this conversation, like, can both teams like put in the backup quarterbacks, like, and just see what happens? Because this is not good.
What was your favorite Aggie yell?
I don't know. I didn't understand them.
Did they do the horse laugh?
I think so. There was so many. I couldn't keep track of everything. When did they
gone to the? I mean, some college station tourist. You didn't even go to the midnight yell the night before.
No. I was in Lake Charles the night before.
Yeah, like, excuses, hidden reasons, stuff with a lie.
When do they like? Is this what?
Where
they
would you
do?
rather be, College Station or Lake Charles?
This is what my question is. Like, is this like what they do the first 2 weeks instead of going to class? Like they just like teach the yells.
No, they just understand how to do it.
Like just the freshmen just like get there and like they just know it.
I mean, that's why they have midnight yell. That
so
is
that's
what it's
they
for.
teach them that.
Riff raff. Let's give them a horse laugh.
Oh,
How do you
okay.
not know that? That's so easy to remember.
I don't know. I just
Chiffity, chaff, riffity, raff, riff, raff, chiff, chaff. Let's give them a horse laugh. Whoop! Did I make that up? Yes. I don't even know what it is.
But being there, I was like, this isn't as lame as I thought it was.
Yeah,
I don't know if I was just like in the vibe
They'll
of
beat
like
you
everything.
up. They'll beat you up if you're not a part of it.
Yeah.
Mike Elko, to Aggies fans, thank you for showing up tonight. Thank you for making this a really special day. You deserve better, and we didn't give it to you. I saw Mike Finger had an article that I think got put in the Houston Chronicle as well. People walked away awestruck, just like they always do. Exceeding every visitor's expectations, Kyle Field reminded them how loud a crowd can yell and how hard a press box can shake and how much fun college football can be. And as they drove back towards one airport or another, bound for faraway tradition-steeped university towns or national TV studios, many of them made a familiar observation. Boy, they thought, if Texas A&M ever starts winning these games, that place really could be special. The catch, of course, is that the Aggies still aren't winning games like Saturdays when they had another packed house and college football's full attention and everything going for them except for the ability to complete a forward pass. Damn, Mike Finger, damn!
I will say.
Notre Dame couldn't either.
There's
Blake
like
Ted Cruz?
So there's like the bridge you go under as you're leaving the stadium.
Yeah, the Colt Bridge. You have to usually sacrifice your firstborn child to make it through the bridge. The troll toll.
That was the only point in my life I've ever felt in danger.
Yeah.
Because
the brown shirts, they're brown. I mean, my bad.
Their
Their beige shirts will get you.
They'll
beat you up.
We're letting people out of the parking garage in their cars, and there was 80,000 people, and we literally weren't moving. We were just like sardines, and people were starting to get real angry. Like leaving the stadium was the worst experience. The walking. Once I got to my car, I was fine. But like leaving that place, I was like, this is not safe.
If you have your Aggie ring on, you're fine.
I didn't have one. They weren't mad at me.
Oh, they were.
No, they were all pretty nice because
they were
knew
fixing to kill you.
They got whipped by our defense, so they were just saying, "Great game, guys. See you next year in South Bend."
I'm surprised Ted Cruz made it out, and I guess this was a very interesting thing to see. But I guess
we all know it, though.
I guess that there's actually a number of sports bettors who bet against teams Ted Cruz shows up to support in person. Sports bettors are now 16-2 since 2017 when betting the money line against teams Ted Cruz shows up to support in person.
But it goes past that.
You put in a $100 bet on each game, you would have profited $2,461. It goes past that. How does it go past that?
In the 2022 ALCS, when he was at the Astros game, they lost.
Yeah, that's part of this.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Even the Rockets, because I thought that was just a college football stat.
No, this is it's all teams that he shows up to support. It just they are 16-2.
Yeah.
The teams that they play against the money line when Ted Cruz shows up to support that team. That team is effed.
There's some of it where
2-16.
But he only shows up for the biggest game.
Yes.
So it's normally going to be the hardest game.
Yeah, but
of
they
your
lose
season.
them all.
Yes. No, I understand that. It's just the fact that, yes, he's not going to show up for A&M versus McNeese State. So he's not going to get the free wins. It's all the hardest, biggest games that he shows up for, and you expect him to be a little under 500, but to be 2-18 or whatever it is.
Yeah, but then you need to start going to McNeese State.
Get
that
some
game on. Yeah, get some dubs under your belt.
See the ball go through the basket a couple times.
Like when the White Sox come to town, like that's the Astros game you go to. Like get some W's. Like you got to start racking them up and building some momentum. You got to change history, Mr. Cruz. Or just flee the country when something bad happens. Like whatever you want to do. Like you do you.
Hey, I mean, it makes sense to flee the country when something bad happens.
It's true.
If you have the means.
Don't go to the Astros games this year, please.
Meanwhile, Texas beat Colorado State 52-0. Sean Mapes.
Yes.
Does Texas have a quarterback controversy? Because Arch Manning came in and, oh boy, he looked good.
He did look good. Quinn Ewers also looked good.
Yeah, but Arch Manning is named Arch Manning.
Yes. No, I mean, I was telling Dell, there's really nothing. They beat the crap out of a team they should have beat the crap out of. A little bit of a slow start, but you kind of expect that with at a certain point. Yeah, Arch, he was good. It's fun seeing him actually like play, not just hand the ball off, make a couple throws. Very athletic play, a little Mahomes-esque. I don't know. Credit to Quinn Ewers for throwing an interception in the first quarter to give us, 90 minutes of Quinn Ewers better can't bring this noise to Michigan next week.
How fast did you get a text about that?
Immediate.
Okay.
But I think I got a text.
Or did you send it?
I think I got a text from someone at the game because it happened because I was on delay. So I got it before it happened. I knew what was going to happen. Yeah, and then they go immediately to a Dr. Pepper commercial where he's like, "Don't call the backup." That's going to be fun at some point this season. We're actually going to be calling for the backup, and there's going to be a commercial where he's making that joke. Yeah, can't wait for that.
Rough Saturday for the Cougs, though.
Very rough.
27-7 UNLV?
Yeah.
Yikes.
At least you're not Rice getting your ass kicked by Sam Houston State.
Yeah, that's
worse.
Or Texas Tech. Is Texas Tech worse because they
won? They still beat Abilene.
Yeah,
Christian.
but you had to go to overtime to beat Abilene Christian.
Still won.
Yeah. At a certain point Saturday night, I was looking around the state. And I was like, Texas is the only one that just had like pretty easy. Like I didn't. At no point was I queasy whatsoever about this game. Like it was just 100% stress free.
If I'm not mistaken, they played each other last year, right? Wasn't the game close for a little bit, and then Texas pulled away at the very end?
That's Wyoming.
Wyoming.
It was.
Same teams.
I think it was 10-3.
Right. It was
third
close
quarter
for a while.
Yeah.
I'm in one of these confidence pick leagues, and Texas I did not have covering.
Yeah.
I figured, they'll probably come close to it, but not quite.
Yeah, it was like 33 and a half. Yeah.
That's a huge number.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Michigan didn't look great. That's nice for Texas.
That line already moved from 3.5 to 6.5.
Yeah.
So.
But they're playing things close to the vest. They didn't want to show anything. They didn't want to show the fact they could run block. They didn't want to show that. Texas is gonna think they can't run block now.
You don't want Texas though. Like I mean, you showed Michigan a lot, and Michigan's gonna steal those signs.
Exactly.
So they saw everything. They saw the backup quarterback and the starting quarterback.
If anything, Michigan should be favored.
It's so true. Wow. I agree. Defending national champions. All right, Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros are on a roll. You want to weigh in on them? What are your biggest questions for the Astros that have yet to be answered? It is ESPN Houston on YouTube and at ESPN 975 on Twitch as well. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros and Reds in Cincinnati this afternoon before a random day off. You got Justin Verlander on the hill. We'll see what Verlander's able to do against a Reds pitcher who I refuse to say the name of or remember the name of, with an ERA that is approaching 7. Astros should get a 6th straight win, but anything can happen in baseball. On the call tonight, it's a Jeff Bagwell night.
Yeah, Blummer's on vacation for the next couple days. Probably already golfing. So a little TK and...
Oh, wow. Do you know Jeff Blum on that level where you know he's going to be golfing?
Yes.
Yeah?
I would say yes to that.
You feel like you know him that well?
I mean, we would spend an hour together every Friday for 3.5 years.
Oh.
So I'd
Okay.
say it's pretty close.
Oh, wow. Okay, my bad. Sorry.
I would say pretty close.
I mean, listen, I just thought you were repeating a tweet that Chandler Roman put out
Oh,
there.
did Chandler tweet that
He
too?
tweeted out like he's probably out already golfing.
Well, that's what I would be doing if I could golf.
You can't?
I mean, I can. It just doesn't go well.
I don't understand golf.
Which aspect of it?
I don't understand how people enjoy it. I don't understand how you can play it and not get angry all the time. I mean, look, John Granado, probably the best golfer at the station, right?
Yeah, I would
Very
imagine.
proud of himself. I have no idea what his handicap is. I honestly also don't care. I don't understand how you can play that game and not be more miserable than happy.
Yeah.
How could you play that game and not be great at it and enjoy it?
And I don't know if the drinking would make me less mad or more mad.
The drinking makes it eventually for me palatable to
Yes.
be out there with my friends.
Yes.
But the struggles that you go through, sweating it out in the hot as balls Houston sun.
That's the hard part.
I just do not conceptually understand how this is such a golf hub. And you know what? Shout out to all the golfers out there. We love you. All the people that sell golf stuff out there. We also love you. All the golf courses out there. We love you. I just don't understand how golfers have fun. I don't understand how it's enjoyable in any way, shape, or form, because you're probably going to suck. And when you get sucky performances out there on the athletic field, aren't you competitive? Don't you care?
Yeah.
I would.
I would want to golf with people who are just always on like equal playing field as me. Like I would never, because at least if I suck and then they suck, we're still maybe competitive. I would hate to like be a terrible golfer and then be golfing with someone that's good. That would be. I would have a.
I have some friends who are good. And
I would have a hard time with that.
That also makes it a little bit less enjoyable.
Yeah, because it's like you're struggling.
Yeah.
And they're just fine.
I have a friend who can regularly drive at about 300 yards. And whenever I see that, I'm like, well, F me.
That's
what's the point?
Yeah. And now I will say for the golf, like I could imagine golfing in this heat, but that's why one of the things I think why Houston's incredible. It's, 60 in December. It's like you can golf year round. If you want to suffer through the heat, you can. It wouldn't be for me, but if I had time to golf and the means to golf.
I have friends that do this. They get up at 7 a.m. so that they can go golfing at 8 a.m. And I just don't understand it.
So hot.
So you can avoid the heat. So it's only 90 degrees instead of 100,000.
This text is funny. Being around my wife and kids sucks as well, so golf is.
Okay, so another ringing endorsement of the institution of marriage.
From the 832, I didn't say that in case my wife's listening. Also, I don't golf.
I can confirm that is from the 832.
That's not my area code. So
I was gonna ask, what phone number do you have, Joe?
I still have a Chicago.
Say your
area
phone
code.
phone number right now.
I still have a Chicago area code.
Okay,
that's all I'm giving you. I don't want these creeps to be.
These creeps
trying to find my phone number.
Joe, they're our friends. They're our friends. Okay, come on.
Some are more friendly than others.
This person, I agree with you on that. This person was just sharing a confession with you about how he uses golf to escape his family, which is generally what I hear from everybody. Oh yeah, I can get away from my family for a little bit. Why do you have one? Why do you have one? It's crazy. I don't know. I think you're supposed to like your family. That's just me. I see my sister and my brother-in-law this weekend. They're like the perfect family. Like they're great parents. They're having a great time together. The kids are well behaved and cute. Like, and I'm like, wow. So what's everyone else's problem? Because I only hear everybody else complain about it.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. I would love to do it. I just don't know how people have time to golf. Like I don't. Maybe it's because I'm not an early riser.
I think that's the issue.
Yeah.
Is that like Paul said, like the only way to do it is to wake up early here and do it before the sun really gets cooking. And yeah, that's also something I'm just not interested in.
From the 281, golf is to see your buddies again. So many ringing endorsements of the institution of marriage here. Just, I mean, man, I really can't wait to settle down.
I could see that though. Like
Ooh,
it's like instead of going to the bar, you just go to the golf course. I could see that.
Right, because that's probably they won't let you go to the bar.
Well, it's possible, yes, but you know,
it's also you can't go to the bar at 7:00 in the morning.
It's true.
Yeah, you can. Airport bar.
You just never leave. Oh,
you're just gonna go through security just to go to the airport bar.
I got judged by some lady at the Velvet Taco last Saturday when I was about to fly out to go to Colorado. I respect all women. I'm not going to say what I thought about her in the moment. This Karen next to me, when I order a frozen margarita, and by the way, I'm next to 3 other people who have drinks at 7 a.m. This woman says, "Oh, a little early for drinking." And I just look at her and I say,
"Oh,
I can't believe she said
I
something.
couldn't either.
That's crazy.
I couldn't either. And there are other people around me who are drinking. And I look over to her and I said, "I'm on vacation." But I wanted to say, "Excuse me?" Word I can't say. I wanted to say that. I
Good
did.
for you, Paul. Good for you.
No, not good for me. I mean,
No,
I wish
good for-
I
no.
wish I was a more polite person and that I could let these things just roll off my shoulders. The fact that I responded at all.
I don't. I mean, I would
groggily saying, time as I was, halfway through my frozen margarita.
I think most people would respond in that moment because it's a rando judging you on your life.
I thought
like
when
get
you-
out of here.
I thought when you said judging, I thought it was just gonna be like a look or something.
No,
yeah, to actually
legitimately
like talk to a stranger, that's crazy.
But when we're sitting at a bar, at a restaurant,
Yeah. Also, what are you getting?
I get it. It's 7 a.m, but
No, there's no
everybody
rules
else-
at the airport. There's no rules.
everybody else had a drink.
Does Velvet Taco have a breakfast menu that I'm not aware of?
It was good.
No, but do they have a breakfast? Like, why is she getting what really? A burrito at 7 in the morning?
She was the only person at the bar that did not order a drink. Now, again, there were only a few seats there. You get quicker service if you're sitting at the bar. I understand it. But this woman judging me, I did not like that.
No, I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, I think if you could have, if you would have reacted more harshly, I think we'd stand with Paul.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Depends how harshly, but yes.
Yeah, that's why I said a little more harshly.
Paul wasn't able to make his flight
there's,
to Colorado.
there's only so far we can go with you
because he went Pac-Man Jones on the.
By the way, I did miss my flight out. I did miss my flight on the way out. But
well, why?
Because I was
Too
a
drunk
great
at the
teammate
bar?
and I showed up for Rock the Mic.
Yeah, but your flight was the next day.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I showed, but I mean, I could have packed and said I was at Rock the Mic.
Wait, but what time was your flight?
My flight was at 6 in the morning.
Okay.
I woke up at 5.
Why...
I woke up at 5:15, and I was able to cancel it and change it to another one. So at least I didn't have to double book.
Okay.
But
I didn't know they had flights that early.
I didn't either until I booked it, and then I realized, as I always do, like you're kind of a morning person, but you always procrastinate when you pack, and you finish packing at 2:30 in the morning. And that's what I did. I finished packing at 2:30.
And then that's where we get the margarita at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, because I was like, when you said 7, you missed your flight, and I was like, wait, this is like not.
I'm honestly was
confused.
like, was he just yelling at this woman for too long? that he...
I thought maybe like you missed it while you were in the airport.
Yeah,
Like you were having too many margs.
No.
You're waiting for one more round.
And then
before you...
also the flight just took.
I have a friend who has done that multiple times.
Oh, really?
But
okay, that person deserves to be judged.
Yeah,
that
person should be
person
judged.
that's tough.
We wrap things up with a little garbage time next. It's Gallant George. Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie.ag. You cannot bet on whether or not Paul Gallant will miss his next 6 a.m. flight at MyBookie.ag. But you can bet on the presidential election. You can play blackjack. You can play poker. You can bet on legitimately anything at MyBookie.ag. And what you should do when you go to that website, especially if you're going for the first time, you enter promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus. They will match your first deposit up to $1,000. You can play with that money right away. To bet on blackjack or poker, or to bet on your beloved Houston Astros to win the World Series, or the Astros to beat today the Cincinnati Reds, 1.5-run favorites with Justin Verlander on the hill. Or you can bet on the Houston Texans to win the Super Bowl, plus 1,600. It's the 8th best odds out there. MyBookie.ag is where you can go online to bet on anything, anytime, anywhere. So go there, enter that promo code BET975, and have yourself a fun time making money. Really sucked for anybody who had DirecTV yesterday for that LSU USC classic of a game. To pull the plug as the game kicks off, I mean, F both of them.
Bold
F
strategy.
DirecTV, F ESPN. Get the deal done. Who do you think? It's really funny to see the lawyers come out for these companies after something like this happens and point the finger. You all have the fingers to point at yourselves. We are all directing our middle finger towards you for stuff like that. I empathize with anybody who has DirecTV where you get screwed like that by both DirecTV and ESPN. It's always both companies. You get screwed in the process. Cut the cord.
Yeah.
That's my advice.
And honestly, it's at this point, too, where it's kind of exhausting. And I don't really know why DirecTV or Disney thought this was like the right way to handle this, because it seems like DirecTV was the one who finally was like, we're not airing this game.
Well, it's because it's more of a strategy for Disney to put more pressure on the cable provider, the television provider, by making it right before football season is when the deal expires, and so that sets a deadline to get a more beneficial deal for ESPN.
Yeah, I get it, but
because if they cut it out before like the MLB All-Star game, like people aren't upset.
Yeah, I don't see how like anyone's gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go stick with DirecTV now. They're not gonna blame Disney for this. They're gonna blame DirecTV.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, in the moment, when people try to cancel, they're hoping that because it takes so long to cancel online, especially on a holiday weekend, that people will get lazy and forget to cancel after things cool down a couple of days later. But no, this is an unforgivable offense, because I know a lot of people, you get DirecTV to watch sports, and now it doesn't even have the Sunday ticket package anymore.
And it happens. I mean, it happened last year, I think, with Spectrum and ESPN. The same thing happened, because I know one of my friends had to get YouTube TV to watch sports that weekend. So yeah, I think it's just something where we kind of feel the pain as consumers, but it is like a negotiating ploy.
But also, and like using common sense here, you can sign up for every single Fubo, YouTube TV for free for a free trial.
Yeah.
Always
For
with
7
an email.
days.
But you have to start a new email account.
I know. But like if you
have to
haven't done
remember
one
to
yet,
cancel it because you do have to give them a credit card generally.
I know.
So.
But
there
like,
are ways to do it. You're
Or
right.
you just illegally stream it.
Yes.
That too.
You're criminal.
But that would be criminal, and I would never do such a thing, and Joe would never do such a thing, and Sean would never do such a thing.
I would.
I would.
Wow.
I'm an honest person.
I watch a lot of
Criminals.
Astros games,
I don't tell
and
lies.
I don't buy Fubo TV.
You're both criminals. I've actually never legally streamed a game, and I'm
Are
telling
we?
the truth there.
So you're being the Karen here, just like you
Yeah.
get judged.
I'm judging us.
Yeah, you get judged at the airport.
Well, I'm
now
not
you're
a
judging
thief.
us.
I'm not a thief. A thief.
It's not my fault they set their prices so expensive.
I know it is kind of ridiculous how expensive they are. Honestly, I would. My dad was in security.
Oh, that's right.
software,
You told us that. Yeah.
and he has me paranoid that whenever I go on these websites, I'm going to go hack. But ironically, there's a certain kind of website that I go to, and I don't really seem to have that same fear in the back of my mind. Anyway,
Netflix. Netflix.
Sure. Congrats to @321 Nola, a Florida State fan.
Oh.
He said he would eat dog poop out of a red Solo cup with a spoon if Boston College beat Florida State this weekend. And guess what? Florida State beat Boston College.
No, they play tonight.
Oh, they didn't? Okay. Shoot, I thought it was over already.
No, it's the last one. Bill O'Brien. Let's go, Bill.
Okay, damn.
Give me Bill O'Brien for Boston College.
Hell yeah. Well,
That's
okay.
just stupid.
@321 Noel.
Good luck.
Good luck, man. That would be funny if Boston College beat them.
You have to do it. If you make this wager, you're stuck with it.
I think you are. Also in the world of sports, Connor Stallions is back. He's a high school defensive coordinator. Can you guess what the final score of the game that he was defensive coordinating for was?
Oh, let's go 54-10.
47-6.
Oh, it was a pretty good ballpark there.
Can you guess which team Connor Stallions was the defensive coordinator for?
I'm gonna guess the team that had 10.
Yeah, the team that had 6
Oh,
points.
6, yeah.
Yeah. They gave up 47 points. Should have stole some more signs.
I mean, first game jitters. He's got to work on those.
I hate to root against the United States in anything. I think it is bad. I think we do it a little bit too much, but I'm not going to lie. I was kind of rooting against the U.S. men's flag football team. They beat Austria 53-1 to win the International Federation of American Football Flag Football World Championship in Finland. They beat Austria 53-1. The women's team defeated Mexico 31-18. Both teams were undefeated in the 4-day tournament. Daryl Hoosh Doucette said, quote, "To me, this is one of the greatest teams the USA has ever had."
What's the point scoring? How do you get a point?
I'm guessing a 2-point conversion or a 1-point conversion attempt was returned for a touchdown.
That would make sense because unless they're not going by ones and twos, are they?
I don't think so.
Okay.
This guy's saying that he's better than Patrick Mahomes, and he's 5'7" and has an ugly mechanical release of the football. I wanted him to lose. I'm not gonna lie.
At this point, I kind of hope they just all go play for Canada or something like
no,
that.
they're gonna.
So that way they could try to prove their point.
They're gonna play. Well, yeah, what, in the CFL or something like that?
No,
What do you mean?
go play for the flag football team in Canada. So
Well,
that way,
you
the
have to have
NFL
dual
players.
citizenship.
I know, but just let them. Just let them.
Just
So that
let 'em go.
way they can play the NFL players.
Oh, there's enough good Canadian NFL players too. Like it's these guys. I get it. Like I love flag football too. I think I'm a great flag football player. Calm down. Stop saying you're better than professional players. It's crazy. And that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant George. He is Joe. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big thanks to Sean. Big thanks to Joe. Big thanks to our caller, our texters, our Twitchers, and our YouTubers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Labor Day. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Labor Day edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. And as appreciation to Labor Day, to pay homage to Labor Day, we're going to labor for you. We're going to labor for you, and there's good thing. There's nothing else to do. Whether you're probably not working, if you are, we'll take you through your day. Astros don't play baseball today, and let's see how many people we can rile up. Astros don't play baseball today until 6:05, so you got nothing to do for the next 3 hours but to listen to the Killer Bees. Astros at 6:05, first game in Cincinnati. Lots to get to today. It is the first Monday after a college football weekend, so what do we believe after the college football weekend? Although there is a game tonight. Bill O'Brien kicks off his Boston College tenure against Florida State, who'll be ticked off as they take on Boston College. We'll get to a Mailbag Monday at 4:30, and then Texans-Colts on Sunday, 6 days away from the Houston Texans season kicking off. There's an NFL game Thursday, NFL game on Friday. Cannot wait. We'll also get to the Kyle Tucker news in a little bit. All is well right now. All is well right now with Kyle Tucker, but Chandler Rome has reported that there was indeed a fracture on the shin of Kyle Tucker. He had 3 sources tell him that. I imagine that'll be part of our bad in good, bad, and ugly. But as we always do on a Monday, good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. And we would be remiss if we didn't start with the good after the Astros sweep the Kansas City Royals. Blankers.
What a great 4-game series, 5 in a row. The way they've played against this upper-level competition, again, playing to the level and just playing so well. How can you not start with the starting pitching? I mean, the starting pitching was phenomenal. The worst you get is Blanco shutout ball for 5 innings, but you get Brown going 6 2/3. You get 2 7-inning performances from Kikuchi and Fromber. Fromber and Brown go no-nos going into their last inning. Phenomenal outing. They gave up 1 earned run, I think, in their last 30 2/3 innings. The starting pitching was lights out.
Yeah, starting pitching was fantastic, and you can go up and down the rotation with how good everybody was. Ronel Blanco. Look, Ronel Blanco is not the most economical starting pitcher. I don't think he can be with his stuff. Now, his breaking ball and his changeup are good, but I think he has to be a guy who lives on the margins. He has to be right on the edge. He's got to be right on the corner, because if he's over the plate, he's going to get hit. I think that's why he has high pitch counts. I think that's why he walks a good amount of guys, is because he has to live on the corners. His stuff doesn't play in the middle of the zone like a Hunter Brown's can, like a Framber Valdez's can, like a Spencer Arrighetti's can, like a Yusei Kikuchi can. Ronel Blanco has to live on the corners. So I think that's why we see his pitch count go up. I think that's why we see, the walk total up. But I'll take 5 shutout innings from Ronel Blanco every single time. If he throws 100 pitches to get through 5 innings, but it's 5 shutout innings, cool.
No doubt.
That's fine.
I think the mystery becomes, and I don't know, if you can pinpoint it and say he's not completely warmed up or whatever. He normally struggles the most in the first inning or inning and a half, where he's really kind of missing the zone. The pitches get up there. He gets a pitch count up. He walks a couple guys early, and then he kind of settles in. Once he gets his rhythm and he settles in, then it's a much better scenario in terms of the pitch count. But you're right. I mean, he can't afford to dabble in the middle of the plate, but sometimes whether he gets too cute or depending on the strike zone the umpire's giving him, that's where you got to live with the fact that he's probably not going to ever give you like 7+ innings in a game the way, he did early in the season.
No. Well, I mean, I think he has it in his bag. I think the stars have to align for him. Now, I think the thing that we kind of lose sight of when it comes to Ronel Blanco, he still leads the Astros in ERA. He's still second in the American League in ERA. So this guy's still a weapon for you. He also leads the American League in hits per 9, which again goes to the fact that he's hard to hit because he's living on the edges, living on the corners. But Ronel Blanco, really good to see that start from him. Yusei Kikuchi, so good. Again, 7 innings, struck out 12 in that game against a good lineup, although much better hitting team at home than they are the road. Stats would back that up. I think there's some cameras in the fountains. Yusei Kikuchi with the Astros in 6 starts. Astros are undefeated in those 6 starts, by the way, is 3-0 with a 2.57 ERA. He has a sub-1 whip. His strikeouts per 9 is over 12. Yusei Kikuchi in his first 6 starts has been the best pitcher acquired at the deadline. And it blows me away because the Yusei Kikuchi for the last 2 months prior to becoming an Astro was a tomato can. Like the fact that the Astros are getting this out of a guy who was getting roughed up for about 6 to 12 starts prior in Toronto is unbelievable.
I mean, when you start talking about just the totality of everything, you're right. Starting with Kikuchi and the fact that we did not know what to expect, but we certainly didn't expect this. And to be undefeated in every start that he's given you since he's joined the squad is one thing. But the way that he has just kind of dialed it in to be knocking guys down left and right with strikeouts has been absolutely phenomenal. And you take it a step further, their 2.51 ERA in August, best in baseball. 185, as you mentioned, part of what you'd mentioned, 185 opponents batting average against, second lowest in a month by any team in Major League history. Cleveland in 1968, the last time you saw what the Astros pitchers are doing. The fact that you can go top to bottom, and you're basically talking about a guaranteed Hall of Famer as the guy you worry about the most in a six-man rotation in Justin Verlander, the guy throwing today, because everybody else is just shoving every time they get the baseball.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how good this rotation has been. 1 through 6, 1 through 6, and then Fromber. We got to mention Fromber because Fromber's a machine. Fromber's going to back his way into a top 5 AL Cy Young finish yet again. He's been super consistent, really ever since he had that blow up against the Angels and Joe George called for his head and wanted him traded. Ever since then, he's been fantastic. Let's pull up Fromber's numbers since Joe George wanted Fromber Valdez traded. 17 starts for Fromber. He himself is 10-4 in those 17 starts with a 2.65 ERA. The team is 13-4 in those 17 starts. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball since Joe George called for Fromber to be traded.
Yeah, you could take it a step further, and I was looking at some stuff this morning. Since 2020, he leads all pitchers in wins with 58, fourth best ERA at 3.17. And he leads all of baseball in postseason wins, innings, and strikeouts since 2020. So, yeah, there were the hiccups. Yes, we've talked about the mental lapses, whether it be fielding or it be just when he gets, frustrated from time to time. But you can't discount just how good his stuff is. And when he is the other night, I mean, he basically was throwing any pitch he wanted on any count, and it just didn't matter. The change of speeds, even on the difference, the variation in speed on his breaking pitches, and just locating it everywhere he wanted it to go. It was like he just knew what the next pitch was going to be, and he didn't care if they were looking for it or not. He knew his stuff was going to translate. It's fun to watch when he's on the hill because he is in total control right now, and he is on quite a roll.
Yeah, I think he's one of the best pitchers in baseball, quite frankly. And whenever he's got the curveball going, when he can get that over for a strike, he's getting swing and miss on that. He might be the best pitcher in baseball, and that's not hyperbolic. That's how good Fromber Valdez has been. And really, Fromber Valdez has kind of been that guy for a couple of years now. Fromber this year, 3.11 ERA. Last year, didn't have a great second half. I think he was upset about the All-Star game, but still 3.45 ERA. Year before that, 2.82. Year before that, 3.14. COVID year, 3.57. Like over the last 5 years, he has been one of the most consistent pitchers in all of baseball. Does he have his moments here and there? Yes. But would you take that kind of consistency? Of course, 10 times over. Other than the starters, what else you got? Goods.
I mean, when you start looking at Jordan at home finally, breaking out with the long balls, the power numbers, getting hits. He was 6 for 15 over the weekend, over the 4-game series. And we know how important and vital he is to this offense. And it was such a mystery why he was getting such ridiculous splits from road to home. But to not only settle in at home, but to hit the bombs he was hitting, to hit almost 500 for the weekend, that's something that you got to have. And when he's hitting like that, I mean, everybody feeds off of it, but that's what drives your lineup.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like he gets bored at home or what, but it's kind of like, hey, he can turn it on whenever he wants. Maybe he's got the family, the family's wearing on him at home, He's sleeping in the doghouse or something because he gets on the road.
The first home run the other day. The Astros Twitter posted it that his son called the first home run. And let's not forget he got robbed of one. I mean, he hit what he thought was another home run, and the right fielder for Kansas City went way over the wall to bring that thing back.
Yesterday?
No, over the course of the weekend. Was it Saturday?
I don't remember that one.
Yes.
It might have been Saturday.
I think it was Saturday, but the right fielder went a good elbow above the wall in right field to bring it back.
I was working on Saturday, so maybe it was that one.
Yeah.
Jordan 30 homers for the 4th year in a row, by the way. He is a machine. He said he did it for Yuli. What a good guy doing it for his former countryman. I guess it's still his countryman, Yuli Gurriel. I think it's a great time for Myers to go on maternity leave. He was 1 for 15 in the series. Go have a baby. Go have a baby. Congratulations on the baby. And then maybe try to get out of your head and come back with a little bit of offensive game. Now, of course, you're going to play center field because you're the best defensive center fielder the Astros have. But let's try to find a little offense while you're away. Just a little bit. A little bit of offense from Myers would go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, and at least you know that people will actually probably miss you by the time you come back because Chaz is your replacement, and Chaz is going to play center field. So at least you probably won't have someone setting high standards for you to match when you come back. But it would be nice to kind of get your head out of your rear end a little bit offensively and snap out of it because of the fact that we know that. I mean, look what Ben Gamble's done since he's become an Astro.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is just, regardless of what he hasn't been able to accomplish since he came in pretty highly touted when he started his career. Dude has been nails for you since he became the Astro.
He's always been an okay hitter. Now, not to this point, but it's always been like fringy. It's been fringy. King of all Twitches says Hayward can play center field. I think you can get away with that with ground ball pitchers. I don't think you can get away with that when a guy like Justin Verlander's pitching gives up a lot of fly balls. But I do think that's in the play. I think you'll see it actually while Myers is away at some point.
Yeah, look, he's a good enough athlete to do it. You saw him. I mean, basically, no one calls off Altuve, and he came running in from right field and almost caught it on the fringe of the infield to show that, he can cover some ground. You're right. It's a different story when you're having to cover the gaps and cover him out there. But it should be interesting to see how they play, how he decides to play center field with Jake out and see how much run Chaz actually gets.
All right, what else we have? What other goods do we have before we flip it around?
Hayward's first game. Hayward's first game, you needed it. The extra base hit, the double scores 2.
No, that was Thursday.
Okay, but it's still part of the series.
Yeah, but we talked about it.
I'm just saying for the whole series. I thought that everybody pitched Bobby Witt Jr. fantastic with the exception of Hector Neris. Hector Neris was responsible for the 2 home runs, but everybody else was basically shutting down Bobby Witt Jr. when he was on quite a heater.
Yeah, whenever he's playing in away games, he's got buzzers in the fountains. Things are going on. Any other goods, Brian?
I'm sorry if I missed something that you've already covered, but obviously the starting pitching was fantastic, and then both Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena had really good offensive weekends, hits in every game. I believe Diaz scored a run in every game. Pena had 5 RBI. It was a good weekend.
Angels take the series from Seattle. That's my final good.
That was a good.
Seattle lost a series to the Angels in a pennant race. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
Well,
how does that happen? Seattle, where are you at? Where are all the trolls at? Pierre. Seattle, Pierre, where are you?
10 games up. They're now 6 back.
The level of just flat out anger with Mariners fans and just quoting all the different things about the Tigers and the Angels, and they lost. I think it was like 8 of 9 to the Tigers. And now that they got the same kind of streak going against the Angels, and listening to the Mariners broadcast yesterday to watch them just implode over and over again. They got so excited at one point when J-Rod hit one down the line. He's like, "Oh, there it is. We're back in the game." The left fielder caught. He's like, "Or maybe not." Yeah. And they just it was so fun to watch them lose to the Angels.
Yeah, love it. Now they start a series against Oakland.
Service certainly didn't help.
No.
Same results.
Fired the other interim manager catcher dude that they got. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I believe coming up at 4 o'clock, Mailbag Monday, you can ask us whatever you want. We'll talk some Texans coming up on Sunday as well. But Kyle Tucker, that fracture. We'll get to the bad of the Astros weekend. Get your thoughts, too. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. On Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter, ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It's me, again, to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS.com. Football is back, and it's time to get in on the action. I've been winning you some money, some money that's coming up this football season. And, of course, I'm doing that at BetUS because I only endorse one sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer, a 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Not your first, not your second, all 3. That's right, 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply cannot. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonus, plus they have all the products you need. How about competitive odds? We love the parlays. We love the live betting. Odds boost. It's like cheating. Prop betting. That's always fun, too. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call, 1-800-MY-BET-US. That's BetUS, where the game begins.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good, bad, and ugly. Went over the good. What's the bad? 713-780-3776. Lead story there, of course, is Kyle Tucker. We'll get to that in a moment. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Walt, do you have any good or bad from the Astros weekend?
Well, yeah, I've got some good and I got some bad. The good was the Astros, especially the pitching staff. Staff pitched to a 150 ERA, and the starters were really, really good. Kikuchi was the only starter even to give up a run. And this backed up an offense, which was pretty much his league average. Hit 250 for the series, a little under 700 OPS, a little above. Now, the bad is the Royals, of course. You know, starting back when they played Cleveland last Wednesday, it's hard to believe if they had won last Wednesday, they would have been in the lead in the Central. They blew a 5-2 lead. Cleveland scored 5 runs to win that game, 7-5. And since that 7th inning stretch, Cleveland has been outscored 28-9. And of course, that's even a bad football game.
Mm-hmm. All right, appreciate the call, Walt. Yeah, the I think the AL Central is a little overrated.
I just like the guards to lose just a little, keep losing for a little bit longer. Try and lock up that 2 seed and that bye minimum, and do the Astros one of the final solids that they need down the stretch. That would be helpful. But you're right. I mean, I think. Look, in a lot of ways, I think all 3 teams have overachieved to some level. At Minnesota, obviously the injuries have hurt them a lot. But with Cleveland and Kansas City, I think they're good teams that are going to get better. Cleveland's always that kind of team. I think Kansas City has the chance to be really good down the road, but I don't fear any of the teams in that division.
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us.
Right.
Knock on wood. But some of the numbers you hear with the Astros pitching staff, whether it's like the last 3 months, the last month. You mentioned the one where they're second best, like in baseball history. Last time it had been done in the 60 Cleveland. They weren't the guards then. 60s is what I said, I think. 713-780-ESPN. Good, bad, ugly. 713-780-3776. Keith from LA. Yeah, the Astros beat some good teams finally, but it's football, all capital letter season now. Put the Astros on the back burner until the playoffs. It's CJ's town now. Okay, Keith from LA. Stop texting us. 713-780-3776. Now, to me, the bad is this stuff coming out with Kyle Tucker. The good news is that maybe he's going to play soon. He's in Cincinnati. I think that there's a little bit of I think they might be disagreeing a little bit, Kyle Tucker and the Houston Astros, because some of the stuff that's coming out about, like, do they want him to play? And we'll get to the shin fracture in a moment. Kyle Tucker doesn't want to go on a rehab. The Astros have been very adamant that he's going to need a rehab assignment. You also have had like Joe Espada, like, I don't know when he's going to be ready to play. I don't know if he's going to be on the trip. And Tucker's like, I want to be on the trip. This quote from the Houston Chronicle. This is Tucker. Actually, might have been from McTaggart. I would prefer to probably just take some live at bats and do everything as quickly as possible, as opposed to potentially going on a rehab assignment. Tucker said, I'm not going to play the KC series, but we'll look to potentially in Cincinnati or the homestand after that. Like, Kyle Tucker wants to play. Kyle Tucker does not want to go to the minors. The Astros do. The Astros were not very sure if Kyle Tucker needed to go on the trip to Cincinnati, yet Kyle Tucker is there. I don't want to say that there's angst there. I think that's too strong of a word. I think the word that I would use here is I believe that they're disagreeing on the return to play for one Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, and you're right about the rehab, because I was listening to I want to say I heard it on their radio broadcast, but I was listening to the radio broadcast and checking on some things where they were basically kind of saying as much without saying it, that he just didn't want to go to rehab as long as and go down to Sugarland. As long as he was taking live hitting in the cages and stuff, he felt like he was ready and that he felt really good. And once he ran the bases, he wanted to get back in there. Maybe that's also part of what we talked about in terms of whether he did it or not. Everybody's looking at him and they're kind of pointing a finger like, why haven't you played yet? To where I think he really wants to get back out there. He feels that too. And he knows the team's in the middle of it. So as long as he feels he's ready, it's different than the pitching staff, but I'm fine with getting him in the lineup because you just got to see what he's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the right way to do it. Like, is that better than going on a rehab assignment, getting his timing back? I don't know. I think I prefer the rehab assignment route, but I'm not going to die on that Towels Hill. Go ahead.
They called 3 different AA pitchers up, I think, in the system, so that each day a different guy was throwing to him, I guess, for timing.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. But like playing in the game and then having 4 at bats, is he going to be playing right field? Is he only going to DH? I think a rehab assignment would do him good. I don't think that Kyle Tucker wants the rehab assignment. He's flat out basically said it, and you've had Dana Brown say for 3 months that they're going to put him on a rehab assignment once he's ready to play. And then this one from McTaggart. Tucker said Friday, he said this on Friday, there's a chance he could return to the lineup during the team series in Kansas City, which Monday, off day, tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. Espada said the club was still discussing if Tucker would travel with the team to Cincinnati. There's some disagreement here between Kyle Tucker and the Houston Astros, just saying. Now, in the last 2 hours, Chandler Rome of The Athletic has reported that Kyle Tucker did indeed have a fracture of his shin, which comes to a surprise to absolutely nobody. Nobody is surprised that Kyle Tucker actually had a shin fracture.
No, and we kept scratching our temples and looking at all the history of the injury and the length guys are normally out and going, look, you can call it whatever you want. We know how much of an issue we've had between the Astros communications department and the fact that from the medical personnel, we just never know what we don't know, and we're probably never going to be told so. The fact is that it took way too long for what was built as a bone bruise. But I guess now after the fact, does this save some kind of face to say, oh, there was actually a fracture? At this point, it's water under the bridge, except for the fact that it's taken just way too long.
The only problem with now saying, okay, it's a bone fracture, I remember when we had the whole conversation of what is this injury really, we looked up the timeline for a bone fracture, and it's less than 3 months usually. We're talking bone fractures usually, 6 to 8 weeks, so 2 months, and we're now over or just at the 3-month mark for Kyle Tucker's injury. So maybe it is a bone fracture, but it still doesn't add up considering the length of time he's been out.
No, I think this was a misdiagnosis, quite frankly. I think that tea leaves tell. Look, I'm not a doctor, although I'll pretend like I'm a doctor. I've been around sports. I've seen injuries. I've been around athletic trainers, et cetera, et cetera. The compound fracture thing is like a 4-month injury, like 4 to 6 month injury. He obviously doesn't have that. Like he's currently running on it. Like he wouldn't be running on it right now if it was that degree. It's very likely that there was some sort of hairline fracture or like a little crack in the bone, which, as Brian said, 6 to 8 weeks. So we're looking at 3 months where he's like, getting close to playing again. So yes, I don't think that the timeline adds up. The fact that the Astros are lying about this, okay, that's kind of questionable. That's sus. That's super sus of the Astros to be doing this. But what's worse than lying is incompetence. And that's where I'm at with this Astros training staff. And quite frankly, I'm firing them. I'm firing them this offseason. Even if they're completely innocent in all of this, for the sake of my own peace of mind, I am firing them and trying to go out and hire the best athletic staff that I possibly can hire. Even if they're completely innocent in all of it. And I hate calling for people's jobs. But it's just where you are. And you go down like Kyle Tucker. Luis Garcia's returned to play. Lance McCullers could be a little issue all of his own. There's the Penn Murphy. That's only this year. That's only this year when it comes to those guys. Yordan Alvarez's hands. We never really got an explanation there. Christian Javier, his neck, back, didn't look good. Tommy John. So you go up and down the list how it's been so bizarre with this athletic training staff that I'm to the point you have to find a completely different one, even if they're completely innocent in all of this. For the sake of our own peace of mind, it's time to fire them all.
Yeah, look, I think you can go back to the whole diagnosis and the questions in the Chandler Rome with Verlander. You can go back and you can look at all the different guys. Obviously, the McCullers stuff drove me nuts for how long it all took, and then he eventually had surgery anyway, and all of the different quotes that were coming out and things about that. But at a certain point, when you know that you see teams do this all the time, whether you reassign trainers and guys on the staff, or you just go and find, depending on who you want to point the ultimate finger at, when this kind of thing happens, and it happens this frequently with this many players, you are in your right mind and also can deflect a little bit of all the missteps when you just finally decide to hit the reset button and go, look, we got to do something different than we've done before. The Texans went through this years ago with the fact that they were just having way too many injuries and way too many things were coming back to them and their staff, and they shuffled the deck and they reassigned some guys, they got rid of some guys, they did things a little differently. At a certain point, no matter how much you use the word discomfort, there comes a time when you've got to figure things out how to do it better. And it doesn't even matter about the message you're delivering to the fans and to the media. It's about doing it better for the sake of the team and the players, because there's no way Kyle Tucker, with this amount of time missed, like you said, we would ever have believed that it was what they were telling us it was.
And the other thing that I would look at in terms of incompetence whenever I talk, because that's a big word. That's a big word to say that they are incompetent. Like, looking at how you treat fractures of the leg, whether it's a hairline fracture, which is a 6 to 8 week injury, whether it's like a more severe fracture, which is 4 to 6 months. Like, do we believe Kyle Tucker has a 4 to 6 month injury fracture of his leg if he's about to return to baseball? No, it's been 3 months. So it's probably a hairline fracture, which is 6 to 8 weeks. Now, the bone bruise could have lasted 3 months. It could have been both injuries, of course. But how do you handle the fracture of a leg? You're going to probably put it in a cast, right? Do you ever remember seeing Kyle Tucker in a cast?
No.
Kyle Tucker was in the stinking dugout 3 days later, limping onto the field to celebrate a walk-off.
Didn't they put him in a walking boot?
Walking boot was initial right away.
He was walking around with a broken leg. That's why I think that there's some incompetence here. If it's a hairline fracture of your stinking shin, you shouldn't be walking around, even in a walking boot. Even in a walking boot. That thing should be casted up. You should be on crutches, which they told us he was in crutches on the first day, and then they didn't place him on the injured list right away. And then 3 days later, Julia Morales is given a dugout report that Kyle Tucker's off of crutches. Off of crutches. 3 to 4 days after taking one off the shin that they're now telling us was a fracture. You wouldn't have been off of crutches if it was a fracture. That's how I know this thing was misdiagnosed.
Yeah,
you know another way to know this was misdiagnosed. I remember going through the timeline of when the injury, all the different reports they gave us. I remember towards the end of June, there was a 3-day period where we got an update from Joe Espada that he was running on a treadmill. Then 3 days later, they told us he wasn't running. At what point, if it was a bone fracture, why would you be running on it and have all these reports about running on it about 3 to 4 weeks into the injury?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, basically, with whatever he was told, the do's and the don'ts weren't. Whatever he was doing, whatever they felt comfortable relaying to us, now looks like it added to the injury. It added to the extent. It added to the time he was out. It's why everybody kept pointing the finger and guessing and basically had every right to say, you gave us all these deadlines. You're missing all these deadlines. He was coming along. You anticipated he was going to play in Anaheim 3 days after the injury. 3 months later, you're scratching your temple going, well, we think it could be about the 10th day of September. It was a complete debacle, and they should be wearing all of this.
I don't know that it 100% added to the injury, timeline, to the injury timeline. Because, I mean, bone bruises can potentially have a 3 to 4 month return. That's in play. It's in play that a bone bruise can cause you to miss 3 to 4 months of activity. So I don't know that the fracture added to the timeline of him being available. It might have. But I don't think you can answer it one way or the other.
But I would say that if you were hell-bent and you were dead sure that it was a bruise, then they're going to analyze. You're going to give them the instructions you're going to give the players going to be totally different to the training staff than it is if there's a fracture. Because to Brian's point, you're not going to be running on a treadmill. You're not going to be pounding on it. Now they have those. Every team now has access to those weightless in water where you can run without putting weight on your foot and your leg to get the cardio in. But even still, that's what he would be doing. He wouldn't be on a legit treadmill.
I don't even think he's doing that with a crack. Not in the bone.
Right.
You're going to heal that thing before you're doing any sort of activity.
That was the report, though, around June 28th that he had run on a treadmill.
That's why it was a misdiagnosis. I think there's a lot of clues to the fact they didn't think it was broken, which, look, I've broken my leg before that the break didn't show up in the initial imaging. And I went a week later, I was like, this thing doesn't feel right. And I went a week later after the swelling had gone down a bit, and they're like, oh, yeah, there is a crack there. So, that's not the crazy part of it. The crazy part of it, it seems like they were already trying to get him to return to play whenever he had the bone bruise for that initial week. They're medical experts. They should know, hey, we might not have seen a crack yet, but let's get the swelling down, and in a week, maybe there is going to be a crack that we discover. The fact that they didn't place him on the injured list, a clue. The fact that he wasn't in any sort, he was never in a cast because we saw him in the dugout. We saw him in the dugout walking around. The fact that he wasn't in a cast, clue. The fact that he was off of crutches in a few days, a clue that this was a misdiagnosis. The treadmill, a clue. There are so many things that prove that they didn't realize that he had a fracture initially, and at some point they found out he did have the fracture, who knows when, and they were covering it up the whole time. Why? Because I think they're trying to cover up their incompetence.
I think you're right, because like I said, I've told you guys, when I had what they didn't know in my foot, which turned out they said to me, I had a walking boot on because they said they couldn't see on any x-rays, two x-rays and MRIs, any kind of hairline fracture, but they said it could still be deeply within the bone. It just doesn't show up. But I was down for 3 months. And at the same time, obviously I'm not an athlete and I'm not Kyle Tucker, but the one thing that they for sure said was stay off of it. No matter what you do, stay off of it. I was in crutches with a walking cast, and they said, whatever you do, don't be putting any pressure. You're not walking, you're not running, you're not doing anything. You're certainly not on a treadmill, and you're certainly not doing the things seemingly that he was doing just days after the initial injury.
Yeah, I just Googled when he was on the treadmill, and the earliest report of it was June 28th. So sometime probably, 3 weeks after the shin contusion, he's running on a treadmill.
That's ridiculous.
So June 3rd, he had a shin contusion. He's running on a treadmill no later than June 20th. That's 25 days. You're not going to be running on a treadmill with a hairline fracture after 25 days. You're just not.
Yeah, so either that report was a lie or they had no idea what type of injury he had.
Yeah, they probably found out it was some sort of fracture after this report. Probably sometime in July.
Because there were reports coming out about how they're kind of frustrated with the progress. If you remember, sometime in July, I think it was from the Astros. They were disappointed about the progress that was coming along with the injury, wondering why it wasn't progressing faster. That's probably around the time they figured out, oh, this isn't a bone bruise, this is a fracture.
And I just point out, again, God forbid that maybe it was initially something that could have been a bone bruise, but because of all the compound pressure and pounding that he was putting on it, doing what they said was okay, that's maybe why it turned into what it turned into, the fracture.
Yeah, you could be onto something there. Like that, it wasn't healed enough to really take on that sort of compression that maybe it did materialize into some sort of fracture, which again would point to incompetence. Like it might not be a misdiagnosis in that theory, but it does point to incompetence. So I'm either looking at incompetence for a misdiagnosis or your theory, incompetence for putting pressure on him and that it led to a fracture, which is even worse. That's even worse.
You know as well as I do, being around all the athletes that we've been around. The medical staff in most institutions and professional organizations, they're going to border on doing the utmost on the side of caution to make sure this injury is healed and handled appropriately. Yeah. The last thing that they are going to do is say, you know what, regardless of what situation the team's in, you know what, tough it out. It'll be fine. It'll still heal on its own. Go ahead and run on a treadmill and get ready as quick as you can. They're not going to do that.
Either theory is a fireable offense.
Without question.
And this is, to me, this is the straw that breaks the camel's back. You've had so many other instances of this. You've had the return to play policy since James Click. James Click was roasted for his return to play, and he was talking about how we're going to have to reassess our return to play. It's time for a new training staff, even if it's at minimum for peace of mind. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll get your thoughts on it if you want. Astros don't play until 6:05 today. And with the Astros, they're talking about going to a 5-man rotation. They have 2 off days in a matter of 7 days, so they're looking to go to a 5-man rotation. They're talking about Ronel Blanco being the guy that's not going to be in that 5-man rotation. So how do you use Ronel Blanco over the next week if he is that odd man out, which we all assume he's going to be, if they go to a 5-man rotation, which we all assume they're going to do? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jorm on Twitter. You guys keep saying Astros at 6. They're playing right now. No, they're not. They're not playing right now. They're playing, and they're not. They don't play at 6 either. They play at 6:05 is what we're saying. Astros play at 6:05. Hope Verlander doesn't have control issues. 713-780-3776. Speaking of the Astros rotation, there's been talks of them going to a 5-man rotation for a week and then going back to the 6-man rotation after the week just because of the way the schedule lays out. They have an off day tomorrow, then they have an off day next Monday, and then they play like the rest of their games consecutively. They might have an off day, 1 or 2 the rest of the way. So 5-man, it looks like, for this week until next Tuesday when it looks like they'll go back to a 6-man. They've all but said that it's going to be Ronel Blanco, who they skip in the rotation. How do you use Ronel Blanco if he does get skipped in the rotation?
Here's the thing, Jeremy. The more I thought about this, the more I think that the best way to use Ronel Blanco is to not use Ronel Blanco. He's thrown a ton of innings. And the fact is, if you're going to go back to the 6-man at a certain point to where you're going to need him stretched out, then we know that they keep saying they're watching his innings extra closely. We know the fact that he's thrown more innings than he ever has in his pitching career. And you know you're going to need him as a key component to your pitching staff no matter where you use him in the playoffs. So if this is the chance for him to catch a break, yeah, he can do a bullpen session. Yeah, he can do the things so that he stays stretched out. But if you don't have to use him, then you don't have to use him. If there is a chance for long relief, you can use him. But to me, because of the fact that you're going to need him again in the 6-man after this stretch, as you mentioned, then I would just say give him a little break, give his arm a little rest, keep it fresh, but don't have him do anything to be taxed on the arm. And then hopefully he comes back with a little bit more in the tank when he comes back ready to go for the 6-man.
I don't hate it. I would be okay with it, quite frankly. Now, I would prefer to see him have like a bullpen day mixed in there because now you're going like 10 days without a start. I think that's too much without a start for a big league pitcher in the middle of a stretch drive that is the second best ERA in the American League. So I'm good with the fact that he would be the guy that doesn't get a start in this week, this one trip through the rotation. Verlander might be your worst of these 6 starters, but you're certainly not kicking Verlander out to the bullpen. I would have Ronel Blanco, you're going to pitch an inning or 2, probably just an inning. You're going to pitch an inning in this game on this date, no matter what. So just be ready for that. It's going to be a tune-up outing. It's going to be basically your bullpen, and then here's your next start whenever we go to the 6-man rotation. That's what I would do. One inning.
That's what I meant. Do your normal. You can throw. You can keep your arm fresh. You can do your bullpen, as you mentioned. Maybe you do your bullpen on the day you're going to throw, and you do it closer to the time where, you start it at the time when maybe a game starts or something. So you're heated up, you're warm, and then you can go in and get an inning in before you get out. But regardless, and if you're going to use them at all, it would seem to me that ideally it would be in a Verlander start because he's not there yet. He's not completely stretched out. He's not where he normally is, no matter where he is in his career, in terms of how many innings he can give you. So that's a possibility of a piggyback there, as Verlander continues to try and, pitch back into shape. But other than that, I'm totally good with him just taking this week off and getting ready for the stretch run.
I mean, Ronel Blanco is already 20 innings past his previous career high. And we've seen studies and reports that indicate when guys get to around 40 or 50 innings pitched past their previous high, that's when, the arm problems creep in. And maybe the Astros aren't concerned about that because he's a 30-year-old pitcher who doesn't factor into the long-term plans. But you figure he's going to have at least a couple more starts before the regular season's over, maybe a start or 2 in the playoffs. So 20 innings could easily turn into, 35, 40 innings past his career high. And that's a dangerous territory. So to me, I would second and I guess third you guys' plan. Have him throw an inning, like a set inning. He's not coming in during the middle of it. He's coming in a clean inning, 7th, 8th, whatever, on a set day where he can plan and prepare for it, and let that be it until they return to the 6-man rotation.
I have a hard time seeing him get a playoff start.
I agree.
Yeah, it would be tough. I'm just saying you got to factor in that he would pitch in the postseason too.
Yeah,
but
in some injury maybe.
Well,
and for that.
Guys, this might be the precursor to what he does in the postseason by setting him up a little bit to say, if you are going to use him during this week, kind of try and use him in maybe a situation where he might be used in the playoffs coming out of the bullpen. Like you said, Brian, probably best to keep him starting fresh, a fresh inning, not coming in. But then, how does that translate to how you get ready and what you go through different than when you start? And use it as like a little mini dress rehearsal. Just if that's the way you're going to use him and he truly is the guy that's not going to get a start, one of 2, then at least he's had a little experience with it.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. Why not? Like, why not give him a little bit of a taste of that? Because I think that will be his role. Knock on wood. Should you A, make the playoffs? Should you B, not have injury? Should Verlander not be washed?
It's a lot of knocking on wood.
Verlander not be washed. It's that time of year. We're in September now. You got to knock on a lot of wood in September.
I think we could be confident they're going to make the playoffs at this point. Can we not? As the most pessimistic person on the show, at least
I don't want to
in terms of the Astros, my Brian graph is up to around 90% right
the
now.
Odds are in their
I'm almost
favor.
locking it in.
The odds were really against them when they were 12-24, and here we are. So there's still a chance.
6-game lead with less than a month left.
I know. Anything can happen. I don't like to get it the
that's why I'm not going to put it at 100%. I'll settle at 90, but I'm very confident right now.
Yeah. You were not that confident a couple of weeks ago.
About a month ago, I was at 15%. So
the Twitch has
come a long way.
Poncho has that notepadded and keeps quoting it, which is going to be on Bad Take Boulevard the first Thursday after the regular season.
I mean, the fact that they're in the situation where they have the luxury of being able to take a guy, and you mentioned Jeremy, where his ERA still is. The worst start of the year was the one where he got dinged by the umpiring staff about the sticky stuff in the glove. But for the most part, he hasn't even had the big blow-ups like we've seen Arrighetti and Brown go through. He's been really, really good, and you have the luxury to be able to sit him down. You're nursing Verlander back, and yet you've got 5 starters that are fully capable, as we just saw, of keeping you in every ball game.
Rocky, JV looks washed. If it wasn't for his namesake, I'm not sure he's making a playoff roster. I think today's start for him at 6:05 will go a long way in determining our perception of where JV is at. So we'll probably talk about that tomorrow because they play later tonight. 713-780-3776. If this Astros team goes on to win it all, is it a greater Cinderella story than the 95 Rockets? Cinderella story. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Trying to rile some people up on Labor Day. 8217 pretending that the Astros game is after your show is so lame! Exclamation point. I like riling people up. 713-780-ESPN. If this Astros team, and look, they put their winning streak on the line tonight at 6:05 at Cincinnati. If this Astros team wins it all, is it a greater Cinderella story than the 95 Rockets?
I was thinking about this the other day because of the fact that now all of a sudden all the national media is really coming out of the woodwork to talk about how the odds were stacked against them. And we talked about the percentages of not making the playoffs when they were, double-digit games under 500 and really, really struggling, and the chances to even be a wild card were basically slim and none. And the fact that, much like the season where the Chronicle buried them and said that they were dead and they came back, to make a hell of a run. When you look at this run, if they end up finishing the deal and coming from where they came from, there is a case to be made about the ultimate comeback story and Cinderella story, much like the lowest seed ever to win the NBA title in the Rockets. The difference is going to be, or at least where the comparisons could be really zeroed into, is going to be when you start talking about the opponents as they get closer and closer to winning it. Because that was, I think, as much as the Rockets were a 6 seed going in, the big thing was knocking off the 1 and 2 seeds basically in their conference and then the 1 seed in the East to get there. They were beating the best of the best every round. You don't know how it's going to line up for the playoffs, but I think that it could be kind of similarly looked at if they end up finishing this deal.
I have a really hard time calling the Astros a Cinderella story. Very difficult time. It's a team that's been to 7 straight ALCSs, 2 World Series in the Golden Era, have been to 4 since 2017. That, to me, doesn't qualify as a Cinderella story type of team. Rockets, I think you can in 95 because they were the 8 seed. That said, they were the defending champions. So, I have a difficult time calling the Rockets in 95 a Cinderella story, but the 8 seed story I can give you there. I don't think there's the 6 seed, the lowest seed to ever win the title. But defending champions. The Astros is a Cinderella story? I can't buy that.
Okay, if it's semantics of the description of it, you're right. You mean from the standpoint of reputation and the 7 straight ALCSs and all the things they've accomplished, they weren't just coming onto the scene, but basically everybody had written them off. I mean, the fact that they started so horribly, everybody was dancing on their grave and basically calling this, a wash season, and that, just start planning for next season. I don't think anybody in their right mind saw this turnaround coming to this degree, to where now I think this is the first month since October of last year that they've been in first place, sole possession of first place to start a month. The fact that, this whole season has been just an uphill climb to get where they've gotten to now. If they could actually take it all the way to the finish line, yeah, maybe not a Cinderella story, but, basically bucking the odds to do what they've done, where everybody did give them any chance of even making the playoffs.
I think it's more turnaround because I think that this team has a lot in common with the 2004 Astros that they buried them. I mean, Fred Fowler buried them. You put the tombstone on the front cover of the sports page when they were 15-30, and then they responded and had a very, very good season and almost, fell 1 game shy of getting to the World Series. This, to me, has more in common with that, and I would call it more of a turnaround than Cinderella. Because, at the start of the year, the Astros were a popular team to go to the World Series. They're a popular team to, make a deep postseason run. They're a popular team to win the AL West. Cinderella, I think, more of a no one expected them to be there, and then all of a sudden they're there. That's why I have a hard time doing it with the Rockets, too, in 95, because they were the defending champions.
They were, but they completely retooled their roster with their second best player.
Yeah, they had it with Clyde, though. You bring in a Clyde Drexler, who's a Hall of Famer, to pair him with an Akeem Olajuwon. That's not a Cinderella story.
But they thought it was a desperation move because they thought they basically were
but desperation
done.
Isn't Cinderella. Cinderella's the unexpected, that came out of nowhere and then all of a sudden is here. I don't know if a 2 Hall of Fame type of team can be that, or 2 Hall of Fame players on the same team can be that.
Baseball, to me, obviously they didn't actually hold on and win the title, but to me, a Cinderella story would have been if the Diamondbacks had won the title last year. because they were picked probably third in the division last year. They were not expected to do much. They only got into the playoffs with sub 90 wins last year. Obviously surprised everyone by getting past the top teams in the NL like the Dodgers, and got to the World Series against the Rangers. I believe won 2 games against the Rangers. So that to me would have been a true Cinderella team. I mean, yeah, 7 straight ALCSs. You're in Game 7 last year. If you win a home game against the Rangers, you're in the World Series again. So it's tough to call that team a Cinderella.
Right. And so, regardless, it would be one of the most amazing stories in baseball, though, to say that a team that was basically this far under 500, that was written off by just about everybody, would not only get back to respectability, get back to the playoffs, win the division. Right now,
certainly unexpected.
Yeah, do all these things, and then if you can take it to that level. I mean, I think that there's a special place to be notated about, regardless of whether it was Cinderella or not, a team that far down to finish that far on top is pretty amazing.
Yeah, I would consider it one of the greater turnarounds that we've seen in baseball history, and I think that's the premise. And it would be that. It would be like, I mean, the start of the year that people were talking about it too, were like the Astros would have to be since the 1920 Braves or whatever year it was, or they would have to do something that the Tombstone Astros did in the early 2000s. Yeah, if they knock on wood, if they do win it all, it would be one of the greater turnarounds we've seen in baseball history. I just don't think anybody's calling the 24 Astros a Cinderella.
I think the other thing, too, is when you look at it, it's kind of like the details that go within it, too. From a national perspective, we always talk about the people that aren't watching them too closely or watching the games. Yeah, they see the wins and losses. They now see where they're at. But when you start going through the laundry list of what they had to overcome in terms of all the injuries and the different things that they've had to overcome, from the pitching staff to Kyle Tucker to all the different ways that they've had to kind of reinvent themselves, picking up a Ben Gamble, getting these young guys to not only be on the roster but contribute. I think that when you start factoring all those bullet points in, it does become a remarkable story in terms of what all the ways that they were able to kind of persevere to get to a level that no one gave them a chance to get to.
Absolutely. Just don't think I could use the word Cinderella. Like I Googled the top Cinderella stories ever, and the one that would come to mind for me would be like
Miracle on Ice.
Miracle on Ice.
I got the one I don't
Complete
want to mention
upset.
for you.
The Buster Douglas would be up there for me.
Yeah, NC
Buster
State.
Douglas.
Yeah, I didn't want.
NC State would be up there.
Villanova.
Yeah, Villanova.
Oh, the Villanova Georgetown one for sure. That's where they did like the slow down 4 corners and beat Ewing.
Like
they were an 8 seed, weren't they?
It's usually a team that's super outseeded. A low seed that shocks and a high seed. That's the Cinderella.
Yeah, my bad on the wrong terminology, but just the fact that from an overall standpoint of doing something that I don't want to say it's unheard of, but it was so unlikely, and everybody had written them off to such a high degree that I think at a certain point you got to give them more flowers than maybe they've gotten already in terms of being able to overcome all of that, all of the injuries, and then be able to put the icing on the cake and actually try and win it all.
Yeah, it's been a good turnaround, no doubt about it. But
And I don't
if
think
they got
unheard of
swept
is-
in the wild card series, no
unfair.
one's going to be like super happy about it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they don't get one of the top 2 seeds, and then like you had this great turnaround, and then you go play whoever you play in a wild card series, and you're 2 and Q, I don't think anybody's looking at the year as a remarkable year. So you have to put that storybook ending on it.
Yeah, but if you are able to see it through, I think that's where, you say you can use the term of like unheard of. You can say that, because that's not supposed to happen. And then with all the different, kind of like I said, the bullet points that go with it, I think that should have a special place in the lore of baseball on top of this golden era of Astros baseball, regardless of the Astros or anybody else.
I still think I'd put the 95 Rockets ahead of the Astros. I mean, we'll see if the Astros actually finish it off. But not only were the Rockets a 6 seed, but you're talking about beating 3 60-plus win teams, and the 4th team you beat was still 50-plus.
But they were never not going to make the playoffs. They were never like far under 500.
6 seed. I don't know how close they were with 6 to 9, but I mean, as a 6 seed, you're not that far away.
Yeah,
you're closer to out than you are to the top.
They were going to be in the playoffs. They were always 6, 7, 8. They were going to be in the playoffs. They made the trade at the All-Star break just to try and reset the deck because there was a desperation within. And then Clyde turned out, and they struggled the rest of the regular season to kind of get a rhythm. And then when they got in the playoffs, they just turned it on.
Yeah, Denver. That was the Denver. Well, I don't know if that wasn't the year that they shocked them. Denver finished 8th that year, 41 and 41. Rockets
that was
were
the
47
year Denver
and 35.
knocked off Seattle.
They were 6 games clear of them. No, Denver didn't. That
was that the year before? I know one of the title runs they didn't have to face Seattle because Denver knocked them out.
Looks like it was the year before. But Denver was an 8 seed, the 94, 95. So they were 6 games clear of the 8 seed. Yeah, it was the year before.
Yeah, they were in. So that's the difference where the Astros looked like they weren't even going to get in.
Yeah.
But you're like, to Jeremy's point, I also, the Astros got, they've been to 7 straight ALCSs. No one was going to be shocked because if they win it, because they're still in this middle of this window. The Rockets coming off of a championship, people still thought, a defending champion should get there and they should do something. But to do what they did, and like you said, Brian, that's the biggest thing. Going through the seeds they went through to get crowned, that you can't paint a tougher picture that they got through.
No, because even though the Astros theoretically, if they get in, will have to go through higher seeds. To me, the names you have to go through in the AL don't match up to Stockton, Malone, Barkley, David Robinson MVP, and then either Shaq and Penny or Jordan had the magic not knocked off the Bulls. Sure, Aaron Judge, there's a big names in the American League, but you've owned the Yankees. The Orioles are new in town. You've pretty much beat them, at least in the regular season. You haven't faced them in the postseason. So the threatening names, the imposing names you'd have to go through don't match up for me for the Astros compared to the Rockets.
It's not the same gauntlet as the Rockets went through. You're right. But, and again, you can't criticize the Astros if the other teams don't get there, because Keith from LA knows better than anybody. You can be a phenomenal regular season team and then crap the bed all over the place and not even get there, so that you're supposed to face the best team in the National League.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Astros looking to get their 7th win in a row. They'll be in action in Cincinnati at 6:05 tonight. I believe. What do you believe coming off the college football weekend? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie.ag. We know MyBookie.ag is always here for you, and you can be ready to cash in because football is back, baby. We know it. College football back. You got pro football Thursday, Friday, and Sunday and Monday. All the action all the time, and always a chance to put money down at mybookie.ag. They have all the promotions like weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays where you can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. MyBookie is going to refund your wager. That's what I'm talking about. MyBookie also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Square contests. Join now for your shot at huge cash rewards. Get it all started right now. MyBookie.ag, place to be. Always use our promo code BET975. That'll give you a chance to claim some extra bank on your first deposit. Your initial deposit, depending on what you put in, they'll put money on top of it up to $1,000. MyBookie's bonus options make it easy to deposit as well with crypto and with credit cards. The bigger your deposit, the bigger that bonus is. And check out all the new loyalty programs with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through tiers of the Loyalty Rewards program. Unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and, of course, bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, it's the lock of the century. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and always use that promo code BET975.
All right, what do you believe after this college football weekend? 713-780-ESPN. I'll start. I believe Brian Kelly was very mad after yesterday's game. LSU Tiger in Vegas taking on USC. Really good game. I was hoping we would see some overtime. I was rooting for some free football in that contest. Game that LSU probably should have won. And Brian Kelly was very, very mad at the end of it.
It's a sore subject, Jeremy. I really was looking forward to watching that game.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things. About not finishing when you have an opponent in a position to put them away. But what we're doing on the sideline is feeling like the game's over.
Got to coach it better.
I'm so angry about it.
He was so mad.
That I got to do
really
something about it. I'm not doing a good enough job as a coach.
There we go.
And I got to coach him better because it's unacceptable for us not to have found a way to win this football game. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Good game, though. Really good game in Vegas yesterday between LSU and USC.
Yeah, Feinbaum is probably going to be banned from LSU now from covering them, too, because he went off on Brian Kelly saying, instead of doing a better job being an actor after the game, be a better coach during the game. And then other people on Twitter were saying he mysteriously lost his Cajun and Southern accent when he got that, pounding the table. I was ticked off, too, because I couldn't watch that game because of this whole debacle with Disney and DirecTV. But just seeing some of the highlights, at least that was the kind of game when you get two teams that are ranked that look like they're supposed to be contending teams, that you get that kind of ball game. Because, man, we can get into some of the other games. But, boy, I was grossly disappointed in certain cases.
I mean, if you would have asked on Twitter somebody to send you a link, somebody would probably send you a link to watch the game.
That's all right.
It's just disappointing seeing the LSU weapons get wasted in the Brian Kelly offense. We saw this with Notre Dame. I mean, Kyron Lacey looks like the next great wide receiver at LSU. Had a great touchdown catch where he toe tapped while spinning.
And then shot the guy.
Yeah.
And then they basically shot it back at him after the game.
John Emery looked great when they finally got him involved in the run game in the second half. But, I mean, especially in the run game, the majority of the runs when you watch the LSU offense, it's just dive between the guards, dive between the guards, dive between the guards. They've got some of the greatest athletes in the sport, certainly better athletes probably, pound for pound than USC, and they just don't use them in a creative, modern way. It's disappointing, but it's kind of par for the course for Brian Kelly.
I still think both of those teams can make the college football playoff.
Oh, yeah. No, you can get in with 2 losses now, so they could still get in.
I thought they both looked good. Yes, LSU could have been more creative offensively. I love Lacey. Lacey's
good. The other Kyron on the other side, Kyron Hudson. Have you seen Joey? I don't know if you
I did.
I saw
see
the
it?
catch. Wow.
Catch of the year already.
Yeah. The fact that he bobbled it loses a little bit of points for me. Because I tweeted that originally right when I saw it, but then I watched the replay, and there's a little bobble there.
Yeah, I saw it.
If he would have caught it cleanly, I agree, catch of the year. But there's a little bobble there. I take away points because of the little bobble. Still a great catch.
But it was
catch
between
of the year,
two defenders.
Yeah, the little bobble ruins it. Got to catch it cleanly for it to be the catch of the year.
I'll say catch of the year.
Catch of the year, got to catch it cleanly.
I understand it if the bobble costs him the catch, but the bobble and he still caught it. I'm not taking any points away from him with the 2 defenders draped all over him. The one hand to kind of bring it down. That was pretty impressive.
He went to it's a 9-4 for me. Okay. It was a 10-0 if he catches it cleanly, but the bobble loses 6/10 of 9. It's not a Russian judge. I'm just very, very strict. Clean
Sounds
catch.
like a Russian judge.
I need a clean catch.
The other night, got escorted from the building after that.
Need a clean catch. What do you believe, Blankers?
I believe that as much as we clamor for these big-time matchups, and we need them, because I kept flipping channels trying to find a competitive football game, then I was looking forward to the Ags and Notre Dame, and it was just such a slugfest in the mud that it was tough. I can't wait for a situation where hopefully with everything that's happening in college football, this gets more and more to every single week, better matchups and bigger games. Because as much as this was week 1 and it's supposed to be different, there was a whole lot of blowouts that were tough to watch.
Yeah, but I think they scheduled the good games. The teams didn't deliver.
I get that.
I think that they should. You should have more of these type of games. Like, quite frankly, when I think the new college football playoff makes it easier to do because it's not as punitive. Like in the past, you had these games and you lose one game in the BCS era, you're done. You lose 2 games in the year, you're done. So now that you have a 12-team playoff, to me, it makes more sense to have these marquee matchups, more of these marquee matchups, because even if you lose, oh, well, if you win your conference, you're going to go to the college football playoff, and it's a great tune-up for your conference. And then secondly, if you win, what a boost to the resume. So I think you're going to see teams do this more often once we get deeper and deeper into the college football playoff, because they'll realize that losing this game in week 1 isn't that big a deal. But winning it could be the difference between you making it as an at-large team versus not making it as an at-large team.
Especially in the case of Notre Dame, because you're right. I mean, look, I just want to see competitive football, and that's what I was kind of indicating was the fact that hopefully with the system and the fact that the playoff is now 12 teams, hopefully this calls for better matchups week in, week out, starting from week 1. But a lot of teams, no matter how much you practice and whatever reps you're getting in, they weren't impressive. Now you hope that with time and with reps and with games, they're going to get better and better. And you're right. It's good to see that teams aren't like a suicide pool and eliminated because they played bad and got a loss early. But, man, there was some tough football to watch in some of these games.
Brian, what do you believe?
I've got a few things I believe. I'll roll through them quickly. One, Connor Rigman is not the guy. Yeah. He's not the guy.
You know who's the one who got away?
I guess.
King.
I mean, whoever let him get away.
Haynes King is the one who got away.
Well, good. Good. Let him get away. I mean, he was obviously just right at 50% on the day, completing passes, 2 interceptions. The first one on the overthrow was just an awful pass, an awful decision. And they showed a further stat when they dug into more of the details on his passing day. Any pass beyond 5 yards at one point in the fourth quarter, I put up the stat, he was 5 for 15 with 2 picks. I mean, just not the guy. Credit to Notre Dame's defense. Their pass defense was great, but he's not the guy. The other 2 things quickly, I believe Clemson is washed until Dabo Swinney's out. I just think the game has passed him by, mostly because he's stubborn and reluctant to adapt to modern football. But I believe Clemson is done competing with the likes of teams like Georgia, who blew them out on Saturday. So
I don't think they're a powerhouse anymore.
Yeah,
I still think they can win the ACC.
They're like a 9-3.
Yeah, I think they can win the league. I think they can win the league. I think they could be in the college football playoff. But as far as a national champion threat, I don't see him as that. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, the mighty have fallen quite a bit. Dabo keeps trying to do whatever he can do. I think Dabo's days, as much as he's a legend there, I think they're starting to get numbered too, because it's been very unimpressive football in the last several years.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Billy Napier, I don't know who's going to – I believe he's not going to make it the entire year, in fact. I think Billy Napier is going to be fired before the end of the year. I think he's done. I'm also worried about Oregon. Dylan Gabriel, 24 points. They were very, very competitive. Who'd they play?
Fresno State played Michigan.
Oregon played.
I'll look it up. I forget.
It wasn't Boise State.
They played Idaho.
I remember
I was trying to get y'all one.
They
played Idaho. I was trying to get y'all to say Idaho, and I was like, yeah, you were. Y'all didn't fall for it. I'm worried about Oregon. I'm not a huge believer in Dylan Gabriel. You scored 24 points against Idaho. Meh. Super meh. With the Oregon Ducks.
Well, so Michigan in there too, as Joel mentioned.
Yeah, that's the other meh.
They were
Michigan.
Fresno State was in that game until the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that was a way too close of a game, and all the Michigan fans go, "Oh, we didn't want to show too much because we're playing Texas next week." Stop with that.
Maybe
already.
so.
You did not look good. You did not look impressive. You didn't look like a top 12 team. And now you got the Horns coming next week. That's going to be a hell of a game to watch.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Key from LA, I believe that USC is back and that Deshaun Foster, new head coach of UCLA, might not make it through the season. They beat Hawaii 16-13. Nah, he'll get the year. They're not going to fire him after the first year.
Based on the opening press conference, it's fair to worry about the stability of the UCLA program, especially when Chip Kelly leaves to be the OC at Ohio State.
You know why he left? UCLA doesn't believe in the whole NIL thing.
Well, UCLA, the mighty has fallen quickly, and they're going to continue to fall. Then,
if you're not playing in the NIL game, you're going to be watching from behind. So we'll see how UCLA does. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. What do you believe after this weekend of college football? 713-780-3776. Brent, what do you believe?
I believe the Aggies are the same old Aggies, man. And I hate to push the panic button after one loss. I know it's a long season and they can still make the college football playoff. But let's be real, guys. They just lost to a Notre Dame team ranked 7th in the nation. They're probably a little overrated. And you know they're going to lose at least 1 or 2 games. It's going to make that loss for the Aggies look even worse. So new coach, new year, same disappointment. Wah, wah.
Appreciate Brent sounds like a Longhorn fan.
He does.
I think both teams could actually make it to the college football playoff. I don't think A&M's season's done by any stretch of the imagination. Like for an SEC schedule, yes, every SEC schedule is tough, but for an SEC schedule, A&M's is kind of favorable. Like most of their hard games are at home. Like it's kind of favorable. I think they have a chance to still make the college football playoff, and I think Notre Dame does too.
Oh yeah, Notre Dame's schedule looks pretty favorable.
Exactly. That's what they basically said. This was the tough one on their schedule, and now as long as they just cross their T's and dot their I's, they should be there. But from an A&M perspective, and I'm with you guys, Wegman looked awful, and they better figure some things out offensively because going into an SEC schedule, no matter who they're supposed to beat and how favorable it is to play them in College Station, that was hard to watch offensively.
Yeah, it was not the greatest offensive performance. You see Elko yelling at Colin Klein, too. Run the ball. That last series with, the game was already over. He was yelling him to run the ball, run the bad word ball, as his hat was all, cockeyed.
I kind of like that Aggie logo he had on his shirt, though. That kind of old cartoonish logo that they brought back for the Aggies. I'd never seen that before.
Oh, was it like the Krug member?
Yeah, it's kind of.
I know. I've seen that before, but.
Yeah, it is a good look.
Yeah. Honestly, the quarterback on the other side of the field, not great in that game either. He just got away with it because they won the game.
It was ironic that Riley Leonard transfers from Duke to Notre Dame, and the first coach he faces was his former head coach, Mike Elko, who left Duke to go to A&M. That was odd.
He's a good runner, but he also wasn't efficient passing.
Yeah, he was supposed to be coming from Duke and that system and everything. You would think he could pass the football, and basically his legs were impressive.
Guys, the defenses are on scholarship, too. Y'all aren't giving any credit to the defense. The
Y'all
defenses were very good in that
evidently, SC was getting most of the credit for their defense last
year. Their defense was really good. So, LSU's defense looked good. I feel like the defenses were ahead of the offenses early in the year.
Well, the over-under in that LSU-USC game was 63, so I think there are a lot of disappointed people last night.
One last thing that I have, I believe, calling it the 2-minute timeout, not the 2-minute warning, is very silly. It confuses me. It's silly. I do not like it. Why can't we call it the 2-minute warning, college football?
Thing?
Yes, it's a thing.
I wonder
They're instructing people to call it the 2-minute timeout.
They insist upon calling it the 2-minute timeout.
I don't get it.
This wasn't one broadcast. This is across the whole weekend.
It's so weird.
Every broadcast is calling it the 2-minute timeout.
I understand that they're nitpicking, and the reasons behind, the injured list and the IL versus the DL, all that kind of stuff. But that seems to be way over the top.
What's wrong with a warning? Why can't we use the word warning in 2024? Be careful using the word warning in 2024. Might get you canceled.
Yeah,
get you canceled.
You got players emulating guns and everything like that, but you're worried about warning?
It's so weird to me that they did that. All right, what did you believe? 713-780-3776. This texter says, I believe Blankers needs to get the Disney bundle.
That's key again.
Oh, that's a funny one. All right, let's move on. Of all the reasons we hear about why the Texans could take a step back and maybe miss the playoffs, which one, in your opinion, rings the most true? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. It's that time of year again where we want to thank our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5, 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. While you're here, make sure to weave your way in and out of the production side of the building for behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. A limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are available for purchase and include food, includes drink. Must be 21 or up. Head to ESPN 21 and up. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets today. All right, of all the reasons we hear about why the Texans could take a step back and maybe miss the playoffs, which one, in your opinion, rings the most true?
To me, I love everything they've done to get to this point, and I know that Brian will disagree with me, and I've been adamant about this. The schedule is a gauntlet this year, and I think that as good as they've gotten, I love all the moves I mentioned, the free agency and the draft and everything that they've done. I think that they've loaded up, and I think that there's a possibility that they could lose tight games against good teams. And I think that it could hurt them, and I don't think it hurts them for the long haul with the big picture and everything that they have open to them. I just think that they got their hands filled with the schedule that they're going to play this year, and it's been a concern of mine.
That's my first one, too. The schedule would be the one thing that I look at the most as to the reason that they would miss the playoffs. But in the interest of not being boring and saying the same exact thing that you just said, I'll say the depth, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Like, I'm worried about the second linebacker spot next to Azeez Al-Shire for the first 4 weeks of the year. Are there going to, like, it's Henry To'oTo'o, are there going to be other injuries in the first 4 weeks to when Christian Harris comes back? What's it going to look like then? Will Anderson's ankle cost him a couple of games at the end of last season. It cost him a majority of training camp this year. And I love Daniil Hunter, drives a Honda. I love that Daniil Hunter is super rich. Apparently, he said that to some dude that was interviewing him. I love when super rich people are very, very practical when it comes to their purchases. Like, that guy's going to be
like Matthew McConaughey driving a Lincoln.
That guy's what's he making? Like $20-30 million? He probably invests $27 million of it.
Yeah.
He's got it like in a nice little like total market index fund. He's probably going to be a billionaire by the time he's 60.
Stockton drove an Escort and Van Gundy a Honda. Those were the two that they called them frugal, but they're just saving money.
So defensive depth, and you can factor in offensive line here a little bit too, but like linebacker depth worries me. Cornerback depth worries me. Safety I'm okay with. Defensive line I'm really okay with. And then offensive line. Like, you can live with Titus Howard being out maybe, but can you live with Shaq Mason? Certainly can't live without Laramie Tunsil. So offensive line, linebacker, corner depth. That's my areas of you better stay healthy in those three spots, and then obviously quarterback.
Yeah, mine is fairly adjacent to yours, Jeremy. It's just the overall the question marks of the defense, because going into the offseason, I think we all had questions about cornerback and the interior defensive line. And now we got to add to that, linebacker, because Christian Harris is starting the season on the PUP on the injured list. So when you look at that, they've obviously added guys like Kamari Lassiter in the second round. You add the safety out of USC in the third round. They added guys in free agency like Tim Settle and Mrs. Foley's baby boy to the interior defensive line. But we saw times where they got crushed up the middle against the run game in that Week 18 game against the Colts. You face the Colts Week 1, and has that been fixed? You face Derrick Henry later in the year, has that been fixed? And then with the secondary, if Kamari Lassiter isn't what we've been sold, if the safeties haven't been fixed, you face Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. So yeah, the defense as a whole, the question marks were they actually answered would be my biggest concern, and they could be kind of like I think it was 2010 where they ended up 6-10. I don't think the Texans will. Obviously, they can't end up 6-10, but they could lose a lot of shootouts because the defensive question marks weren't answered.
I think that's a concern, and I think you guys, it's valid with the injury concerns and the backups behind them, simply because of the fact that we saw. And I don't want to say he lucked out, but Nick Caserio didn't have a plan when he basically told us he thought that it wasn't an if, it was a when Kenyon Green went down. But they ended up making it work, and there was a time when we thought CJ might get his head ripped off, and he didn't get sacked against Pittsburgh, and they all came together. But you don't want to take those chances in too many places. You don't want to look back with what you guys mentioned and say, hey, Christian Harris, you knew was going to be hurt. Will Anderson, you had an iffy ankle, and yet in that period of time between the end of camp and the start of the regular season, You didn't do anything to go and try and give yourself a little bit more of an insurance policy there. The other thing that I would say, as much as you guys and I have talked about running back, Joe Mixon, whether he's got a lot left in the tank or not a lot left in the tank, another big concern of mine is I don't like anything behind him. I know Cam Akers is a guy that's capable in small dosages, I should say, or doses. But the big thing to me is if something happens to Joe Mixon, I don't like anything behind him to where they might not have a running game at all.
They just throw it 40 times a game.
You're
I'm
right.
good with that. That's why I'm not as concerned, because those are valid things to say about the running back room. I just don't think, A, you need a really good running game to be a successful offense in the NFL. Chiefs were 19th last year, won the Super Bowl kind of with ease. And then secondly, if you're telling me that C.J. Stroud now has to throw the ball 40 times with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Dalton Schultz, oh, well. Oh, it's like being like a little kid that's grounded to their room where they have like all their video game systems. Like, oh, no, I'm grounded. Now I'm going to go play all my video games that I love to do. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
No, it's doable for sure. I just would like the balance and the ability to be able to have a guy that when you hand it off the football to, that he could get you positive yardage to do, keep the defense a little bit more honest and respect the running game.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's obviously doable, and their offense is as potent as maybe we've ever seen with the Texans. So it's a good thing. I just wish that they had kind of looked at this and said, bring in one other guy or find another guy that's capable of being a guy that could be more of a every down back. Look, from where you got Cam Akers to what he's done for you so far has already been great.
See, that's the other thing, though. I like Akers.
I hope but I like him enough with the history of injuries and the fact that, he hasn't carried the ball consistently as the guy for a year or two. Can he be the guy that if it was called on, could he be capable of being the bell cow? I don't know.
No, I mean, if Mixon gets hurt, you don't have a bell cow.
Yeah.
You don't. I mean, Mixon's going to get a few carries. He's going to get 10 touches a game. Pierce is going to get 4 or 5, and then you're going to throw the ball every other snap. I mean, quite frankly, right?
Yeah.
Like, unless you're winning a game by 2 possessions and you're trying to eat the clock, I think the offensive ratio would be like that.
Yeah. No, that's definitely why I would like to see the ability to have balance and have another guy you could go to. I like Cam as a complimentary piece. I just don't feel like he can be a guy that can carry it consistently.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday on a Labor Day. What is your question for the Killer Bees? What have you been dying to know that we have the answer to? 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday with the Bees next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I know you're gearing up for all these games. We know we got big games Thursday, Friday, Saturday college, Sunday with the NFL, and Monday as well. And you're going to probably have some people over to watch the games. I don't know what you're serving. It could be burgers, sliders, wings, chips, and salsa. All your game day favorites go well with Stella Rosa wines. It's a semi-sweet, semi-sparkling wine. You serve it chilled. It's awesome, and it can go with anything you're serving, and everybody's going to like it. It's a refreshing, light taste, and it's going to treat you right all the way through the games. Your local retailer has plenty, so you can grab a couple bottles the next time you shop, but nothing sweeter than a cold glass of Stella Rosa while watching your favorite teams compete. And by the way, you can have a chance to win an experience to the biggest game of the college football season as well, all brought to you by Stella Rosa Wines. It's America's favorite semi-sweet, semi-sparkling wine, and it's the best to drink and pair with your favorite snacks with a chance to win a trip to the big game. Enter at ESPNLADreamTicket.com. That's ESPNLADreamTicket.com. Stella Rosa found at your local retailer. Get in there, get in on the contest, and remember, enjoy it chilled and celebrate responsibly.
All right. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena, good to hear from you as always. What's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, my question this week is, what is y'all the best game that y'all witnessed live in attendance in person? For me, it was Andre Johnson when he went for 270-something yards. That was a great day for me. What was y'all's? Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
You want to start?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I would think it was Mario Ellie's Kiss of Death in Phoenix comes to mind as one of them. That was just amazing. To me, that was, on that victory tour to win that championship, that was just one of those kind of once-in-a-lifetime moments, especially in this city. So I'll start with that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. For the Texans, I think I was at the Watts pick six playoff game when they beat the Bengals.
Oh, the very first playoff game.
Yeah, I think I was in the very, very upper deck, like the very last row. So Texans that. I went to some Oiler games whenever I was young, but never a playoff game, so nothing really stands out there. I remember I saw Warren Moon. I remember I saw Steve McNair and Eddie George at the Dome, but I don't think it was ever a game of, like, significance. I think they were just regular season games. Been to Astros game 7 ALCS 2017 against the Yankees. Went to a few of the World Series games in 19, but they lost all of them. So I don't know about that. Then I was on the walk-off too. Correa's walk-off in
Game 2 against the Yankees.
Yeah, and Altuve's walk-off too. That was whenever I was covering the Astros for the Highway to Hell then. So I was at all of those. I was credentialed for those. I wasn't credentialed for the 17 ALCS Game 7. Rockets, I don't know if I was ever at a Rocket playoff game. So I couldn't list any Rockets and then any U of H tournament game of the last 9 years.
Yeah, I was, sentimentally, the 2 Packers Super Bowls, I was at those and was able to take my dad to a Super Bowl, and he saw the Packers win, so that was cool.
That is cool.
Rockets, the regular season is the T-Mac, the 13 points in 30-some seconds. That was amazing, and all the people that left.
I had tickets to that game, and my buddy flaked me, so I didn't go, and then I've never let it down since then.
Yeah, and then obviously the championship and winning the championship and just being, in the building and around all that was pretty damn amazing. So from a baseball standpoint, yeah, I was credentialed for and was at the World Series games, and that was really, really neat. But not the same. I didn't want to go on the field because I felt like I didn't have the purpose at that point. So it was cool to be there and watch it and just take it in.
Yeah. Peach Bowl. I got to mention the Peach Bowl a few years ago. And then 2014, U of H Cougar baseball going into Alex Box Stadium and beating LSU in a Game 7 Monday night when they had Nola and they had Bregman.
Ooh.
That was
that's pretty good.
That's a good one.
8,000 raging Cajuns that were silenced.
8,000 for a college baseball game. It's pretty good.
Box SEC.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. Mine is really easy. I was at the Chris Burke walk off in 2005. Yeah, that one is tough to beat. Most of the other great games, quote unquote, there's not a lot of close ones. I've been at blowouts that went in my favor that I thoroughly enjoyed, but you wouldn't consider them great games. Like I was at the 70-3 Texas win over Colorado in the 2005 Big 12 title game. That was great for me, but it wasn't a great game.
Sure.
Biggio's 3,000 hit too. Just a little throw in for that. Like regular season game, that was pretty cool. Just because Biggio getting 3,000 hits. He was my favorite player when I was young.
I saw Ricky Henderson break the stolen base record.
Did you when he took the bag and said today I'm the greatest ever?
Yeah, in Milwaukee. It happened to be in Milwaukee.
I thought
my dad got tickets, so I saw the game in Milwaukee.
Was that single season?
It was one of the two.
Because it wasn't the career. I think the career one was in Oakland.
Yeah, I don't think it was career.
I think
it was
in Oakland.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the single season.
I love.
Yeah, it happened
Ricky
in Milwaukee.
Henderson.
I don't
Ricky was
remember.
my favorite.
I don't remember if the Rockets won the game, but I was at Yao's first home game. My buddy and I splurged for courtside seats.
Oh wow!
And sat right behind one of the baskets and had courtside seats for Yao's first home game.
Were you chanting Yao Ming, Yao Ming, Yao Ming, Yao Ming?
We were chanting something for him. I don't remember. I still got an autograph. You guys gave out the full the
life-size growth chart.
Yeah, the growth chart, and mine happened to be one of the autographed ones. So I still have that.
Yeah. Alex, can Branham work on a pit crew changing tires? Yeah, I can, but it would be the worst pit crew that exists in auto racing.
If he could, Friday might have gone differently.
That would have been tight.
I know. I'm saying if you're on a NASCAR pit crew,
give me their tools though.
Yeah, get that.
Yeah, that's true.
Speed wrench,
yeah,
or whatever it is. Yeah, I had one tricky lug
with
nut.
the speed wrench, I think you could have gotten
Probably, and then maybe like a better jack because those little cheap jacks they put in those vehicles, they take forever. It's like, All right, Keith from LA, start, bench, cut, a day of fishing, a day of hanging with the guys, a day with the family. I mean,
it's loaded, very loaded. Start
is
a
my
day
family
with the
listening?
family, sit, hanging with the fellas, and cut fishing. I'm just not a fisherman.
Yeah, I mean, day with the family. There might be family listening. So I'll start that. I will bench a day of fishing. I don't really like my friends, so I'll cut those. I don't need to. I see them once a year. That's plenty.
Okay.
It's enough. That's enough that I need to.
I don't think my family's listening, so cut the family. And I'll go ahead and I'll start fishing and I'll bench hanging with the fellas.
You're an angler.
Yeah. Oh, I like to. I don't get to do it nearly enough, but when I get the chance to, in this hypothetical situation, I would take that. I find it very relaxing.
Now, you can kind of morph those two together, though.
Yeah,
you can have a
it's
day
true.
with the
You could
family
combine 'em.
and just fish that day. Drop a line in the water.
And usually when I go fishing, it is with family, so that would combine the things.
Yeah, when I'm hanging with the fellas, I'm usually just taking all their money on the golf course. 0002, who won the trade, Bees? Randy Johnson's first game of the Dome. He said that was his. Randy Johnson's first game of the Dome after the Seattle trade. Who won the trade? I mean,
it was Freddie Garcia, right?
Carlos Guillen, and there was John Halama. Was the third.
Yeah, that was
John
the third.
Halama.
Freddie Garcia was pretty good, but
he was.
I mean,
good career.
That ride that Johnson took him on, though, that was such a good ride. He was dominant down the stretch. They were so much fun. He was selling out the Dome. It's hard. I'm okay with that trade in hindsight. Even though they lost to the Padres, you were at peak enthusiasm.
Speaking of games, I was at that Kevin Brown, Randy Johnson game at the Dome thinking that this was their ride to the World Series. That sucked. Because,
you
man,
got Kevin
this
Brown
city
twice
was
in that series.
electric for Randy Johnson.
I think I was at that game, too, now that you say it. I was, younger than you.
Yeah, of course. You
but
still are.
I think I was, because I would go to the Dome during the playoffs when they played the Padres and the Braves.
My buddy ended up
a lot
getting
of misery.
tickets, and it was I think it was a day game. But my buddy ended up getting tickets and said, "Do you want to go?" I go, "Absolutely, I want to go." And we sat down the third baseline, and the place was just electric.
Yeah, Killer Bees brought a lot of misery. A lot of misery the Killer Bees did.
Hi, this is Jeff Bagwell. I love the Killer Bees at 97.5.
Bagwell and Biggio.
Yes.
3-meat barbecue plate. What are your 3 meats?
Turkey, brisket, and
turkey.
I love the turkey. Yeah,
man.
Bad take, both of them.
Yeah,
brisket and beef
Thursday.
ribs.
What's the third?
You led with turkey.
Beef ribs or sausage, either one.
I can't it's one thing to have turkey on the plate, which is highly questionable, but to lead with turkey,
it's okay.
So I couldn't hear the rest of the take once you
I
said
know.
turkey.
I couldn't hear what you said because turkey screamed too loud.
Brisket, ribs, and jalapeno sausage.
Oh, okay. A little cheddar jalapeno or just jalapeno?
Either way. I prefer jalapeno cheddar, but either way.
Brisket for sure. Give me moist, not lean. Beef rib and then pork rib. Give me 2 ribs. If I'm getting 3 meats, those are my favorite 3 meats.
Yeah,
those are my brisket.
I would go
both
beef
ribs.
rib, but I would probably go with the sausage over the pork rib.
I can't do that. I can't go sausage over a pork rib. I like the pork rib way better than the sausage. Way better, actually.
I don't like the jalapeno sausage to begin with.
It depends on who's making it.
Yeah,
There's
the
some good
regular
jalapeno
sausage
cheddar.
is good.
There's some jalapeno cheddars that I like. There's some barbecue places that are doing boudin now.
I got issues with the boudin.
I mean, the boudin and best stuff, by the way. Go check that out. That was really good.
So good. And they do it smoked too.
That
if you
whole
want.
platter they brought out was good.
Love that place so much. I could do a show there every single day. I would be fat, which is great because I'd be fat and happy. Who's your favorite Twitcher?
Alex.
I was gonna say Alex too.
Alex showed up, and he showed up at East River 9 on Friday.
The ones that no longer are on Twitch, I
guess. Yeah, I like it. Alex. Probably my favorite Twitcher. King of Twitch says me. Duh. No, definitely not. Definitely not you, King of Twitch. A couple more here. One baseball park you would have to watch every game from. So anytime that you go to a baseball game, you can only go to one of them. Where would it be?
Boy, that's tough. Of the ones I've been to, San Francisco.
San Francisco.
That is
That's a good
beautiful,
call.
beautiful stadium.
That's a good call.
Right on the water, too. Man.
I would probably pick Fenway. I love the. I just love the the old school,
I've
the
heard
history
the
of
seats
Fenway.
are tiny though.
They are.
They are.
That's part of it.
Yeah, I'm out on that. I think I would pick. To go off the. You guys picked two good ones. To go kind of off the board, I would pick Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful ballpark.
I've walked by it, but I've never been to a game there.
That's me with Fenway. They allowed me to walk in just to kind of go up the ramp and see the inside of the stadium, but there wasn't a game going on. I'd love to see a game at Fenway.
We actually saw the Red Sox play the Orioles when Ripken was like at the end of his career. And so watch that game. And then afterwards, remember the Colorado Silver Bullets, the women's baseball team?
I don't.
They would play like exhibitions against like other semi-pro or like independent league teams. So there was a doubleheader, Red Sox, Orioles, and then like 2 hours later, it was the Silver Bullets, the women's professional baseball team, against some like independent league team. So like we watched that game because we'd never been to Fenway, and we sat like a row behind the dugout. So it was really cool.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not so much for the
just the
teams,
ambiance,
but just to be able to watch a game at Fenway there was pretty cool.
I'll say this too: the Wrigley Field experience,
whether
you're a Cub fan or not, and I've never been a Cub fan, Wrigley Field's a really amazing place to see a game.
Yeah, I went there a few years ago. Watched Cubs White Sox. Rodon pitched that game. He set a record too for like the most strikeouts in like 5 innings. But he got lit up, and we were heckling. I think it was Eloy Jimenez who was playing right field. We were heckling him.
I'll say this: I was at Old Yankee Stadium and New Yankee Stadium. Old Yankee Stadium was like Fenway and like Wrigley. The minute you walk in, you can just feel kind of the history of the way Old Yankee Stadium was. New Yankee Stadium was very commercialized, as you would expect, but not nearly what Old Yankee Stadium was.
I haven't been to the new one. The old one I thought was pretty cool. Like the old one was pretty fun.
You felt it like the concession stands had like the wood fronts to them and everything like that. It was pretty neat.
I was 8 years old and got cussed out by a New York Ranger fan because I thought he was wearing a Texas Ranger shirt. I was like, "Hey, I'm from Texas too." He goes, "Shut up, you." This is a hockey shirt. I was like, "Oh, I'm 8. Thanks for cursing me out. I'm 8 years old." Key. This is an old one from Key though. Win lottery. What's the first thing you buy?
A golf membership.
Oh, this is a tough one for me.
To where though? Because you could buy a golf membership now, but like we're talking fancy course, right?
Oh yeah.
I'd probably buy a house in the country. I think that's what I would buy.
I mean, I've got plenty of time for the other things, but I want to start golfing as soon as possible on a really nice course and be a member there. So yeah, it would be a membership to a golf course.
I would say a house on a lake somewhere kind of remote where I don't have to see people.
Yeah.
And basically don't have to leave.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
It's probably what my wife would say.
That might be it though. Like I don't really need to splurge.
We've talked about this. Like I'm not big on multiple cars or having to have a super fancy car or anything like that. Like as long as my family is financially secure and we've got a place to relax and I can play golf, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean Daniil Hunter drives a Honda. I could drive a Honda. I have no problem with it. I wouldn't have an issue with it whatsoever. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Our friends, the Space Cowboys, who you can listen to all their games on 92.5, they're hosting I Suck at Fantasy Football Night. This will be next year, but they're already getting like reservations and stuff like that. I Suck at Fantasy Football Night. They're going to humiliate you. Now, one lucky fantasy football loser might be able to throw out a first pitch, but they're going to do a bunch of things to humiliate all of the people who lose their fantasy football leagues. What are the best fantasy football punishments that you have? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Get to the worst fantasy football punishments that exist. 713-780-3776. What are the worst fantasy football punishments? A texter saying if he won the lottery, he'd buy that Darth Vader house in River Oaks. Have you seen it? It's that. Looks like that. It looks like Darth Vader.
I'm gonna have to Google it after the show. I haven't seen it.
I think I think it recently went back on the market. Huh. It's listed, at least this article says, at $4.3 million.
Is it near the golf course? Because it seems
I don't know.
the members would be very stuffy about having something that looks like that in that old school
I
neighborhood.
think River Oaks in general would be stuffy about having something like that.
Sure.
I'm surprised it's there.
I wonder what it looks like on the inside. That's what I wonder. Because it's like this big spacious thing, you know?
Yeah.
I guess all houses are big and spacious in River Oaks.
That's the Busby Cal McNair neighborhood, right by the golf course. Yeah, it's very stuffy.
Yeah. All right. What are the worst fantasy football punishments that you've ever heard? 713-780-3776. Space Cowboys are honoring those that suck at fantasy football. April 20th, 2025. You can reserve your spots already. Although I guess you have to wait until the fantasy football season's over this year. But what are the worst fantasy football punishments?
I think that the one that I never will ever accept and think is anything but the worst is if you lose, you have to get a tattoo.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, for the rest of your life, you're going to wear this thing because you lost a fantasy football. And a lot of times, the other guys in the league or the guy who wins it gets to pick what it is. No, that's
one I wouldn't agree to.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything that's permanent. I've never been in a fantasy league that does the punishment thing, though. Like there was that guy that went to the Rays game and he was dressed as a clown. Yeah. Like that one's okay. Like that one's fine. Yep. Like you're going like they're not even going to know who you are. You know what I mean?
Like guys back home, and Summerfest is the big 11-day music festival. It's on the lakefront. It's like hundreds of thousands of people. And there's guys back home that say you gotta walk the Summerfest grounds in like a bikini. And there's
I hear lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, so whether you choose to hide your face or wear a costume or whatever, and pad your stats or wear like a bigger material bikini, that was one of.
I also hear a lot where people wear like the big sandwich board, almost like in Die Hard 2. Obviously not without what's said in that movie, but basically they'll have to stand at a busy intersection with a signboard around their chest saying what their fantasy football record is and how much they suck. That's fun, but.
Remember the Wheelhouse
tattoo I wouldn't agree to.
The Wheelhouse did the Waffle House one.
Yeah.
Which was pretty popular. I think that one's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
You get 24 hours, and then for every waffle that you eat, you get to deduct an hour. So
yeah,
people do it with McDonald's,
you eat some waffles, you hang out for a little bit, you go home.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. It would be a long time, though.
You'd still
How
be
long
there.
do you think you need?
What is it? So
every waffle
24 hours?
you eat,
24
you shave
hours,
an hour off.
you get to deduct an hour for every waffle you eat. So I could probably eat like 4 right out of the gate, but then I'm probably shut down for like at least 3 more hours.
Boy, when you get full on waffles too, that's a tough one.
Like I don't know if I'm eating that many waffles in a 24-hour span.
I think I'm
tops.
gone in 12 hours.
Is it the regular square like waffle 14. Or is it off the waffle iron or
just a regular
Waffle House waffle?
Boy, I'd like to say that I could get.
They are kind of thin there though. That's the good news.
Yeah, that is helpful.
Yeah, they are thin. They're not
my mom had a
fluffy.
Belgian waffle maker, and those bad boys were.
No, they're not as thick as that.
No, they're pretty thin. The problem is whenever I go to Waffle House, I really like to get their potatoes. So.
Yeah, you'd have to stay away from the potatoes.
Yes, mentally focused.
Yeah, I'd have to. I don't know if I could stay mentally focused with the smell of the potatoes in that thing. I would get potatoes right when I walked in.
I'd like to say I could get to 10, but it would take a while.
Yeah, I think that's the tops I can get to. Like I think I'm 10 in 24 hours and I'm toast. So that means I'm 14 hours in a Waffle House.
I'm saying I'm going based on what you're saying about if they're thinner. Then I think I got a shot at that. But man, otherwise, that's like a coma when you get a couple of waffles down and you just want to take.
Well, maybe we should find out. We could have our next show bet is the Waffle House challenge.
I don't like to torture myself. Yeah, why would we torture ourselves? That doesn't make any sense.
And he did the other one.
But you won't if you win.
Didn't BK lose 2 of them because didn't he also have to do the one with the McDonald's?
I don't know. There was another bet that was lost. I think it was lost by Cody, where he had to go eat dinner at a fancy restaurant with having a teddy bear sitting next to him.
I forgot about that.
I think it was Cody that lost that one.
He had to force feed himself nuggets and burgers.
Oh yeah, he did that on the air.
Yeah,
he did that on the air, that like Power Hour or whatever. Yeah, I don't remember what he lost to get that. Maybe it was just like maybe their.
They had like Vegas. NFL picks, like the month. There was a monthly loser for all of them.
That's right.
That's what it was. 3785 fantasy punishment solo round trip to El Paso via bus for last place.
Wow,
that would be brutal.
Hey, they might not come back.
Seriously.
Well, if they go to Juarez, they're not.
I know. We talked about nothing permanent. I mean, a trip to El Paso could be permanent.
El Paso is actually a safe city. Some people don't realize that. They keep it really safe because it's very dangerous if you cross the border into Juarez.
Yep.
I fell in love with a Mexican girl in El Paso. That's the old song.
Thank you, Marty Robbins.
That's the fight song for the Miners, too.
Is it really?
That's their fight song, yeah. I
It's
mean, they
also one
changed
of the
the
best
words,
parts
but
of
it's the same
Breaking
tune.
Bad.
It doesn't sound very fighting. Very, very aggressive.
Key from LA says the punishment is losing your money when you play money leagues. So there's no punishment league is what he's saying. Murph had Jong stand at the corner of Westheimer and Gessner with a sandwich board. Yeah, I think that happened.
That was
Yeah,
a different,
yeah, I
that was a
mentioned that
different
earlier.
bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that was I think the Wheelhouse did that too.
Yeah. I think
They might have.
I think Ennis did it too, I think.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you guys, Jeremy, you said you hadn't. Joel, have you
No,
ever
I've
been in a
never done
league
one.
that actually had punishments? I've tried to put punishments in mine, and we've actually passed them, but no one will do them, so we gave up.
I agree with Key from LA. The punishment is you lost your money.
Yeah, it depends on the league. I mean, if the money, like if the buy-in's like $20, then you didn't really lose much.
Sounds like a you issue if you're playing $20 leagues. Leah Van is the one who gave this publicity and wrote it in cron.com for the Space Cowboys. She listed a couple here. I've never heard of this one. Take the SAT.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one either. It
That
would be
one's
funny,
not
that
that
or an
bad.
IQ test.
That one's not that bad though. Taking the SAT.
Well, the embarrassment is if you're dumb and you score low and then everyone finds out.
I wouldn't try. I would go in there and bubble all the letters D, like, and be in and out. Like, it would be an hour tops.
That's true.
Like, I wouldn't care. Get a bad tattoo. Anything permanent's bad.
I hate that.
Anything permanent's bad. The other one's dye your hair.
The one that we tried, we actually passed in our league that no one did, and I actually wasn't here at the time. But the idea was everyone besides the loser would get together and write a script for someone to have to call into a talk radio show and then deliver the take that we gave to them. But no one would go through with it, unfortunately.
That's not so bad.
Shave your
That's not
head.
so bad.
I've heard that one before.
We should do a fantasy league, and the loser has to hang out with a Twitcher of our choice for like a lunch date.
That is a bad one.
But that won't happen.
Because you'll have to pay because the Twitchers don't have any money.
But you won't have to pay because they won't show up because they don't want
That's
their
also true.
They won't
That's also
give up
true.
their identity.
Which Twitcher would you not want to have a lunch date with the most?
It's easy for me.
Who is it?
Largo.
He hasn't been around though, has he?
I don't know.
He's been
But
gone.
I just know that he has like I'm so far into his dome piece that he's investigated and Google searched and dug everything about me. It's a bit weird.
King of Twitch says that Cody Welched on that bet.
He didn't
teddy
do
bear bet?
the dinner with the teddy bear.
That's what he said.
Huh.
If you're taking King of Twitch's word or his letters that he typed in. I think it's. I don't remember him actually. I
know
remember them
BK
talking
paid
about
off on his Waffle House bet.
I think everybody stopped by to see him.
Yeah, no, there was video that came out of that. We know BK did. I don't know if Cody did or not.
Yeah.
Bad
King
form
Twitch
if
says
he
no.
did. Bad form if he did.
Yeah, he should have done it no matter what. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. King of Twitch says, who plays fantasy football anymore? I don't get it. Everybody.
Millions of people.
Everybody does it. Which Texan starter is most likely to get benched a month into the season? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who will be the first Texan starter benched? Say after a month. 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube, ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975.
I got two.
All right.
I got two, and I think the most likely one for me is going to be Kenyon Green. As much as Kenyon Green, we've heard all these great improvements. We've seen it to some degree. The limited time we saw him in training camp and in preseason, I just think that that's a guy that we know A&M and we know he's a run blocker. I worry about his pass blocking. I worry about the fact that we knew going in they were going to pencil him in as a starter, and I think that that's a guy that I have concerns about. And then the other one would be, because he's a rookie, would be Lassiter on the other corner, just simply because of even
These are hot.
Yeah.
These are hot takes. I
Especially
disagree
Lassiter.
on both of them big time.
You disagree?
Oh yeah. Who's taking Kenyon Green's spot?
Well, I mean, if he's bad, look, it does. Last year they didn't have someone that was penciled in when they thought he was going to go down with an injury, but they found guys that could actually fill in to where you could find someone that was serviceably better than what he was giving you. So yeah, it's cringeworthy, but I have real concerns about him being able to hold his own at left guard.
Okay, and I agree with you. Training camp reports, who cares?
Yeah.
I Damian Pierce early in training camp was looking great. It's about the games and how you play in the games. So Kenyon Green he's in great shape. He's looking good. Now I did like the stuff that I saw on film with him. The preseason games I was impressed with, and I think I don't think Kenyon Green is really gonna live up to the hype of being a first rounder. I think we're going to rue the day. I think we already rue the day where we look at Kenyon Green and he was the pick instead of just keeping the pick and taking Kyle Hamilton. I think all that stuff is fair. I just don't think Kenyon Green's losing his job to Kendrick Green. I just do not see a world where that exists, outside of an injury, but that's not being benched. I don't see that one happening. And then Lassiter, same deal on a greater scale, I think. There's nobody behind Lassiter. You're looking at Okudah, who's been a borderline bust in the NFL. Chris Boyd's back there. I'm concerned about the secondary depth after those guys. Not at all that Lassiter's going to be benched for one of them.
Is that as much as we've seen good things, we've heard good things, and look, I believe good things for him, but it's not even about who's behind him. If he's just getting cooked early in the season.
Well, it's very much about who's behind him. You got to play the better guy. Even if it's a lesser of two evils thing, it's about the better guy.
Yeah, but if he's getting cooked and they've got a veteran behind him that's played before in Okudah, then or whoever else it is, I think that I hope I'm wrong, and I hope that we never have this conversation. But I would have concerns that if he's getting cooked, that they figure they got to make a change.
Why do you dislike Lassiter?
I don't dislike him at all.
Why do you think he's gonna get benched? Yeah. No, I'm for real. What are you basing it off of?
It's not that I think they're going to get benched. To me, it's it's the biggest concern I have. I guess I understand the question was most likely to. To me, most likely to would be Kenyon Green. To me, the concern with Lassiter is he's just not ready for prime time yet, no matter what they've seen and what they believe in speed and all the other things that were discussed.
Okay. The receivers for me, none of them. Big three, no. Tunsil, no. Kenyon Green, no. Juice Scruggs, no. Although your backup center, Jarrett Patterson's not bad. If Scruggs is awful, then potentially, but I really don't see that happening. Shaq Mason, no. I don't think Titus Howard would be benched this year.
I do think they drafted a guy in the second round.
Yeah, I think that's more about the offseason, though. I think that Titus Howard is playing his last year as a Houston Texan. I think they'll cut him with a post-June 1st designation next year, save a lot of money, and then use Blake Fisher at right tackle. I don't think we'll see Titus Howard benched. A tight end, no. A quarterback, no. Running back, no. So I don't really see anybody on the offense being benched. Now, defensively, Will Anderson, Daniel Hunter, absolutely not. Foley, no. Mario Edwards, I think, could be a guy that's bench. And I know everybody loved him in training camp and this guy's going to be great value. But Settle's going to come back at some point from the injury. And I think they ultimately want Settle to be that defensive tackle. So if Edwards starts the season kind of meh, Settle gets healthy, they're let's see what this looks like. I would have Mario Edwards on this list. The obvious one's Henry To'o because Christian Harris is going to come back, hopefully, after 4 games into the season. So Henry To'oTo'o would be at the very top of my list, followed by Edwards. I don't see it with the corners. Now, are we talking about 4-3? Because I could see Bullock playing here pretty quickly, but I don't really see it in a 4-3. I think
if it's
going to be more of a
4-3,
nickel.
Jake Hansen would probably be the linebacker.
And I think he would be benched.
Yeah, he would be Jake Hansen would be the linebacker bench when Christian Harris returns.
And if we're going nickel, I don't know if Bullock's starting the season as the starter in the nickel packages. It wouldn't shock me if it's Eric Murray. So I think that's something that could change pretty quickly too. If Murray's the starter in the nickel packages week 1 of the year, I think he's benched pretty quickly for Bullock. The 2 linebackers or 1 linebacker, whatever package you're in, To'oTo'o, Hansen. And then I'll put Edwards as my distant 4th. But the other guys are my top 3.
Jimmy Ward, you got Jimmy Ward starting?
Yeah, I don't see him being benched.
I think Jimmy Ward's more about injury than it would be.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, than it would be.
If he's healthy, I think he's
capable
playing.
in terms of understanding the position. Yeah, but he just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, I think he's playing if he stays. And look, they like him. Like, they could have cut him and saved some money in the offseason. They didn't. And then secondly, they extended him a year. They extended him another year. So, like, they showed us twice that they really like Jimmy Ward.
Decent money.
Yeah, so I think that they think highly of Jimmy Ward. D'Amico raves about Jimmy Ward and what he means. He's kind of old. He's kind of old, and he was injured last year. Hopefully he stays healthy. I'm really interested in what they do if he does get hurt, though. Like, now you're looking at a Kalen Bullock, Eric Murray situation. Are you thinking about moving Petrie back to safety in the nickel and then playing somebody else at nickel like a Miles Bryant? Like, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
Lesser of two evils. I think that's what they would do first.
You think that's what they would do? If
Yes.
Ward got hurt, your nickel package is now Petrie and Bullock, and you're playing Bryant and nickel. What do you think about that, Brian? I don't know. I don't know
It's
what
not
they
great,
would do.
but
I'm
I think
torn.
it's better. I think that's the best case scenario.
It's the better. I think you're right. I think it's a better. I mean, it depends on how Petrie's playing at the nickel, though. If Petrie's lights out at the nickel, you don't want to move him. But of those 3 guys, like if you're going Bullock, Petrie, Miles Bryant, is that better than Bullock, Murray, Petrie? I think it's a wash.
It's tough.
Yeah, the question marks are the same for me. I
It
mean,
depends on how Petrie's playing in the
going
nickel.
back to our 4 o'clock segment about why would they miss the playoffs, that kind of gets into that territory because either way I have concerns.
So who's benched for you?
I mean, I think the obvious kind of cheat answers to this are the defensive names brought up because obviously Tim Settle, Christian Harris. You're gonna get some guys back. We didn't mention Danico Autry, but because technically he's 6 weeks in that first month, but same thing there. He's gonna come in and take somebody's spot. So those are kind of the cheat answers. I'm gonna go back to the offensive side. I agree that it's not tight end, it's not wide receivers, obviously not quarterback, and not running back as much as I would like to believe that's a possibility. To me, it's center and it's right tackle, and I know it's probably unlikely. The odds on are low. But I could see if Juice Scruggs or Titus Howard struggle, then making the switch to either Jarrett Patterson or Blake Fisher.
Yeah. I could see Patterson getting a look pretty quickly if somebody struggles. And I think it could be in any of the 3 interior offensive line spots. Now, I'm not expecting Shaq Mason to struggle. I'm really not expecting any of those 3 to struggle. Like Scruggs, I think Scruggs' rookie year was kind of meh.
But he wasn't playing center.
Yeah, I didn't like
exactly.
him at left
Center's
guard.
his best position.
Yeah.
So like he was holding his head above water. He was surviving, but his best position center. And I think if he was holding his head above water at left guard, I think he's going to be solid at center.
I agree with that because I think a lot of it too is CJ's such an intelligent quarterback. A lot of centers, and the latest was with Kelsey and Hurts saying now he gets to be able to read the defenses more and call things out. Centers, really good centers, do that. You're not expecting a center, I don't think, in this situation to do that, especially a young center. So I think, yeah, you could live with Patterson at center. He showed that he could hold his own, but I think Juice's natural position that he's best at is center. So I don't have too many concerns about him.
See, I don't know if Danico, and going back to Autry, I don't know if Danico Autry is going to be an early down defensive tackle. I think he's going to be like a super reserve. Like I think he'll play second, third downs.
Like base 4-3, I don't think he'd be in, but it depends on your split of nickel and 4-3, and I guess the technicality of what's on the field first. But I think in the sub packages, the nickel package, I think Danico Autry's in.
I don't know.
I think he's in more than he's not. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I'm curious how they're going to use
him.
him.
I think they're going to move him all. He's going to be the Mauricio Dubon of the Texans defense. They'll move him all over the place. But I think to start the season, I think that they probably would have started him inside.
You have to go. I don't think he would have started.
No?
I don't think he'd be on the field on first down. No, I don't. I think he'd be okay. You 1st and 10. Offense gets a yard, 2nd and 9. Now you're bringing him in. 3rd and long, pass rushing situations, no doubt in. I don't think he'd be one of your first 4 offensive or defensive linemen on the field on a 1st and 10 in either package. Of the specialists, The good news is you have some good specialists. If you're not talking about the return
John
game.
Weeks.
Tommy Townsend, who hangs out with Taylor Swift, like he's not getting cut. He's Tommy Trash Talk. Now, we do see people and fans have a very short leash when it comes to place kickers. You miss 2 in one game, you miss an extra point the next game, you miss a 42-yarder for the win the week after that, and fans are ready to kick the kicker out of town. How long is the Fairbairn leash?
I think they learned the lesson last year. I think based on what they were faced to deal with Amendola and the fact that 50 yards was a stretch, to say the least, I think people kind of got a very stiff dose of reality to change that opinion and slow their roll before they started clamoring too much for Cammy Fairbairn to be replaced.
Yeah,
Fairbairn's leash is a million miles long.
It's just about his salary that people were critical of, but the fact is
He's
that
been great.
he's been
I don't
very,
think the criticism.
very good.
He had like one bad year every other year, which has gone back to pre-COVID. People forget how long he's been with this team, but he had one bad year every other year for the last 5-6 years. He's been great.
It's the nature of the business. It's like closers. Closers blow back-to-back saves. This guy's a bum. He's the worst in the world. Where those are the only 2 saves he's blown all year. It's the nature of the position.
Makes it more of a microscope. If you're like,
I think that's more of a thing of the past when it comes to Fairbairn. I don't think people even look at the contract with Fairbairn anymore. Because they did in the past with the O'Brien deal, but I don't think so anymore.
I think probably because more kickers got paid too.
They have.
Yeah, so he's moved down the list.
Well, he got a new
top
deal.
3 or top.
He got
5
a new deal
initially.
recently.
Yeah, but I don't think he's top 3 or top 5.
He might be top 5 actually. I think now you did have Dicker and
what's his name from Baltimore? Justin Turner's got to be number
Tucker.
1.
Tucker.
Yeah,
he's got to be number 1.
I don't know. I haven't looked at the kicker salaries recently. This is not something I do a whole lot. Let's look at the highest paid kickers in the NFL. Let's see. Total you want to do average annual?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fairbairns makes 5.3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's tied for 7th.
Okay.
Tied for 7th with Dustin Hopkins. The highest paid kicker is actually somebody who just got paid.
Cameron Dicker?
Nope.
Is that Greg the Leg?
Well, it doesn't have Cameron Dicker's update. It might be Dicker. What did Dicker get paid? You know, the current one is Harrison Butker at 6.4. I don't know how much Dicker got on his contract extension.
God, Greg the Leg, Greg Zuerlein.
Yeah, but he's bounced around. Like he's not very.
But he was making 8.4 with the Jets.
That's a lot.
That is a lot for a kicker.
Yeah, Dicker re-upped with the Chargers. He got paid. I don't know if the details of his contract are out yet. I thought I saw him though. I don't know. You find that, Brian.
6.4
Yeah, I'd
for
like my
Butker.
computer's freezing.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, and Justin Tucker's 3rd, or actually tied for 2nd. But
Yeah, he probably just hadn't had a deal done recently.
yeah, he's due. He's due in 2029, so he probably did just re-up.
No, I agree with Brian in that Fairbairn's leash. I mean, I think his leash is a million miles long. Now, when it comes to the public perception, if Fairbairn misses a game winner in week 1, people are going to be ready to run him out of town. No doubt in my mind. If he misses 2 field goals in week 1 and the final field goal is to win a game from 42 yards out, there's going to be people calling us and texting us on Monday saying they should get rid of that bum. It's the nature of the position.
Kickers are a dime a dozen. Go find another one. This is ridiculous. Oh, there's no question about it.
And they're really not. Like, I think that you brought up the Amendola thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was not pretty with Amendola last year.
No, and you know what? And there's no guarantees either, because you see the guys that are drafted now and teams are using higher and higher draft picks on them, and then they realize that it's a whole different set of circumstances in the league and with the pressure that goes with it. And the fact is that, if you're a good team and have a bad kicker, it's a bad situation, and you could be gone quickly if you don't get the established guys like the Texans have had.
Dicker got about 5.5 a year. He's tied for 5th.
Yeah, 4 years, 22. I just found
5.5. So Butker's the highest paid kicker in the NFL. Harrison Butker. That's a great job, man. You get a kick for Kansas City, be the highest paid in the league.
And he's got a thunderous leg too.
Not a bad gig if you can get it. People wanted him out of the NFL too in the offseason. Kansas City said, out of the NFL?
Well, it wasn't about football.
We're going to pay you more money than any kicker in the NFL. The Chiefs will. The Chiefs also have the punt god.
Yeah, the guy.
Did he make the team?
Yeah.
Is he their starting punter?
He's their starting punter. I'm almost positive.
Chiefs aren't afraid to have a few questionable characters on the team.
I mean, Butker's not questionable.
No, I'm
didn't like
the overall arching look of their roster.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he had made the team. Ariza.
Mm-hmm. The kid from Philadelphia's got a big leg too. Elliott.
Jake Elliott.
Yeah,
he went to Memphis.
Missed
a field goal in our Peach Bowl year that would have changed that season entirely.
Didn't he? He had a couple big kicks for the Eagles early, like a 60 or something. I want to say.
You know who the best kicker? You know who I think's the best kicker in the NFL? We're spending way too much time talking about kickers. You know who I think's the best kicker in the NFL? The Aubrey dude from Dallas.
Oh, he was
that
nailed.
dude is
he was
Did
really
he miss
good
a kick
last year.
I'm not sure.
He missed one. I think.
Did he?
I think he missed one.
He started with the stretch of like 20 something consecutive made. I didn't know if he actually missed one last year.
This guy's a weapon.
I thought it was like on national TV, and it was like, would they even try it because of the streak?
He might be their second best offensive player, Brandon Aubrey. I'm taking a shot at Cowboy fans. I'm just kidding. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Is Bregman's injury the biggest concern for what could derail this team's World Series run? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Astros try to extend their winning streak tonight. 6:05 first pitch. Alex Bregman, there are reports that he's not going to be in the lineup today. Not going to be in the lineup today. Astros do have an off day tomorrow. They're playing a weird Monday, Wednesday, Thursday series against the Cincinnati Reds, I think because they wanted baseball to play on Labor Day. And then they're like, oh, no, the Astros have played a lot of games in a row. Let's give them Tuesday off. Let's give them their day off. They've had to work hard. They've played all of these games in a row. Today will mark the 18th when they get underway later, a little less than an hour. We're gonna reward them for working so much by giving them a day off Tuesday. That's a good day to have it. Tuesday will be your day off.
Blummer kind of alluded to it, that amongst the players in the league, it's always been a point of contention that on Labor Day they have to work.
Yeah,
he made kind of mention of that they're the entertainment for everybody that gets off.
Of all the holidays to work, though,
yeah, I mean,
Labor Day
NBA players have to work on Christmas.
Really
settle down.
Labor Day the easiest.
NFL players work on Thanksgiving, so
By
settle
the
down,
way,
baseball.
Blummer's got this series off now, so he got it. He worked
Like,
for
who
it.
celebrates Labor Day?
Laborers.
Remember we got
I know,
that
but you know what I mean? Like,
question?
okay, so like we're obviously working, but if you're off, like, what are you actually doing? Sitting at home watching Netflix? I mean,
Trying to
not really
find
doing
something
anything
to do with your
anyway.
kids because they're not in school.
Yeah, exactly. Labor Day, like, you don't ever hear of like the Memorial Day grill out, the July 4th, cookout. You don't hear of we're gonna have a Labor Day
Plus,
cookout.
we got that. Was
come
it
on.
one of the questions we got in the last couple of weeks? What are you guys going to grill for Labor Day? I was like, what?
Yeah, exactly.
We're not going to fireworks. We're not having the family picnic.
Y'all sound like elitist right now. Like I like the blue collar workers. I think today is a very, very special day. You are being very elitist right now to the laborers.
As a blue collar guy, I could say that that's not offensive.
You're being very offensive to the blue collar worker right now. Me, I'm
You
a
mean
man of
me?
the people.
I mean
I'm a man of
offensive
the
to
people.
myself?
I like the fact that they get the day off today.
Well, it's
A
great.
rare
Everybody
random
gets
Monday
the day
on
off.
September 2nd.
That's great. I'm just saying I'm not barbecuing.
Hey, you're being disrespectful to Labor
No,
Day.
it's not. Why? What, you respecting Labor Day by barbecuing?
No, you're saying that it's not a holiday that it's worth celebrating. That it's unlike
Not what
any
I'm
of the
saying.
other
I'm
holidays.
saying I'm
That's
not
how I'm
barbecuing.
taking it.
It's not like the
That's how I'm
4th of
taking
July.
it. So there you go. You put the 4th of July.
Everybody's talking about barbecue.
You're putting 4th of
Of all the
July
federal
on a
holidays-
pedestal over Labor Day. That's disrespectful to Labor Day.
Power rank the federal holidays. Labor Day's last.
Disrespectful to Labor Day.
Okay,
You're
as
proving my point.
as a blue collar guy, I can say that. I can say
You're
that
being
about Labor
very
Day.
disrespectful to Labor Day and the laborers of our
So
country.
then you rank them.
I don't want to.
That's what I thought.
Labor Day is an annual celebration of the social and economical achievements of American workers. And you are slapping in the face of the social and economic achievements of American workers.
Ain't no
This
slapping.
is sad. Sad day.
I hope they get to rest, sit on the couch, and just chill out all day. I just don't think barbecuing is ever coming to my mind first and foremost when I think Labor Day.
On the third of the Killer Bees, I apologize to all of you, the laborers, who are being disrespected right now by listening to us labor on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Is Bregman's injury the biggest concern for what could derail this team's World Series run?
Look, I think with the way they're playing and the fact that if you believe anything of everything that we talked about earlier, that we're hearing that Kyle Tucker's in Cincinnati and they're planning on finding a way to get him playing by midweek, that Bregman is the biggest concern that this team has. The pitching staff has been lights out. You know, you're getting more help. You're getting stronger all around the diamond. You're getting Tucker back. You've added Gamble, even Hayward, and you're getting contributions. And now you look at it and say, we went through a stretch where we were concerned. Then Bregman played 3 or 4 games in a row. You felt a little better. Now suddenly he's missed 3 or 4 games in a row again. And for me personally, I'm starting to wonder, with as important as he is to the top of this lineup, with the way he's found it and the way he's been consistently getting hits for you and doing things for you in the top part of this lineup, and if you're getting Tucker back, to me, that is the biggest thing that could derail this whole thing. Because I think that as much as no one wants to admit it, this team is as talented as anybody in baseball. No one wants to play them. And if they keep playing the way that they're playing, they're capable of winning the whole thing. But that's with Alex Bregman. I know you survived Kyle Tucker, but the thing that really concerns me is if you don't get that consistent bat, and of course, the worst case scenario, he's in the lineup hitting, but you need him at third base too, because we've seen the defense kind of take a step back when he's not playing third. But if you lose Alex Bregman, I think it could derail the whole thing.
I think you can win a World Series without Alex Bregman. I think you can. Now, does it diminish your odds? Yeah, absolutely. It diminishes your odds. So, could it derail it? Yeah, I guess it could derail it, but I think you can still win it without him. I would have him as the 4th most valuable player to the offense, and then I would probably have him 7th with the overall team. Like, if you're talking about guys that, like, Yordan Alvarez injury would derail the Astros. Fromber, Hunter Brown, that would derail the Astros. So, like, in terms of value and who I need in the postseason, I would have Bregman fourth on offense. I would have Jordan ahead of him. I would have Tucker ahead of him. I would have Jose Altuve ahead of him. Probably Altuve ahead of Bregman, and then Bregman fourth. I don't know if there's another player that I would have ahead of Bregman in terms of who I need to have in the playoffs offensively. Then when you throw in the pitchers, I would have Fromber ahead of him. I would have Hunter Brown ahead of him. Would you have Kikuchi ahead of him?
Right now, you probably he's in the conversation. I don't know if you'd have him ahead of him.
Let's call it a half, 6.5. Would you have Spencer Arrighetti ahead of him?
Not right now.
Okay. Would you have Josh Hader ahead of him?
No.
Okay. And that's probably no other relievers then. If you're saying no on Hader, you're not going to say yes on another reliever.
I think we're missing one.
So who are we missing?
Yainer Diaz.
I thought about Yainer.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. I probably did overlook Yainer Diaz. It's my bad.
Clutch.
That's 7.5 guys that are more valuable than Alex Bregman. So I think you could have this conversation about all those other 7.5 just as much as Bregman. Now, I know that Bregman has the injury, but so does Tucker.
That's the focus for me was like Verlander's in the conversation because of the fact he's coming back from injury and still coming back from it. Tucker, we're hearing he's going to come back. We're assuming he's going to be okay. You don't know. And Bregman, because of the fact that this thing seems to be lingering, if you assume that Verlander's going to continue to be back, if Tucker is going to get back, then to me, the biggest concern is without Alex Bregman, it does change the landscape for this team offensively, in my opinion, and defensively. And so I wasn't factoring in as much. If Yainer goes down, if Jordan goes down, obviously that changes everything. And same thing with Altuve. And to Yainer to a certain degree too. But just because of the fact that we thought the worst when he went down the first time, and then he came back for multiple games to where you're like, okay, cool. It seems like everything's good. And now we didn't see him except for the Thursday night game in the Kansas City series, and we're not seeing him in Cincinnati tonight at least. That if this becomes a bigger deal, I think that's troublesome.
Sure. Yeah, it's troublesome. I think the question now becomes like how problematic can it be? And I'm not freaking out about Alex Bregman not being in tonight's lineup when they get underway at 6:05 because like they've won 7 in a row, whatever it is. They've built a 6-game lead on the division. Like give them if you give them a day off today, now you're giving them 2 days off because you don't play tomorrow. So it made perfect sense for Bregman not to play today because now you can extend him getting rest and rehab and treatment for an extra 2 days. So I have no problem with him not being in there today. That doesn't worry me. Espada, who the Astros are not very truthful when it comes to injuries. Espada seems to be the most truthful when it comes to injuries. I don't know. He seems to have think that Bregman could have been available yesterday to hit. So I take that as like a positive of all of this.
Do you not factor in the diciness of his upcoming free agency as well, to where he's going to make a business decision too, where the business decision has to factor in of I'm not going to do anything to damage it more, knowing that if I'm damaged goods, I think it's a factor.
I think he's too much of a gamer.
I hope
Bregman's
that's the case. But we've seen of other guys that maybe could be in that conversation. There's been guys where you just go, you didn't see that coming, but knowing that if he does more damage, it really.
Who do you think has done that? That's been like a gamer.
Well, we've seen Grenard. You question, but you've seen guys in the past where you see guys even in college nowadays.
I wouldn't call Grenard a gamer though. Quite frankly.
Okay.
Yeah, and college guys are opting out to get paid. Bregman's making $30-something million. Like he's being paid, and I'm not sure the injury. Like if it's like, remember he had the injury back in the day where he had what was it, bone chips or whatever that were loose in there?
Yeah, it was bone chips.
Like that's a pretty easy fix. Like he'll be completely 100% by opening day next year. They wouldn't influence the free agency at all. Now, if it's a partial tear of the UCL, now it's a different conversation. So because we don't know what the injury is, it's hard for me to comment on that. Because if it's just loose embodiments or whatever, they clean that up and he's fine by opening day. If it's partially torn UCL and it's hanging on by a thread and he's Lance McCullers and it's going to rip, who knows, within the next 100 throws, then it's a different conversation. So the fact that we don't know might alter my answer to your question. But no, I don't think that.
It just crossed my mind because of the fact that he's hoping for a big, big, big bag of money. And nothing could derail that more than an injury that knocks him out for a portion of or all of next season.
Yeah, nothing that Bregman has ever done in his career would make me say yes to that question, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's always been a gamer. He's always been somebody who's played through injuries. He's played a ton of games. Like he doesn't miss a whole lot. He's had a couple of injuries over time, like the hamstrings that one year. But dude's a bit of an Iron Man. Like he's in a spot it talks about all the time. Like he never wants days off, even whenever he's hurt. He's like, get me back in there. No, I think Bregman's too much of a gamer.
Yeah, I hope so. You know what? I would understand it if he had to make a business decision because it is such a substantial amount of money that it looks like is going to be on the table for him. But it did cross my mind.
Yeah. How do y'all feel about that, Hive? 713-780-3776. 0367, weird thought that came to me over the weekend. Hindsight being 2020, was the Jolks trade a miss with the current outfield situation? No. Jolks wasn't even a trade. They just DFA'd him. Now, maybe
he had a short dosage of success with the White Sox, a little bit of success, but then fell off.
And no, the answer is no, because the Astros have plenty of right-handed offensive outfielders. Like Jake Myers is a righty. Jolks hits about the same as Myers. Chaz has had a disastrous year, but he's a righty. Dubon can play out there as a righty. Dubon's a little bit better than Jolks offensively. And the Astros needed left-handed bats. That's why you've seen guys like Hamill and Hayward, or Ben Gamble and Hayward that have been brought in here. I don't think that Jolks would have been a factor, even if they kept him.
Tommy Pham looked pretty good in a couple at bats this weekend.
Yeah, I wanted him at the deadline a lot and in the offseason. A little different now that they have Gamble and Hayward, but he would have been an upgrade over Chaz. And then this texter's, he's sending us score predictions. He says 5-2 Reds. I guess he thinks that the score tonight will be, I guess he's predicting the Reds to win.
Could be right on top
5-2 tonight. But I am looking forward to that game getting started in about 35 minutes. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. I got dragged on Twitter Saturday night. Why did I get dragged? I'll tell you why next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It is the Bees. 713-780-ESPN. I got dragged on Twitter on Saturday night. I was working a U of H game. I actually DVR'd the Astros game, so I didn't even know I was being dragged. And that was the game that Yusei Kikuchi was phenomenal. Phenomenal. double-digit strikeouts, 7 innings, longest he's gone as an Astro. Has continued his dominance as a Houston Astro. Yusei Kikuchi's made 6 starts with the Astros, and the Astros are 6-0 in those starts. He's got a 3-0 record, a 2.57 ERA, 47 strikeouts in 35 innings. Yusei Kikuchi has been phenomenal. Yusei Kikuchi, I say potential AL Cy Young if he's an Astro next year. Now, he was terrible in Toronto. I obviously was not very pleased with the trade. You acquired a guy who hadn't been very good. You traded away a lot of players that are promising. Lil Perfito might still be your best left fielder. Willie Wagner, Billy's boy, has had a really good start to his career. I'm curious to see if he sustains that. And then the guy that I was really upset losing was Bloss. I think Bloss can turn into a middle-of-the-rotation starter, which is kind of what I figured Kikuchi was at best, a middle-of-the-rotation guy, back into the rotation guy. So I tweeted July 29th, day the Astros made the trade. Kikuchi doesn't even crack the Astros playoff rotation unless something goes wrong and he's up at the end of the year, final year of his contract. I said I'm sick. San Antonio Tim, who thought the Astros season was over in March, said, can we get an update with a wink emoji? And, he's chasing clout because, that's what you do whenever you go after a social media influencer like me, a content creator. You get a little clout. You get people to like it because you've dunked on somebody who many, many people know. Now, look, I'll own it. Yusei Kikuchi has meant way more to this team than I ever thought imaginable. Yusei Kikuchi has kind of made this rotation whole. Like, there aren't days where you're just throwing a guy and like, I hope he gets to the 4th inning. Yusei Kikuchi's getting you at least to the middle of the game, got you late in the game Saturday. And again, the Astros have won every single one of his starts. I think the 6-man rotation's been great for the Astros. Like, I think it's been good for the rest. I think it's the reason Eric Getty's bramber been really good. Hunter Brown's been really good. Framber Valdez been really good. Renel Blanco's kind of, come back into form a little bit as well. So, yes, I will own that. Yusei Kikuchi has been way more valuable to the Houston Astros than I ever thought was imaginable when the Astros made that trade on July 29th.
And we've talked about this when we talk about analyzing the trade and eventually, passing judgment on who won the trade. Both things could be true because I'm with you, and I felt the same way. I didn't like the trade. I thought they gave up way too much. I was to some degree disgusted by the fact that they had to give up as much as they did for a guy that I didn't think was one of the top guys that everybody was targeting or looking at for being an effective starting pitcher in this league. I was wrong. Credit to the Astros, credit to the pitching coaches, Miller and Murphy, everything that they've done, and the fact that they're getting what they're getting out of Kikuchi. But that's not to say that both can't be true and that the guys you gave up can all 3, 2 of the 3, even 1 of the 3 turn out to be long-term mainstays for the Blue Jays. And so, you can't pass judgment on the trade per se because for all intent and purposes, this is it for Kikuchi. He's going to be here for the rest of the year and he's gone. And you could have a couple guys that could end up spending a majority of their career and at least their controllable years with the Blue Jays.
Yeah. See, I still think it's way too early to determine the trade. And if we look, and again, the premise of this was that I dunked on Kikuchi, didn't think he was going to be very good, and Yusei Kikuchi has been the opposite of that. Yusei Kikuchi's been great. So I was wrong. I didn't think he was going to be good. He has been fantastic. Now, if we want to nitpick it, I don't think it's a slam dunk that Yusei Kikuchi's part of the Astros playoff rotation. If the season were to end today, they're in the wild card series. They have a 3-man rotation. Is Yusei Kikuchi cracking the 3-man rotation? Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are easily your 1-2. Yep. Now, the conversation begins. Will the Astros have the cojones to say, Justin Verlander, sorry, you're not in our playoff rotation? If it were me, I would do that. I would have that tough conversation because I'm not in the business of doing what's in the best interest of Justin Verlander. I'm in the business of doing what's best for the Houston Astros. Now, I don't know if the Astros would do that, but I would have Kikuchi ahead of Verlander. I have no problem with that. Do you have Kikuchi over Arrighetti? I mean, Arrighetti's also been fantastic. So who do you start there? If it's a heavy right-handed lineup, I'd probably go Arrighetti. If it's a heavy left-handed lineup, I'd probably go Kikuchi. And then I would admit that Renel Blanco is probably the odd man out, despite having the second-best ERA in the entire American League. So does Yusei Kikuchi even crack the Astros playoff rotation if the playoffs started tomorrow? If you're in a 3-man rotation tomorrow, because the wild card series is best of 3.
Yeah, for best of 3, I think it's still open for discussion. I think that, look, he's a leading candidate. The 12 strikeouts on top of the fact that he went further than 5+ innings, the fact that he has been just doing everything and more than you ever could have anticipated. Do you believe more in him or do you believe more in the younger kid in Arrighetti to say does his veteran experience versus neither one of them really have any playoff experience to speak of. We mentioned that that Kikuchi had one appearance in a playoff game. But there's a lot, and you're right, matchups matter as well, too, when you start looking at all these things and analyzing how it goes. I would lean Kikuchi over a guy that's never even been to the playoffs before in Arrighetti. But
I mean, Kikuchi's not have a playoff start either, though.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's an open discussion. I think it's going to be ongoing, and I think that between now and the end of the regular season, not that you need it to play out because you don't want to see either guy falter.
Who would be your three right now?
Right now, it would be Fromber, it would be Hunter Brown, and it would be Kikuchi.
I would probably go Kikuchi depending on the lineup.
I hate the fact that we're going to be force-fed Justin Verlander, but I think we all agree that it's pretty much.
No, I'm really torn on this.
I think that it's a reality.
It would be between Kikuchi and Arrighetti for me. It would be depending on who I'm facing. If you have 9 straight right-handed hitters, then give me Arrighetti against that. If you have 3 really good lefties, then give me Kikuchi against that. So it would depend on the matchup for me, but they would be my 3 and my 4. I wouldn't have Justin Verlander in a 3-man playoff rotation. I wouldn't have him in a 4-man playoff rotation.
Yeah, I think as we discussed, I think that there's going to be an organizational feeling, a certain type of way to favor Justin Verlander. But yeah, for me, if it's a 3-man rotation, I'm with you. It's between Arrighetti and Kikuchi for that third start. And the 2 are already set in stone with Fromber and Hunter Brown.
And you lean Kikuchi. I'm willing to wait on the matchup, but either a 3 or a 4. I'm willing to admit that. You think the Astros would do it?
I don't.
You think he'd be their third starter?
I think Justin Verlander is going to be the third starter. Reality, calling it like I see it, and thinking about the way the Astros seem to think about doing things, I think they're going to put Justin Verlander as the third starter.
What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously Fromber, Hunter, you're 1-2. I would lean Kikuchi unless, like you said, it's some weird lineup that you're not expecting that has 9 righties in it. Like, I would give the tiebreaker to Kikuchi, but if it is a heavy right-handed lineup, I'd be willing to go Arrighetti there. But I'm with Joe. I think we're going to give Verlander. I mean, it's just, I think they're going to lean on and talk about back of the baseball card, the playoff experience, all that he's done for them in the past, and lead into that, and that'll be it. So whether it's 3-man or 4-man, I think Verlander's in either way.
King of Twitch says, I've seen enough of JV. He's not magically finding it. And then he says bad words to B-Mac. And then Screechamain says, nah, give me JV in the playoffs. Why, Screechamain? Why do you want JV in the playoffs? Is it back a baseball card? Is it what he's done in the past? Is it because he's big game Verlander? Now, Verlander has been really good in the playoffs with the exception of World Series. Right. But he's also never been in the playoffs when he's 41 years old. He's never been a 41-year-old in the playoffs.
Yeah, and no matter what you know about the back of the baseball card and his previous playoff experience, and like you said, the fact that aside from the World Series, he's been really good, but we've all admitted that he is not the same Justin Verlander as we've seen even a couple of years ago, 2 years ago maybe, prior to the surgery. Even after the surgery, he's not the same pitcher. He doesn't have the same stuff, and so therefore, as much as I understand what his resume says, I need my 3 best pitchers in my 3 biggest games of the year, and because he's also coming off an injury where he hasn't pitched a lot and he's still ramping up, I just don't feel comfortable saying that he deserves to be the third starter or should be.
Yeah, I think it's a race for 3 between Kikuchi and Arrighetti. I would agree with what Brian said. Slight lean to Kikuchi, depending on the lineup. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Although, Verlander can change the story when he pitches today. First pitch, 6:05. 713, Carla on Twitter said that the Astros are playing now. I don't believe her, though. I don't believe that the Astros are playing right now. 713-780-3776. What is your car wreck of the day? Car wreck of the day with the Bees coming up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It'll be a car wreck for you Saturday if you don't go to the Red Bull Show Run coming to Houston this Saturday. You got to get out there. It's going to be great. If you're an F1 fan, get out there. Get out there to the Red Bull Show Run, and it's also free to everybody. It's free to all ages thanks to Red Bull, bringing F1 to Houston September 7th, this Saturday, in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, much, much more around Discovery Green on their custom-build racetrack. This will be the first time ever in the United States where you witness dual appearances with 2 championship-winning F1 cars. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull Fan Zone. Features local food vendors, all the Red Bull racing merch, racing simulators, know what it's like to be behind the wheel, and free activities for racing fans of all ages that will introduce you to the exciting world of Red Bull. Single-day admission-free event, open to everyone. Tickets not required. Bring the family out. Make sure you arrive early. Plan ahead to make the most of your experience at Red Bull. Head there Saturday, of course. Street closures will be in effect, so public transportation and ride shares are highly encouraged. The event will kick off around 10 a.m. with the opening of the Red Bull Fan Zone. Arrive early to experience the racing simulators, photo ops, and to claim your viewing spot. And then the racing action begins at noon. Do not be late to make sure you get the best spot around the track. Again, this Saturday, downtown Houston, Discovery Green. To learn more, visit redbull.com/showrunhouston. That's redbull.com/showrunhouston.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Car wreck of the day. Get to that in 3 minutes. 713-780-3776. As you hear, that's Verlander's music. Can Verlander change the perception we have of him not being a part of the Astros playoff rotation based on how he fares tonight in Cincy? That game kicks off in about 15 minutes or so. What are you expecting from Verlander tonight in the first game of a 3-game, 4-day series against Cincinnati?
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 5 runs in 4 2/3.
Command bad?
Yeah.
Especially early?
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that.
Just
I'm not
trying to
taking that
find
line.
the zone.
Hope a blooper late doesn't cost him.
Yeah, I feel like Yiner's going to try and save him in a lot of ways, but I just feel like he can't get out of his own way.
Yeah, that's not very good. I'm not going to take that.
I'm not
either.
gonna take
Plus,
that.
that's not going to change our narrative of like how he's performing and like where he stands in the Astros playoff rotation. Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
I hope at least if that happens that Jeremy Pena doesn't swing through an 86-mile-an-hour pitch straight down the middle with the bases loaded, hypothetically.
Yeah, I hope if they do that, they score more than 3 runs through 7.
I hope Yiner just gets one last chance late to have a chance to maybe put the game on his shoulders.
Well, now you're talking about things that actually haven't happened.
I know.
I think you broke the trend there of what we were doing.
I'm just being hopeful.
All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day today, Brian. All right, car wreck of the day. I have a feeling it's going to be unanimous today. Blankers, what are you leading off with your car wreck of the day with today?
Well, my first car wreck of the day is the feud between Disney and DirecTV. It drove me nuts, and I don't want to hear from Key from LA and other people saying, well, you should have bundled this and done that. No, because there was no advanced warning. Everybody that was out there was just used as a pawn in a negotiation between Disney, and I was looking forward to watching the USC LSU game with the baseball game on my computer and sitting in front of the couch and checking out a whole bunch of sports. And then all of a sudden, without warning, here comes these static screens with press release statements and all this BS. And it's like, you have got to be freaking kidding me that they pulled this right in the middle of the holiday weekend. I thought it was atrocious.
What was your plan? Your TV setup?
I was going to watch the USC game on the big TV, and I was going to have my computer for the Sunday Night Baseball game.
You go to that length to watch Sunday Night Baseball?
It was a good game.
Man, I don't think I've watched a non-Astro Major League Baseball game all year.
Oh, I watch a lot of baseball.
I don't think I have. Have you, Brian?
No.
I don't think I've watched a single non.
Well, I take
maybe
that
a few
back.
innings here and there.
Opening day.
And I watched the Mariners a lot.
Yeah, opening day I did, but outside of that, no.
I'll put it on like MLB Network when there's a game on if I'm doing other work just to have it on as like fodder. But I don't think I've watched a full
Like my daughter and I,
Major
after
League
the
Baseball
Astros
game
game yesterday, we were dialed into Mariners-Angels, and the Angels came back, took the lead, and won.
Okay. All right. That's impressive. Yeah, the DirecTV ESPN feud. Now, I have ESPN Plus, fortunately, so I just a couple clicks away from putting it on. But, yeah, a lot of people are calling DirecTV, I heard. I heard a lot of people are calling up DirecTV saying, hey, I'm going to cancel if you don't give me my ESPN.
I think the anger is directed in the wrong place there. Because I'm glad Joel used the word pawn, because it isn't always very convenient that these deals seem to expire exactly like when a big football game or some. I don't buy for a second this is. I mean, not to say DirecTV isn't possibly a money hungry corporation.
They are,
because they are, but. The networks like ESPN always try to play the victim card, like, they're going to take it away from you when the contracts are very conveniently scheduled to end right when they're about to have a big game where they can play that card.
I was looking at ESPN today too for like the website during my prep, and they had like little ribbon banners on the side of their web pages saying you're gonna miss Boston College, Florida State if you have DirecTV. Click here, like all of this stuff. It's like they do it to each other. You're right.
But the fact that you weren't getting that prior to, and I know, look, I'm not a tennis fan like that, but a lot of people are big U.S. Open fans. And I guess live in the middle, and I don't know the exact time it went off, but I guess in the middle of a tennis match, it just went to the screen, and that was it. And it was like there was no advanced warning. There was no, hey, this is happening. It's happened with Channel 11 before here locally where CBS was in negotiations and Channel 11 locally, and we lost Channel 11 for like weeks.
Mm-hmm.
But like
that was last year.
Yeah, but as a pawn, like to be stuck in the middle of it with no advance warning and know that there was multiple things on multiple channels because it was all the ESPN platform, it was ABC. That sucked.
It's also 2024 though. There are other means. I last year for the 2 CBS games, I did a free trial of Fubo for 1 week, and then I did a week trial of YouTube TV for the other week.
Yeah,
and
I
then
had
it was
YouTube
back.
TV, so I was unaffected, but
then it was back.
That's right. It was in the middle of Texan season.
Yeah,
and
they missed 2 games.
NFL season for like you said, for the other DirecTV markets.
I mean that's gonna win, but I'll go ahead and say it. I'm sorry, Doug lovers, blinkers, but a dog does not belong in the broadcast booth.
I saw that.
Just gonna say it. I'll be the jerk.
Herbie's dog.
A dog does not belong in the broadcast booth. Does Herbie need an emotional support animal? I don't think that he does.
He's brought that dog along with him forever.
It doesn't belong
He's got
in the
it in
booth.
his deal. The dog flies.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, private with him.
How does Stadium sign off on this though?
I don't know.
That's the thing that I'm wondering.
Yeah, but a lot of stadiums these days have, for baseball at least, and a lot of stadiums will do the dog day.
But some probably don't.
Where does the dog go though?
No, like you can't, like Minute Maid Park, you can't bring a dog any day except for one.
Well, but I'm saying, but they allow it on that day.
Right, but I'm sure that every game that Kirk Herbstreit's doing is not dog day.
No, but I'm sure that
and it's also football. I don't think they have dog day in football.
But I'm sure as part of the pre-production meeting.
This is an elitist. It's an elitist
It
here.
is.
Kirk Herbstreit's getting preferential treatment.
ABC is going to let people know in the stadium. And by the way, part of our deal with Kirk Herbstreit is he's bringing his lab.
Don't like it.
Yeah, no, I
Not a
think the
fan.
stadium had probably no problem. I just actually felt bad for the dog. Like, if it's got to go,
I thought about that too.
They're in a press box way at the top of the stadium. How long is it going to take him to get out and go outside?
Disagree. I don't feel bad about the dog. I feel bad about the poor janitors that have to clean up after this dog.
Yeah, the dog's probably not going outside.
I'm sure that there's a production assistant that'll take that dog down the elevator.
Yeah,
Okay,
someone making
I don't
$30K
know.
a year.
That's going to take 15 minutes to get on grass.
Yeah, they're not going. He's not going to grass.
Yeah, you don't have.
I don't think so.
Doesn't necessarily have to be on grass.
I think he's going in the booth.
They're probably putting those potty pads down that they use for
maybe
puppies.
That'd be smart.
Yeah,
that would be smart.
Yeah, that is actually a legit.
But I
possibility
still feel
didn't
bad
think of,
for the
but-
assistant producer.
100%.
Like Herb Street, if he's going to take his dog, one, he shouldn't be doing that. But secondly, if he does, he needs to be the one that's cleaning after his dog. It's what owners are supposed to do. Do you clean up after your dogs when you
Every
take them on a
single
walk?
time. Yep.
Then Herb Street should be cleaning up after his dogs, not the assistant producer.
But
They didn't sign up for that.
And the bigger point is, too, regardless of whether it's in his deal or he brought the dog or not, the dog should be nowhere near their stand-up. And no way should you call attention to the dog and let it derail that portion of the studio.
I don't think you should have a dog next to coworkers.
They made a joke of Reese
unless the
Davis
coworker said
having
it's
to
fine.
like kind of push the dog away as it was.
What if Reese Davis doesn't like dogs?
Oh, Reese doesn't like dogs?
What if they don't? I don't know.
I asked you the day I brought my dog in.
Yeah, you did. I didn't care.
Yeah, I think if you get permission from the coworker, it's fine. But you can't just bring your dog into work without asking your coworkers.
100%.
That's
and
weird.
And Joel asked before he got here, so it wasn't like, "Hey, my dog's here. Do you care?"
Someone
he asked
on
in advance.
someone on Twitter said this to Kirk not that long ago. Actually, a dog should be playing with other dogs, not trapped in a private jet and locked in a broadcast studio. Not good, Kirk. Also, Bama should have been in your top 12. Kirk Herbstreit quote tweeted and says, "You're a moron!" Exclamation point. Beat it. 2 exclamation.
I gotta
to
believe
go
that
after
the
the
dog is
Twitter.
probably at practice then, and everywhere that Kirk goes, right?
He does.
flies
Yeah,
with
he's
him.
there. He's everywhere Herbie goes. It's
weird.
And
And this is like the second generation of his second or third lab that he's done this with.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to nominate, since we haven't brought it up today, I'm going to nominate the U of H Cougars losing to UNLV.
Oh, man.
The start of the Tony Levine, Willie Fritz era off to a roaring start.
Give him time.
Tony Levine left the Cougars in a really good spot. Let's not forget who the head coach
I'm
was prior to
trolling,
Tom
I'm
Herman.
trolling, but they lost that opening game to Texas State or whatever it was, so that was the joke.
They'll be fine. Fritz will get them going. This isn't a win. This isn't a win immediately move. That Willie Fritz was winning everywhere he's gone. He's going to win at U of H. It'll be fine. It's going to be just fine.
Got to give him time.
You
That's
sound
why I
like
wore
the
my.
me- you
That's
sound
why I
like
wore
the
my U of
memes
H hat
sitting around
today.
with,
I wore my U of H hat today because I'm loyal.
Don't
I
give up.
wear my
Good.
gear when I'm loyal. I do that. King of Twitch wants to nominate you, Brian, for a variety of different things.
That's fine.
He's been a little fired up.
Are you gonna? I mean, in between watching the Astros play, are you gonna watch Bill O'Brien's first game at Boston College?
Not immediately because I got a fantasy draft tonight.
Oh, okay.
Look at that flex.
Are you gonna try and get the punishment phase?
Brian's got friends.
No punishment in this league.
Brian, look at me.
This league is too expensive to have punishment.
Fantasy draft. I have friends. What else are you gonna be watching? Oh, you don't have ESPN.
Yeah, that's right.
I can send you a link.
Okay, send it to me.
I mean, you get a lot of pop-ups you have to navigate, but don't put it on a device that you are scared of getting viruses on. I'm gonna watch Bill O'Brien, Boko, for the content.
Hope he blows his top.
Yeah, exactly. Teapot Bill. All right, ESPN, DirecTV, you win. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. ESPN National right now on ESPN 97.5.